Hello everyone and welcome to part 1 of What If Deku Had the Outsider's Mark. I have a few series that I intend to do, and of them this is the shortest, so I'm going to start with this. Anyway, don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe, and let's jump straight into the video. The first time he met the black-eyed man, it had nothing to do with his abilities or lack thereof. It had nothing to do with the boy's emotions or fears. It was mere coincidence he came during a moment when his life was in danger. The black-eyed man only came to him for one reason. Izuku Midoriya, aren't you quite the interesting puzzle piece of history? I have an offer for you. You've always wanted powers since that day? I can give them to you. I am the outsider and this is my mark. Hashtag. Midoriya had concluded one thing as fact about this day as he struggled against the green slime of a villain taking over his body. It was probably the second worst day of his life. Oh sure, he was dying, but he was worthless, quirkless nerd. Who would care if he went missing? Still, it hurt bad, being choked out like this. The villain was saying something, but Izuku was too focused on not dying to really take in his words. Can't breath. My body getting weak. The slime suddenly increased in its quantity and Midoriya thought for sure he was about to choke to death. Somebody help! The world went black. It's truly amazing what just the tiny minute differences of an area in a moment of time can do to a whole timeline. Midoriya blinked in shock. His throat was no longer clogged and he could move freely. He still felt tired from the sudden altercation and fell backwards onto the ground. He shivered as he felt what could only be described as an endless cold. Then his brain finally registered the voice he just heard. What the who's there? He shouted out, confused. Am I dead? A valid question, I suppose, and in fact one that does not have a set-in-stone answer. Whether you live or die now, that's your choice. The voice was haunting yet alluring. It was masculine but young and yet so old at the same time. Midoriya blinked as he tried to decipher what the heck his statement meant. However, when his eyes opened again, the teen's jaw dropped. He could feel the stone of the tunnel he had been in previously beneath his feet, but it felt different, and sure enough it was. The roof above was no longer there. It almost looked as if it had exploded outwards but was frozen in time as its chunks were still visible in the air. What truly grabbed his attention, though, and confirmed for sure this was not the same place he had been before. What should have been the bright blue sky and bustling commuters of Mizutofu instead was an empty swirling void of nothing. Some floating gray rocks were visible in the distance as the only features in this empty place. A swirl of black shards and shadows appeared in front of him where the slime villain would once be. Immediately the boy was on guard, not that he would be any match for most normal people, let alone a villain with what appeared to be a teleportation quirk. From the shards emerged tall, dark-haired man with a rough face. He wore an outfit not too different from the one Midoriya himself was in, a standard male uniform for Japanese middle schools. The only differences being the materials they were made of and the fact that the size of the collar on the dark man was quite a bit higher. None of that truly caught the smaller quirkless boy's attention like the most defining feature of the mysterious man did. His eyes, an endless inky darkness from which it seemed one could see reflected all that ever had been and all that ever could be. The forest-haired teen was in the habit of committing all he could about those he met to memory to analyze, but even had he not developed that habit he doubted he could forget the entity before him. Izuku Midoriya. It was the voice from before that left the man's mouth. Man? Maybe once I was, but not anymore. Wait, you can hear my thoughts? The boy exclaimed in surprise and his eyes widened. Losing himself to his own wonder, he ran to the man and started properly taking in the form, causing said man to actually step back a bit. Is that your quirk? But I would have thought it had to do with the way you teleported just now. Is that something else? I've never seen any kind of quirk with such an odd combination of attributes, and the boy never finished his rant as a pair of black, almost smoke-like tendrils clamped over his mouth. It wasn't like the violent way the slime villain had attacked him, though. In a way, this was oddly pleasant, calming. Contrary to the belief of some long-forgotten men, I am not a malevolent force. I have no desire to harm you. Of course, I would not replicate that oversized slime's methods. Admittedly, I should have foreseen your incessant ramblings being a sticking point if I allowed you speech. However, as none in this world remember me, I suppose I can share with you more knowledge than I normally would to those who capture my interest. I am not your average person, as you can already tell. I walk between the fissures of reality where the laws of physics are devised by madmen. I've seen worlds freeze and creations burn. I was here long before existence began and will be long after it runs out. And yet, I will never have existed either. Confusion. That was undoubtedly Midoriya's most prominent feeling right now. Humph. Mortal minds. Annoyingly frail and incapable of higher understanding. How I long for that ignorance. You asked what my quirk is? Is that what you call the varied abilities this era of humans possess? The smaller boy nodded, as it was all he was capable of doing. Who was this guy and how did he not know what quirks were? Quirks. What a curious decision. Even without my humanity fully intact, I admit I do enjoy how simply human such a name for these abilities are. Tell me, Izuku, are you in any way religious? Any belief in some god? The tendrils will let go now, please. Refrain from wasting time. As the man. No entity before him stared him down, waiting for his answer. Midoriya mulled it over in his mind. Normally he would say he had no belief in a god or a lack of one, but with the way this conversation was panning out, with how the taller person before him spoke and acted, not to mention the undeniable powers he had. Midoriya was many things. Unobservant was rarely one of them. He could see where this was going. He looked up to the taller of the two. He seemed to have a habit of pacing around and occasionally teleporting back beside the green-haired boy. You're saying, you're a god? Thankfully you are quick on the uptake. I am the outsider and this place is my home. The void. Of course, you're probably wondering why I have no worshippers if I am a god. I am not someone who likes to be involved normally. I do not delude myself to think that I am entirely unbiased, as my humanity still remains, but I do have duties to fulfill. Letting you all worship others lets me stay away until my intervention is necessary, or in some cases, much like this, a soul calls out to me in a way I simply can't ignore. Midoriya stared out into the distance as he experienced a violent and sudden paradigm shift. There was a god? He was uninvolved regularly? He knew he probably shouldn't believe it so easily, but it wasn't like he hadn't already seen a fair bit of evidence already. One burning question entered Izuku's mind. And that question is? Now the smaller boy had had a chance to truly calm down. He noticed the constant, almost bored, sardonic tone of voice the apparent god used. And make it too. Could you please stop listening to my thoughts? It's... The boy couldn't find the words, but the outsider seemed to understand what was unsaid. Done. So, if you're uninvolved, why come to me? What about me could be necessary? The boy asked, confused. His confusion only grew when an actual scowl crossed the god's face. There is no necessity to my contacting you, he told the quirkless boy. Then why? Sometimes my lack of involvement leaves me frustrated. I do not meddle much because it's not my place to do so. A strict set of rules I imposed on myself long ago. You believe you would only be contacted by necessity. I assume that is to do with those classmates I saw earlier. Midoriya was sure he misheard the slight change in tone the outsider. It sounded oddly protective. But that was ludicrous. Surely? Sure, earlier that day he had been quite badly treated by his classmates, he supposed. He just wanted to be a hero. Was it so wrong that he wanted to try for the hero school of his dreams, even if he wasn't as strong as his classmates? Apparently it was, according to their mocking laughs. A blonde-haired teen with a nasty scowl crossed his mind. Defenseless Izuku. This school already sucks. You really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard? If you want a quirk, there might actually be a way. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building and pray you get one in your next life. Still, he had asked a question. Well, I'm just a powerless nerd. They've made sure I know that. Regardless, I want to be a hero, but even I know how pathetic I dash. Stop. I must admit that you feel this way frustrates me. I am not one normally to care about mortal affairs, as I'm sure is quite clear, but I have my past, same as anyone, and bullies are something I simply can't stand. That's all they are, Midoriya. Their words are not worth heeding. especially that blonde excuse for a human. There is no such thing as being worthless. If you were worthless, you would not exist. Midoriya almost doubled over in shock from the statement. He had never been old otherwise about being worthless before. His mother certainly hadn't encouraged those thoughts, but sometimes he felt like she believed them deep down. So for not just anyone, but an actual god to tell him otherwise. He could feel the tears welling up. He always was a crybaby. This was a dream, right? Some weird dream. He'd passed out in the villain's grasp and his mind was just sending him happy thoughts. I would appreciate it if you didn't soak the floor of my home. It didn't take much for the god to go back to his uninterested tone apparently. I've wasted far more time on this encounter than I normally do. Then again, that's exactly why I'm here. You are an anomaly, Izuku Midoriya. Your future is undecided. You can be anything depending on your choices. Despite this world having so many little quirks to it, you were born without any powers at all, correct? Yes, sir. It was not my happiest day, Midoriya said, looking out into the distance of the gray landscape. Such an odd place, he mused. No, I'm quite aware of your despair over that diagnosis. In fact, I'd imagine that if you had the ability to change that, you'd like to take it. How fortunate then that I am a god who could grant you said powers then. Midoriya's head whipped around to the taller entity so fast that it almost made him worry he had snapped his neck for a moment. The god had an amused grin on his face. It didn't really suit him. Midoriya might have nightmares for weeks about that face, but it was nice in a way. You don't mean... Ohido. There's a catch, but not as major as you might think. Your hand will be marked by a symbol of a dead language, my name. It's been so long since I could read it, and for all my power, I am still restricted to be unable to read it. Can be irritable in unpredictable ways. It might hurt or itch. It varies. A slight discomfort and marking is the price for an indeterminate amount of powers. I simply can't tell you what they may be. They vary from person to person. Though I suspect you will inherit ones from those already marked and perhaps more than any before. Think carefully about this. You do have a choice. Once it's made, you cannot go back. The outsider then remembered to add on. Oh, and it's worth noting, when I release you from the void, you will be back in that slimy monstrosity's grasp. Without the mark, perhaps you can still cling to life just long enough for help to arrive. The mark can guarantee that survival, as I will allow it to boost your natural vitality, respiration. Standard enhancements. Normal, I would leave it to you to obtain these powers, but considering the circumstance, I'm willing to make an exception. The boy spent a fair amount of time considering it. For his part, the outsider didn't rush him, respecting the difficulty of the choice, even if the answer would seem obvious first glance. Are they the only ones for certain? The only catches for the powers? Yes. Well, at least the only ones that are dictated by the mark. There may be others, but that all depends on how you use it. Then I accept, Midoriya said with what for him was an unnatural amount of conviction in his voice. I'll take your mark, Mr. Outsider. The god laughed. Somehow it was both creepy and alluring at the same time. Certainly another thing about this place he wouldn't be forgetting soon. Millennia since I began this life, and never once in all that time. Mr. Outsider, thanks for the laugh. It's a rarity for me. Now dash. In an instance, he was right in front of Midoriya. Black eyes meet green. This is my mark. The young boy felt himself cringe as his left hand suddenly flared with pain. He lifted it to see the mark forming on his back hand, burning itself from the inside into existence. He hissed from the pain, but it finished in an instant. It was an odd symbol to be sure, but in a way it brought comfort to the boy when he looked at it. It rotated around itself and had many spikes on it as well as a few circles. It certainly looked like some ancient symbol. It almost looked alien. Now, it's time for you to return to the real world. It will be a while before your powers manifest. That is different from those before you, but I need some time to prepare. This world is different. It operates on different rules as a result. Midoriya started to feel an odd pressure in his head. What was happening? Oh, I do apologize for this next part. But it will be more interesting and perhaps also more in your interest if you do not remember this encounter for a while. You'll remember when the time is right. I will let you remember this excuse at least for those who pry into the mark. Simply a tattoo artist with a quirk designed for it managed to accidentally mar you instead. I'll let you figure out the specifics of that excuse if you use it. Finally, Izuku passed out once again. Izuku stared out across the expanse of the beach he had finally cleared earlier that week, waiting for All Might. It had been 10 months since he had met the #1 hero, and thinking about the fact that his childhood idol was now his mentor never failed to make the boy feel a little giddy. It subsided quickly though when he looked down and saw out the corner of the vision the mysterious mark. He lifted his left arm and looked at the back of his hand. Upon it was an odd rune-like marking akin to that of a tattoo. He had no idea where it had come from, a fact that unnerved him and caused the boy to frown. Sometimes, on rare occasions, his hand was filled with a dull ache. Was it someone's quirk at play, or something else? Ever since it had appeared, the boy couldn't shake the feeling he was being watched, but oddly, it seemed reassuring in a way. The boy's thoughts turned back to the fateful day he had met All Might and been chosen as the hero's successor. So many events and emotions occurred that day. All Might crushing his dreams of ever becoming a hero, and then later not only rekindling them but adding more fuel to the fire than ever before. And of course, there was the whole slime villain incident. That one gave Izuku pause. He had been so sure of his own demise when the monster attacked him, but… Detroit Smash. The villain had been defeated, the wind pressure of the blonde's punch alone blowing the monster apart. He had latched onto the pro before he had a chance to leave. The massive hulking blonde had been insistent he didn't have time despite the many questions the green-haired boy wanted to ask. Izuku had assumed he meant time to interact with a fan. Ichi was wrong. Can I become a hero? I'm a normal kid without any powers. Ever since I was a little kid, I've always thought saving someone with a smile on your face was the coolest thing anyone could do. The rest of the students make fun of me, call me names. I may be quirkless, but could I ever hope to be someone like you? This job isn't easy. It isn't bad to dream, young man, just make sure they're realistic, attainable. A hero needs to be able to rush into action, to take on threats that can be terrifying in a heartbeat. Without a power, you can't do that. Now I need to get this guy back to the station. Maybe you could become an officer. They get a lot of flack because heroes catch most of the villains, but it's a fine profession for someone in your position. The blonde walked away with that. His thoughts consumed him. He really was as worthless, as pathetic as everyone said. That's not what All Might said, of course, but what might as well have been. An explosion went off in the distance, pulling him out of his thoughts. He would normally rush to see what heroes would show up, he would have even now. But All Might himself had told him to give up. What was the point? As it would turn out, he'd end up there anyways. He felt sick as he watched. This was his fault. The slime villain had someone else. And it was only cause he was stupid enough to latch onto All Might and cause him to lose the slime villain. He could see whoever it was struggling. Finally their face came down, and for the briefest moments it felt as though all of time stopped. Those scared, piercing red eyes. That sound of anguish. The blonde hair sticking out the top. Izuku went wide-eyed. The villain had Kaken? In one moment, he had gone from being in the crowd to all of a sudden being barreling down the street. It scared him how fast he was moving. It felt almost unnatural. Was this just adrenaline? The slime villain made to attack him, but the boy figured out a plan quick, taking of his bag and hurling it at the villain. Notebooks and pencils fell out, blinding his attacker when they hit his eye. Finally, in what felt like no time at all, he was scooping away at the villain. He knew it was a futile effort as he couldn't do anything before, but now, it seemed his hands were almost repelling the slime. He almost had a hold of Bakugo. Everything he'd ever been told was pouring through his head until… The boy had barely registered the pro-hero, death arms shout as the slimy tendril came down to him. For the second time he was sure he was about to die to the slime villain. It never came though. I really am pathetic. I told you what makes a hero, and yet I wasn't living up to my own ideals. Dietro y smashish. The punch was even more powerful than the first time, strong enough to create a minor tornado from the wind pressure. Young Midoriya. A booming voice brought him out of his reminiscing and caused him to fall over. "Oh, sorry about that. Just you were really spacing out there." "Ah, All Might. Sorry. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." The boy frantically rushed to apologize. The blonde cut him off with a booming laugh. He was dressed in the same outfit he had been when he'd faced the Sludge Villain. White shirt and green jeans. "No need to worry, young man. I was just as jittery when I first did the exam. Nerves can get the best of us," the blonde assured him. "But look around, you're all prepared. You finished the training way before I had anticipated. You've still been doing all the important exercises like I asked, right?" The freckled teen nodded. "Yes, sir. You told me how important it was, and don't worry. My mom's helped keep me from overworking myself like did at first. I know it's probably silly to say this before I even have one for all, but I feel like I could take on the world already in some ways." "Ha ha ha. Glad to hear it. You did good, really good. You still have quite a ways to go, but you should now be a suitable vessel, enough to house the power inside your body. Now it's time for the crowning moment." Izuku looked away, silent before turning back and hearing All Might quietly asking what was on his mind. A sad smile graced his lips, tears starting to form. "What did I do to be so lucky? I feel like I'm cheating." The blonde tilted his head. Were it not for the shadows covering them, you could have seen the confusion in his eyes. "You did all this for me?" "I don't." He looked around the beach. 10 months ago, it had been more like a trash heap than a beach. People used the current of the waves for getting away with littering. It all ended up on the beach. And at All Might's instructions, he had cleared the whole beach for the last 10 months. All in preparation for one thing. Something Izuku never thought would come at one point. "It was your hard work that did this, not mine, young Midoriya," the blonde assured him as he plucked a strand of hair from his head. "There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused." The teen looked up to see the blonde almost radiating light as if he replaced the sun itself. The loose strand of hair held tight in his grasp, fluttering in the wind. "Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts." Izuku felt an immense joy inside. It was finally time. He held out his hands and prepared for whatever came next. "Eat this." Okay, that he hadn't prepared for. To inherit my power, you gotta swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works," the blonde nervously explained. "This isn't exactly what I had in mind," the freckled teen exclaimed, confused. He kicked himself mentally for how ungrateful that must have sounded after all the work his mentor put in for him. "Come on, there's no time. Now hurry up or you'll be late for the exam. Now eat. Eat. A-T-T-T-T-T. Ah! Izuku stared at the entrance to the school he so badly wished to attend. He had swallowed the hair, which had been anything but a pleasant experience. He didn't really feel any different than he did before, but he trusted All Might. He had asked why the blonde had waited until today to give him the power if he was prepared as soon as he cleared the beach. The answer hadn't been the most comforting. "Even if you're a more prepared vessel now, one for all will be stronger going to you than when I received it. It doesn't hurt to be prepared, so I thought it would be best to keep you training and building your body up as long as possible before giving it you." The boy covered his mouth with his marked hand. "I swallowed the hair, but I don't feel any different." "Stupid Deku." He heard a familiar growl from behind him. He turned around to see his former childhood friend stalking towards him with his usual scowl. "Oh, Kaken Dash. Get out of my way before I set you on fire." Izuku definitely didn't need to be told twice. He jumped of the blonde's way immediately. "Oh, hey, good morning. Let's both just do our best out there. Okay? Good luck." Izuku sputtered out as quickly as possible while flailing like a lunatic. Kaken simply ignored him and continued walking. Just as he thought he'd managed to avoid an altercation with the hot-heated teen, said teen stopped in his tracks. "Oh, and keep that stupid fucking mark hidden. That bullshit tale you came up with about it will get me in just as much trouble if anyone sees it." With that, the blonde took his leave. The freckled teen let out a sigh of relief and watched the explosion quirk wielder walk away as some other students talked about him. Ever since that day, Kaken's been taking less of a threat than usual. Guess I was just scared out of habit. He shook his head and stood proud. But I'm not defenseless anymore. I have to remember all the hard work I did. He could feel his legs shaking like mad. Nerves really did get the best of people, like All Might said. All Might. Thanks to All Might. I'm actually going to be a hero. His feet collided and he felt the wind brush past his face as he tripped and fell. Or I'll just die. But he didn't. Before he could collide with the ground, he stopped. He couldn't feel his feet on the ground, though. Heh, are you okay? That was unmistakably a girl's voice, and hand on his back. Without think, he immediately started flailing in midair before realizing what he was doing and stopping. He looked to his left to see a cute brown-haired girl. She set him back onto his feet and pressed her fingers together, making a sort of pyramid shape. I stopped you with my quirk. Sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. Izuku just stared. Isn't this all like, way nerve-wracking? Was all he could get out. He could already hear everyone laughing at him if they learned about this. Well, guess I'll see you inside. Bye, the brunette told him with a bright smile. Izuku just stood there for a couple minutes, mentally rebooting. Finally, when his brain came back to him, he shouted aloud, Holy WOH. I talked to a girl? That plus the maniacal laughter scaring everyone around him. Once he calmed down and realized what he was doing, he vowed to smash himself over the head with a lamp when he got home. Maybe he'd be able to forget it then. As he sat in the exam hall, trying his best not to freak out about Kaken being right beside him, he had embarrassed himself again with his muttering. He had really gotten on one tall blue-haired boy's nerves apparently, and had gotten chewed out in front of everyone. He was focusing on the test as best as possible. It was not all that hard by Izuku's standards, but he couldn't help his mind still drifting as he worked. Hashtag. Izuku wandered down the street, a sad gaze in his eyes. He had been seriously chewed out for trying to save Kaken. He still wasn't even entirely sure why he had moved. It was like his body had gone on autopilot. He really wanted to apologize to All Might, considering the whole mess was his fault in the first place, but had been unable to because of the amount of reporters. He'd have to try and send the man a message when he got home on the hero's website. He doubted it would go through. DKU. He heard a familiar voice call out behind him. Turning around, Izuku saw the angry blonde running down the street to him. Finally he caught up, and he seemed as though he was pretty out of breath. Yet he glared straight forward. Kaken? He asked, confused. Kaken's hands tightened into fists and his hair covered his eyes, creating an ominous shadow on his face as he growled out what he had come to say. Listen, I'd never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Huh? Got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who won't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Don't forget the blonde was cut out of his angry rant as he looked down at the boy's hand. What the hell? Deku? The fuck is that? Huh? That question definitely confused him. He had something on his hand? He looked down and screamed when he saw the mark. Hi? What is that? You don't know? What the fuck, Deku? The blonde asked, surprise taking place instead of his usual anger for now. Although Izuku could probably only tell his next shout was more confusion than anger solely cause he'd known him so long. You didn't fucking have that earlier. After a moment where Izuku just started blankly himself at the mark, Bakugo composed himself, well as best he could considering who he was, and just glared. Go to a fucking doctor or something, Deku. Not my fucking problem. And with that the blonde stomped away, leaving Deku to freak out alone about the mark. What the heck was it? Where had it come from? How had he not noticed? As he studied it, he found it calmed him in a weird way. He'd definitely have to go to the doctor or something with it, though. He sighed. Just one more thing on this nightmare of a day. He's not wrong about me doing nothing. It's not like I actually did anything to help today. The boy thought as he continued to walk, warily eyeing his hand. At least I tried. Guess now I should get back to giving up on my dreams and figuring this thing out. I am here. Time's up, listeners. Time to get ready for that practical. Present Mick's voice cut through his memories like a knife to butter. UA High School's entire teaching staff were all pro heroes, and the blonde man with massive spiky hair at the front of the room was no exception. A pro hero, teacher, and radio host with a voice-amplifying quirk, Present Mike was a massively popular hero. Izuku looked down at his paper and was relieved to see that despite his trance state, he'd still managed to finish the test with what to him seemed to be very satisfactory answers. He signed his name at the top and brought it to the front like everyone else before heading off to the buses to start the practical exam. It wouldn't take long for them to arrive. Until then, though, he was grateful as he slipped back into his memories once more. It was quickly becoming a way to keep himself from freaking out too much about the upcoming test. After all, he had no idea how to fight giant robots or if his powers would kick in time for him to even be able to fight the robots. UA always did have to be grandiose, it seemed. Still, it wasn't the #1 hero school in Japan for no reason. But seriously, how the hell did a school budget for an entire city with no residents yet functioning plumbing and utilities? There would be 4 types of robots the examinees would be facing, the first worth 1 point, the second worth 2, the third worth 3, and a fourth one that was more an obstacle to avoid apparently worth no points. All Might, why are you here? How did you get rid of those reporters? The boy asked, surprised. The blonde let out a booming laugh. I stand for justice, not sound bites, because I am all Mayug. The muscular blonde disappeared in cloud of smoke and out emerged his skinny form. The form that had been Izuku's third, no fourth, fifth. One of the many shocks of his day. The skinny man coughed before wiping away the blood, making Izuku yelp. Young man, I wanted to thank you and also discuss your question from earlier. Ha! If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So thanks. Oh no, it was my fault he was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. I wasted your energy. And not to mention your time, the boy said sadly. He knew if he just had learned his place like Kaken said, none of this would have happened. I'm not done. You told me you didn't have a power, so when I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. Izuku felt the tears start to form in his eyes as his gaze hit the ground. And today, that's what happened to you. Young man, you too can become a hero. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. The bus had finally arrived. He was here. It wouldn't be long until the exam started. In the meantime, everyone was stretching and doing exercises to prepare themselves. To his surprise, he actually spotted the brown-haired girl from earlier. Oh, hey, it's her. I should probably thank her for earlier dash. Before the boy could get too close, though, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder. He turned and to his not-so-pleasant surprise, it was the blue-haired boy from earlier. She seems to be trying to prepare for the trials ahead. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? He accused the freckled teen, leaving to have to quickly defend himself. He could hear the other students talking about him, none sounding positive. Why do I feel like everyone's already written me off? By the time he managed to get the blue-haired teen off his case, the test started and Izuku was left behind in seconds, leaving him to scramble in, trying to recall what All Might said about how to use one for all and trying not to panic about how long it was taking to find any robot before they were destroyed. You've got to prepare yourself before using this quirk. So I want you to clench your butt cheeks and yell this from the depths of your heart. SMA dash. Suddenly one of the faux villains came crashing through the wall and bearing down on him. Ah, a one-pointer. Target acquired. The villains rushed at him, making him stop dead. Whoa! Gotta dodge him. He knew what he needed to do. Unfortunately, it seemed as if his body refused to get the message as he was frozen in place. Why won't my feet move? Come on. Move. Move. Move.
Holy crap, I'm gonna die.
The villain bearing down on him was destroyed in an instant as a bright blue laser shot through the robot. Got him, a fancy voice called out. Izuku looked to see one of the people from earlier, a blonde boy with specialized gear, give him a wink. Merci beaucoup. We make a great team with you as my decoy. although I doubt I'll be seeing too much of each other in the future. Adieu. What did he mean by that? He wondered. And what was with that phony accent? 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. That brought the boy out of his stupor. He rushed as fast as he could, on the lookout for any more villains, but they all seemed to be destroyed now. Not good, not good, not good. As he looked around, he saw the brown-haired girl once again, levitating some robots into the air. Her again. And release, she exclaimed while touching her fingers together like before. The robots all fell from the air and exploded. She took a second to catch her breath. All right, that should put me at least at 28 points. 28. Izuku questioned as he gaped while running. How had she gotten so many already? Suddenly an explosion came from the boy's side, and he looked to see the blue-haired boy destroying another robot with a kick. That puts me at 45. How'd he get so many? All around people started listing their scores, all amazingly high. All much better than Izuku's 0. At this rate, there won't be any enemies left. I'm gonna fail. Izuku felt ready to faint, even if the exam wasn't over yet. He had yet to destroy any villains, and at this rate he wouldn't score even one measly point. A part of him wished he'd even just run into a 0-pointer so he could prove he could at least actually do something even if didn't get any points for it. Of course, fate was a fickle mistress and only heeded his wishes when he could suffer for it usually. So of course, this time it listened. A loud rumbling broke out across the field, drawing the attention of all the participants. Windows shattered, building cracked, and dust was kicked up everywhere. Izuku would have used a select few words he'd learned from Kaken if his mouth wasn't sealed shut from fear. A robot as tall as Skyscraper was peering out at him and the rest, its massive treads coming towards them with no regards for their survival. Izuku wanted to kick Present Mike despite the hero being a favorite of his. This was the 0-pointer. Isn't this a little extreme? The gigantic villain punched the ground, kicking up dirt and debris everywhere, causing Izuku to fall back. He stared wide-eyed in fear at the robot as the other ran past him without a second thought. He turned and tried to crawl away as fast as possible. This is a disaster. I gotta run away and find some smaller villains. Crap, 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 crap. I'm still at 0 points. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Present Mick's voice boomed out across the mock city. What, 2 minutes? No. Images of all the work he and All Might did at the beach clouded his mind. Everything All Might did for me. All that training. It'll be wasted. Ow! Izuku froze, turning around as time seemed to slow like it did when he had tried to save Kaken. He saw the brown-haired girl stuck on the floor. Her leg was trapped under some rubble, she was unable to move, and the 0-pointer was bearing down on her fast. It would crush her soon. Her voice from before rang clear through the boy's mind. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. Without another thought, the boy could feel himself back on his feet and running. This time, though, he was running right towards the danger, not that that was how his mind currently thought of it. All he could see was that he was running to help someone in need. His legs braced, he felt an energy coursing through him. Two, in fact. One was familiar, but the other was not. He jumped up, summoning the power of one for all and something else. His legs lifted up as the boy jumped. Once again, all the participants were staring, but this time not at the 0-pointer but at the boy hurtling through the air. He had kicked up just as much dirt as the 0-pointer did when it hit the ground. The boy was barely registering anything properly at this point, instincts kicking in. He ignored the pains his leg suddenly had that seemed to be phasing in and out. One moment the villain had filled his entire vision. The next all he saw was blue sky. He looked down. He'd overshot. He'd misjudged how much power he had and had sailed right above the villain, which was still on its way to crushing the girl. What did he do now? To his surprise, he got an answer. Look at your marked hand. The boy recognized the voice barely, but had no idea whose it was. What was that? He did as it said, though, and was surprised to see the mark glowing a brilliant blue. His hand seemed to act all of its own accord as he turned back to face the robot. Some small, semi-opaque black and purple tendrils shot out his hand and wrapped around the robot's head, pulling the boy back. He was confused but didn't have time for questions. He had to save that girl. Now he had a slight bit more idea of his power. He aimed for the robot's head and kicked towards the robot, using the wind pressure generated by his legs and flying to the robot. He turned around mid-air, remembering the way he'd seen the blue-haired boy destroy one of the smaller villains and smashed right through the robot's head, coming out the other side. Now that he was on the trajectory to the ground, he had a path he could follow. The panels of the robot's head were falling through the air thanks to the way he had smashed through. He probably had only a few more seconds to act. The way he'd smashed through had also accelerated the rate at which the robot was going to crush Girl. He sent the power coursing through him one last time and kicked himself towards the falling panels, trying to jump between them. They gave him the vantage he needed as he rocketed towards the robot's chest. He pulled his left arm back, ready to punch the robot full force as All Might's voice came through in his head. He felt it had to be his left arm for some reason. Clench your butt cheeks, kid, and yell this from the depths of your heart. Smash! He felt his fist connect with the metal for a moment and only a moment. In the next, in such a short frame of time, the villain had gone flying. The greenette looked on in shock. The villain was exploding miles away in the air. Finally, the boy's senses came back to him. This is kind of like when I tried to save Kaken. I moved without thinking. Now I have a quirk. The boy looked at his left hand. And the mark? What was that? Is the mark some quirk I never knew about? Both are real power. Just 1 minute left. He heard Present Mike announce. He finally realized he was still floating high in the air and started to fall. Ag. Okay. Don't panic. I jumped using one for all, so I should be able to use it to get down too, just like All Might. Or maybe I can use those tendrils again. Either way, landing should be a piece of cake. Right? The boy tried to use his arm again, but he couldn't feel it nor his legs. What the? He looked back and saw to his horror how everything but his right arm was flapping about. I'm broken. What happened? My legs were fine before. That's my marked hand as well. You've molded your body into a proper vessel, but you did it in a hurry. So be cautious. The physical backlash of one for all can be intense. He warned me I should have listened. I can barely contain this borrowed power, even after 10 months of training. And this is just a hair of his quirk. I got way ahead of myself attacking that giant villain. I'm acting like a pro when I don't even have enough skill to be a sidekick. No. The boy decided this isn't over. There's gotta be something I can do. Another smash. It's the only chance I've got to survive. My legs and my left arm are broke. So just one option. I can do this, but if my timing's off even a little, I'm toast. Even if I live, I've got 0 points. The boy lifted his arm, preparing himself. And if I break my right arm too, then there's no way I'm gonna pass the exam. A scream left the boy's throat as he got closer and closer to the ground. Could he do it? Was it already too late? He had to do it now. Before he could though, he felt something solid slap the side of his face, throwing him to the side. He hovered in the air before he hit the ground, so close to hitting it. Ugh! Release! He heard a voice groan out before he was dropped unceremoniously onto the road. He looked up to see the girl he'd just saved on top of a bit of robot. She ended up emptying the contents of her stomach onto the road from the strain of saving him. I'm alive! That girl. She stopped my fall again. The boy could see black splotches on the edge of his vision. Sure seemed to take a lot out of her. But at least she doesn't look injured. That's a relief. That was his last thought as his consciousness suddenly faded with the adrenaline fading away. And yet, a part of him could swear he heard a voice. Very clearly, you did good. Even if you don't realize it. All Might found himself with many questions as the exam finished up. There was no doubt that he was proud of his student, saving the girl and defeating the villain even when it cost him. He had proven again he had chosen the right person as his successor. However, he found himself concerned, and not because of the boy's destroyed limbs. Not that he was happy about them either. As the new teacher at UA, he was allowed to watch the exam with the other staff members. When he'd seen his pupil preparing to use his quirk, he was excited to see how he did, but he only really saw the aftermath. Midoriya was fast. faster than he should have been. He had shot off faster than any of the cameras could track, and these cameras could track the blonde himself at the best of times. By the time the cameras had properly focused on the villain and the boy, he saw definitive proof something other than one for all had to be at play. The punch had the classic telltale signs of a Detroit smash, but the force behind it, even from the boost the boy would have being the ninth user, he still had generated more force than should have been possible. The blonde turned and saw the principal of the school, Nizu, looking at him. He seems to be quite a surprise, even with what we know. That was more force than anyone should be able to generate, the blonde said quietly. The principal's ears could pick up on it, but the other teachers could not. Here, All Might, Nizu said, handing him an earpiece. Recovery girl will be going to that center first. She's wearing a microphone. Maybe we can get some clue what just happened. You'll know better than I what might have happened. The blonde took the earpiece without objection as the cameras focused on the heroine the principal mentioned. A short, elderly lady with an amazing healing quirk. At least young Midoriya would be okay. He could hear some of the students around her talking. Did you see that dude's attacks? How does someone move like that? I didn't think he had that kind of power. Me either. Looked like some reinforcement-type quirk, but there was something else. I wonder how he managed to redirect in the air when he overshot, though. He was too high up to see what he did. All Might almost choked on his blood when he heard that. He overshot? Best guess he managed to do something with air pressure, but still. That's insane. If he has such an amazing quirk, how come he didn't snag any points all day? Maybe he was trying to trick all of us? Joke's on him. There's no way he's passing with a 0 score like that. True. But you gotta admit, those were some freaking impressive moves. Just what did you do out there, young Midoriya? All Might had to wonder. They said moves. Plural. He had done multiple things before he broke himself? That was a relief in a way. Good job. Nice work all around. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you. Came the voice of the lady who the microphone was attached to. All Might watched as she gave some people gummies before she wandered over to his student. That mademoiselle, she's the heart of UA. One student with a French accent said. Oh my goodness. You were hurt this badly but your own quirk, Sonny? The heroine asked. All Might's sweat dropped as he felt a tiny bit of fear. He hadn't told Recovery Girl yet like he had planned. She was going to have his hind over this. The nurse's lips pursed up and she kissed the top of Midoriya's head. What's she doing? You're watching a school nurse in action. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Her quirk is an awesome boost of healing power. Midoriya's body started to glow green as his limbs twisted back into place. All Might had suffered many injuries himself, but it still made him cringe watching his students' limbs do full 180s back into position. She's the reason they can even afford to hold these reckless tests. Look, she's saving him months of recovery time. All right, he'll be fine now. Anyone else injured? The nurse asked, wandering off away from the blonde's successor. The blonde gave the earpiece back to the principal and shook his head. He couldn't deny the fact he was worried now. With the exception of protecting the secret of one for all, Midoriya wasn't a liar. All those months ago, when he said he was quirkless, he meant it, which left the blonde with a mystery on his hands. Initially, he had intended to leave the greenette alone until he learned whether or not he was accepted into UA, but now he'd have to go see the boy sooner. The staff around him were discussing the students' scores, but he was distracted. One of his and the greenette's first encounters played through his mind. No reluctance. That's exactly how I thought you would answer. The skinny blonde laughed. Considering I've distracted you a lot today, I can at least do you a favor and walk you home. Thank you so much, sir. You don't have to, but I'd be immensely grateful. The boy exclaimed. He sure did have a lot energy. No problem. It's the least I can do, the blonde assured them as they started to walk. Besides, I actually have a few questions for you I've been wondering. Huh? The boy looked up confused. For one, you said you were quirkless, but when that fight was going on, how fast you ran and the fact you almost got that boy out. You sure you don't have some small hidden quirk? The blonde asked mostly jokingly, but the greenette rushed to assure he hadn't lied about being quirkless. Relax, kid. You were being way too sincere earlier for me to think you were lying. Thank you, sir. What about your other question? The boy asked. What's with that tattoo on the back of your hand? Isn't it illegal for you to get any ink on until you're at least 16? To the blonde's surprise, a look of worry crossed the boy's face, but no over what he expected. I don't know where this came from, answered the boy, causing the blonde to stop in his tracks. I didn't even know it was there until just a couple minutes before you showed up just now. I was going to go to the hospital tomorrow to see if they had any explanation. I definitely didn't have it until after school ended today. That's odd, was all the blonde could think to say. A mysterious mark that the boy only just found out about? Well, it's probably worth noting, you've had it since I saved you from the Sludge Villain the first time at least. It was one of the first things I noticed about you. I certainly agree you should go to the doctor as soon as you get the chance. The boy nodded, looking off into the distance. Right, I just hope it isn't some lasting mark from that villain or something. Though Kaken didn't have one, so that wouldn't make much sense. Maybe it's a late quirk developing? The blonde joked before he realized that it probably wasn't in good taste. Oh, sorry, young Midoriya. I should have thought before I spoke. No, it's okay, all dash. The blonde stood up abruptly in the present day, drawing the attention of those around him. Many quirked eyebrows.
Sorry.
He quickly apologized, embarrassed, before turning to leave the room. I'll be back in a moment. Once the blonde was out the room, he went to the nearest bathroom. It was a paranoid way doing things, but one for all required the strictest precautions to keep safe. Once he was in a stall, he opened up his contacts and found who he was looking for. Midoriya, my boy. Young Midoriya, we must talk ASAP regarding your quirk. Usual location, 7 p.m. With that done, all the blonde could do was return to the room and help his new colleagues. He wasn't sure if he wanted to be right or wrong about his new theory regarding his student. All might. The blonde heard his successor calling after him. He turned to see the boy running to him. He stopped just as he arrived, almost doubling other as he caught his breath. He had a bandage wrapped around the arm he had broken earlier. Why, you needed to talk? Kid, did you run all the way here? The skinny man asked in surprise before remembering himself. Oh, and when I'm like this, don't go shouting out my name like that. Right, sorry, the boy said before his gaze wandered down the ground. And sorry about everything else. You trusted me with your power, trained me for months, which would have eaten into your own free time, and I made it all pointless by failing the exam so badly. You said you wanted to talk about one for all. I assume you want me to give it to someone else. All Might cursed himself, realizing what his sudden text right after the exam would have looked like to his pupil. He wasn't allowed to reveal his pupil's results, so he'd have to be careful how he said this. No, don't think like that. I picked you before I ever knew you wanted to go to U.A. Whether you failed the exam or not, you're still my student and my successor. I'd train you myself personally if it was required. The greenette looked up in shock, before the telltale signs appeared that he was going to cry. The blonde almost groaned. Seriously, kid, you sure there's nothing wrong with your eyes? Viping away. The boy listened, trying to dry his eyes. If you still want me to have it, then what do we need to talk about? All Might looked off into the distance. He wondered how Midoriya would take this news. You're too powerful. Eh? I was watching the exam, which you already know. When you took on that 0-pointer, I was quite proud. You harnessed one for all successfully and saved that girl. That's what any good hero would do. But the speed at which you moved at and the strength you possessed, it's much greater than it ever should have been, the blonde exclaimed, causing the greenette to almost fall over in shock. Seriously? Didn't you say it gets stronger from user to user, though? Is it not just that? The boy asked. The blonde could already see the boy's analytic mind spring into action in his eyes. Do you remember when we were walking to your home together on the day we first met? What I said about your mark? That it was odd? No, just after that. Oh, the boy exclaimed. You made a joke about it being a late quirk. The blonde nodded. But what's that got to? Oh, the boy caught up quickly. Midoriya, my boy, I need you to tell me everything that happened in that exam once you tried to save that girl. Leave no detail untold. And so the blonde spent the next 5 minutes listening to all the boy had to say. About the tendrils, the voice, the way the mark glowed up. Due to the pain and the worry about losing the exam, the boy had ended up shoving it all to the back of his mind. By the end, neither of them had any doubts. The mark had to be some type of quirk based on how it works. That would also explain when you ran into that fight with the Sludge Villain. All Might said, causing the greenette to look up confused. Remember I said you moved pretty fast and did pretty well getting the boy out until he started struggling against you as well. I had brushed it off as just pure adrenaline, but now I see I was being ignorant. You had the mark at the time, so The boy had no idea how to respond. What does this mean for one for all? Whatever those tendrils are that you mentioned, one for all will make them powerful than they originally would have been, and they're only going to get stronger. Tendrils plus physical enhancements. What an odd quirk. I'm still no 100% on that, said Midoriya, drawing in All Might's attention. My mom is a telekinetic type and my dad apparently had a fire-breathe quirk. None of my immediate family had physical enhancements or tendrils as quirks. It certainly is odd. I do believe you should have a long talk with your mother about it. Did you tell her about you developing a power in the middle of the exam, like we discussed? Not yet. Probably for the best. If the mark has physical enhancements of its own, then I can hide one for all by saying the power came from the mark. Good idea, young Midoriya. One other thing, it will interest you to know I will be more local from now on. Just before we met, I applied for a position at UA as a teacher. All Might told him, causing the greenette to look up in shock. Wait, really? Midoriya exclaimed, his surprise getting the better of him. Yeah. They didn't want me telling anyone till they made an official announcement, but I felt like you deserved to know. The blonde admitted as he stared out into the ocean. Seemed like fortunate timing. You were going to give one for all to one of the students. Someone with a strong quirk, I guess. The boy asked as he caught up. Someone who would have had better control than me. When I used your power, I broke my bones, completely wrecked my body. I could only take down one villain. I can't control it. What do I do? You'll learn to manage it in time. Complete mastery over such a power doesn't come overnight. It would be like asking a baby to run a marathon. You gotta learn how to walk first. All Might explained. Yeah. Wait, you knew I'd get hurt that badly? Midoriya couldn't believe the man had neglected to mention that detail. For as much as he idolized him, Midoriya found himself thinking that common sense wasn't his hero's biggest strong suit. Well, we were in a time crunch and I didn't want to hold you up in case you missed the exam. But it turned out all right. Plus now you know what you're dealing with. The blonde exclaimed, picking up a few cans of the ground, causing Midoriya to scowl lightly. 10 months cleaning this place and people still keep littering here. Think of it like this, right now your quirk is all or nothing. 0 or a 100. One day you'll learn how to control your output, thus being able to control just how much power you're using. So I need control. It's not like I didn't realize that much. The boy complained lightly. He didn't want to sound ungrateful, but broken bones was not a part of his hero plan. You're overflowing with energy, and quite clearly from what we saw it's a lot of energy. The more training you do, the better your body can hold it. All Might explained before suddenly buffing up into his muscle form and crushing the cans. Then it's yours to command. The blonde powered down again, likely to save energy before he continued. You can harness one for all, it's simple. You have to feel it. The skinny man exclaimed, throwing his hands out wide. Can you maybe be a little more specific, please? The greenette pleaded, not understanding his mentor who had started punching the air. You now know what it's like to fire on all cylinders, right? Yeah, like a bunch of shattered bones. Midoriya deadpanned. No, I mean the rush inside. You must have felt it coursing through you. What was it like? The freckle-faced boy took a moment to think. However, he could only think of various sound effects to try to describe the sensation. Like a WSHHH or KA-POW or, oh, I got it, like an egg exploding in a microwave. The blonde sprayed out some blood as he laughed at the comparison. That's pretty boring, kid, but okay. If that's the metaphor you want to go with, then decrease the cooking time or lower the wattage. Whatever you do, focus on making sure the egg doesn't explode. Alright? I can do that. You gotta keep trying. Control isn't going to happen overnight, but the more you focus on that image, the faster you'll learn. All Might finished, giving him a thumbs up. Right? Thanks, All Might. Oh, I should probably get going soon. My mom needed me back earlier. Alright, just one more thing. The student and mentor talked a little more about the fine details of the events to see if they could glean any more clues, but no avenue bore any more fruit for thought. Finally, Midoriya had to make his way home. The blonde couldn't help feeling guilty when he saw the sulk in his successor as he walked away. He knew he couldn't tell him the actual results of the exam, but that didn't make letting him continue to believe he'd failed easy at all. He would find out the truth soon enough, though. Young Midoriya was going to UA like he always wanted. Footsteps echoed down the far-reaching hallway as Midoriya ran to find his class. He only had a few more minutes and no idea if he was close. Wanna. He muttered to himself as he went down the halls until, there it is. Whoa, what the? The boy slowed as he walked to the door, which went almost all the way up to the roof. Is there giants in this class or something? The boy lifted his hand to the handle as his mind pondered who could be in here. He almost froze when he realized it could be the blue-haired boy or even Kaken. While he had no idea if the blue-haired boy had gotten into the school, Kaken definitely had. He had been with the Greenette when the teacher had called them up to congratulate them on getting into UA. Kaken was not happy after that. The Greenette also remembered how much the opposite his mom had been this morning. Despite his rush to get out, he still was happy she stopped him to say what she did. Izuku, I'm really proud of you, son. Midoriya shook his head to clear the thoughts. Now wasn't the time. Besides, what was the chances either one of those two would be in his class? With that, he gently opened the door, and immediately ended up cursing his luck. Take your feet off that desk now, came the strict harsh tone of the blue-haired boy, which were answered by the goading, rough tones of Midoriya's blonde nightmare. You're kidding me, right? The blonde asked while glaring at the taller boy. The two started to argue, but it all went through one ear and out the other for Midoriya, too busy lamenting his luck. No one had noticed his arrival yet due to the fight. Why did I have to end up with both of them? He yelled internally. It's quite the amusing scenario if you ask me. That didn't fail to make the boy stumble over in fear and surprise, drawing everyone's attention. The first day and already he was making a fool of himself. Where did that voice come from? Was it the same one from the exam? It's him. He heard the blue-haired boy say, as if in shock before the boy started marching towards him. I'm Tenya Ida, from Sumai Academy. Yua hi? I am Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you all. The boy started fidgeting nervously, looking skywards to avoid anyone's gazes. I must apologize, Midoriya, Ida said, getting the Greenette's attention. And confusion. You realized there was something else to the exam. You must be very perceptive. I completely misjudged you. You are a much superior student than I. The smaller boy's sweat dropped. I find that hard to believe. He took a moment to look around who was in his class. They were all interesting, but the real standouts were a boy with a bird head, one with two-tone hair, a small boy with balls in place of hair, a girl with earphone jacks, and a pink-skinned girl. There were so many quirks he'd have to analyze and learn about here. Hey, I recognized that messed-up hair. Falling boy, a familiar voice said from behind the Greenette, causing him to turn in surprise to see her talking about what he did at the exam. No way. It's her. I knew she got in on recommendations, but I didn't think I'd be lucky enough for us to be in the same class. She looks really nice in that uniform. Oh, hey, hi. Uraraka, right? So, I should probably thank you for going in and talking to him. How'd you know about that? They talked for a little while, just a few minutes. Uraraka had been really surprised and embarrassed to find out what she did was in the boy's acceptance letter. I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up and leave, came a gruff voice. Midoriya looked around Uraraka to see a man on the floor wrapped up in a yellow sleeping bag. What the heck? It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna do. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that, the man said, standing up and unzipping his sleeping bag. Midoriya, the greenette's eyes widened. It was definitely the same voice as the one from the exam. You are not going to trust me so soon, I'm sure. I don't really care. I'm simply along for the ride, but I will warn you now. That man, for all his talk of rationality, is anything but when it comes to teaching. Be careful or your first day of school will also be your last. That was certainly foreboding. The greenette eyed the man warily. So he was a teacher according to the voice? Was the voice part of his late quirk, or was the greenette going insane? Either way, the boy decided to heed its warning. He had no reason to trust it, but also none to distrust it yet. Just who is this guy? If he's here, then he has to be some kind of pro, but he looks so worn out. That voice made him seem like a teacher.
Hello, I'm Shouta Aizawa.
Your teacher. The class all seemed to shout or recoil in shock from that. Midoriya's gaze hardened. The voice wasn't wrong about that, though that hardly eased Midoriya now. The man started rummaging around the bag he had before pulling out a gym outfit. Let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. The man left the outfits on the table at the front and waited on everyone taking a suit before leading them outside. All the while Midoriya found himself absorbed into his thoughts. The voice was back. He had no idea if that was a positive or a negative. What did Aizawa have in mind? The voice certainly didn't seem to think highly of him. The stress was getting to be too much, and Midoriya quickly found himself using the trick he'd picked up at the exam to handle it, dropping into his memories. He remembered his old class's registry list, some of the days at the beach with All Might and talking with his mom. His mom! The greenette took a deep breath. How was he going to explain this to his mom? It seemed such a simple task at the beach. He couldn't just go, "Oh hey mom, by the way I have a quirk now and it completely wrecks my body." You what? Midoriya blinked. His mom had sprayed her drink across the room and was staring at him in shock. Oh crap, that was supposed to be internal. I'm sorry to spring the news on you like that. During the exam there was this girl. He looked and saw his mom was giving him her full undivided attention, a joy and worry in her eyes. He'd already gotten this far, no point in stopping now. There was this robot, it was big. I don't know what they were thinking putting it in an exam like that full of untrained students. This girl, she got trapped under some rubble and the robot, it was bearing down on her fast. Everyone was too busy running away to notice. Well, almost everyone. Izuku, you didn't? She said. The woman had a slight fear in her eyes. That definitely made the boy guilty. He knew his mom would have a heart attack learning her son had jumped into danger like that, but no one else saw her but me. I forgot it was an exam. In that moment all I could see was someone who needed help and no one helping. The boy admitted. I don't even know when I'd gotten on my feet. I was moving on instinct. One moment I was on the ground, the next I was flying through the air. You were flying? His mom asked, clear confusion running through her. But that's nothing like me or your father's quirk? Well, I wasn't literally flying. It was just the force of my jump. But yeah, the quirk I have really isn't at all like you or his. Izuku basically hissed the last word. Do you remember the day when I came back with this? He said, showing the back of his left hand to his mother. I could hardly forget, the woman said in an anxious voice. The shock and disappointment when I thought it was a tattoo alone has seared the whole experience into my brain. Again, I'm so sorry for how I acted, especially after already such a rough day for you. Midoriya took a breather. It still hurt remembering how his mom had reacted. She hadn't been happy. Rarely did he see her angry, and knowing he was the cause, even if he technically wasn't, really eat away at him. After he had finally gotten her to let him explain, she had immediately run off to phone the doctors and was a panicking frenzy. They had gone to the doctors, but they had found all it could be was some odd birthmark that appeared really late. Both son and mother knew how ridiculous that was, leaving the mystery of the mark unsolved. At least now he definitely knew his mom was not fond of tattoos. When Izuku had returned to school, He had ended up running with the idea that it had come from Bakugo trying to get a tattoo from someone with an inking quirk, but the person somehow messing up their aim with Midoriya in the vicinity. After all, an accidental tattoo was less likely to get him more bullying from the others than a villain mark or birthmark. It was a terrible lie, but the class bought it. Midoriya had come up with it in the moment though and expected Bakugo to be all over his case about it, but for some reason the blonde never objected. The greenette got up from his seat and went to hug his mom. "It's not your fault, you couldn't have known." "So what about the mark?" the woman asked as the boy pulled away. The boy looked at the remote over on the table. "I wonder. I'll show you, watch my hand," he said, and she complied. He had no idea if he could do this, but he'd only learn about his new power by using it so. The mark glowed blue as Midoriya's hands made a claw shape, causing the woman to gasp. Midoriya focused on the remote. He almost swore he could see a blue marker around it guiding him. Finally, the greenette tried to summon the tendrils, remembering what they felt like before. Both the greenettes were in for a shock when there was no small black tendrils, but instead one big black and purple tentacle wrapped in smaller tendrils that shot out from the boy's palm. It wrapped around the remote and pulled it back with force, disappearing before the remote had made its way back to the boy's hand. "Wait, No!" the boy shouted as the remote came sailing through the air before clocking him hard, knocking him over. "Izuku!" he heard his mom shout as he laid on the floor clutching his head. That hurt. He could almost swear he heard a male voice laughing somewhere. His mom came to him with a first aid kit. "What was that?" "I don't know." The boy groaned as his mother dabbed his head with a cold cloth. "I was trying to make the small tendrils I had in the exam. That was so much stronger though. Is that what One for All did to quirks? But it didn't feel like it activated there." "Interesting. Far reach. That's the name of that power." Midoriya was brought out his memories as they finally arrived at the field. The voice again, was he going to hear it so much more now? Their teacher explained that they would be doing a quirk assessment test in place of orientation. They were going to be scored based on the results. Using their quirks would get them more points than if they just did the exercises normally. They were pretty much being scored on their ability to cheat using their powers. The part that really had Midoriya worried was the punishment for whoever scored the last. Scoring the least meant they had no potential as a hero and thus would be expelled. Suddenly the boy understood the voice's criticism of the teacher. It turned out to not be all the voice had to say about the teacher either. 2 years ago, Shota Aizawa expelled 7 different students, all on the same day. 3 would have been heroes rivaling the likes of the top 10 heroes. One still considers switching to the side of villainy to this day. One day they might find that little push. I wonder if they'll come back for the man who made them think it was all they had. Midoriya couldn't say he completely agreed with the voice's logic. If that one person goes down the path of villainy for that reason, that was their own choice. He still found himself slowly starting to dislike his teacher though. The tired pro had made Bakugo throw a softball to show them the kinds of things they'd be doing. The greenette's jaw dropped when the blonde got a score of 705.2 m. The greenette gulped as he walked up to the start of the 50-meter dash. He'd be going against Bakugo because of course he would be. Fate just loved him that way. He could only activate One for All at 100% right now. And he had next to zero training with his far reach, as the voice had called it. He couldn't rely on either right now. If he did, he could end up causing too many problems for himself. One for All would break him, and he had no idea what he could even do with far reach. It was so frustrating. He shook his head. There was only one thing for it. He had to do the tests quirkless. He knew he had the physically enhancements from the mark, but without One for All they were barely noticeable. By the 5th test, Midoriya was ready to keel over and just collapse. He had scored horribly on all the tests so far. His attempts to see if he could harness a lower power of One for All were all fruitless, and he didn't dare try bringing far reach into the mix. He knew it now. He had started with the foolish notion he could somehow pass the quirk test without using his. He had to take a risk in the next test with One for All or far reach. It didn't matter which. There was no way he was going to beat the score Uraraka just got, that was for sure. Super strength or not. He doubted he could reach infinity. Everyone was clamoring over the girl's score. It was definitely impressive, but the boy's mind was clouded with other issues. He walked up for his turn, picking up the ball and observing it. He could feel everyone's eyes on him. It didn't matter what he did, he just had to do it. All that's left is the distance run and the seated toe touch. No matter what I use, it's now or never. Far reach or one for all. This is my best chance to use them. He could hear Ida and Bakugo talking about him, but he tried his best to ignore it. Izuku, I'm really proud of you, son. His scores had been terrible so far, and he had no way of knowing the full strength of far reach. If he wanted a good score, it had to be one for all. Otherwise, he'd be expelled. After everything he did to get here. Young man, you too can become a hero. He gritted his teeth and let the power course through his arm, winding back and moving into the throw. This is it. I won't let them down. The ball sailed through the air, all of 46 meters before falling back to earth.
No.
What gives? I was trying to use it just now. He asked no one in particular as he stared at his hand. I erased your quirk, came the gruff voice of his teacher. He turned to see the scarf he'd been wearing flying all around and his hair swept away in the breeze. His eyes glowed red. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. For all his talk of being rational, that man is anything but. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. The man said simply. That definitely hurt to hear, but Midoriya found himself hung up on another detail. Wait, you did what to Maya? The boy cut himself off as he noticed the goggles hanging around the man's neck. Those goggles. I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. You're the underground erasure hero? Eraserhead. His sudden exclamation got the other all talking. Most seemed to never have heard of him, which didn't surprise the boy. He barely knew anything despite his fanboying over all types of heroes. Midoriya almost hissed in discomfort as he heard a familiar drone in his ear but no voice. You're not ready. You don't have control over your power. Is that not your job? To teach those who make it in to learn how to use their powers. If a student is unable to properly control their power now, surely a teacher's job should be first to assess the quirk and see if they can help. The voice certainly sounded annoyed. Midoriya did his best to focus on the teacher in front of him instead. Were you planning on breaking your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? The man asked accusingly. No, that's not what. The boy never got to finish his sentence as the man's scarf came at him and wrapped around him, dragging him to the teacher against his will. In a way, he envied Bakugo's fierce nature, cause then maybe he'd have the guts to tear the scarf apart like a part of him wanted to. No matter what your intentions are, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. You have the same reckless overzealousness as another hero I know, a hero who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. But even with that drive, you're worthless if you can only throw a single punch without breaking down. With your power, there's no way you can become a hero. Sorry, Midoriya, but you have zero potential. No matter what, that won't change in the time you need it to in order to pass. The man's words pierced into like daggers. But the final sentence stuck out among the rest as the man let him go. I've returned your impractical quirk. Go take your final throw. You'll either break your entire arm or you'll score pathetically. That's simply how it is. As Midoriya walked back, the pro's speech played through his mind. He was sure the voice would probably tell him to ignore him. The voice! Can you hear me? The boy thought as he stopped at the stand. The ball on the floor. Yes, I can. The voice seemed almost surprised that the boy was talking to it. The boy had no idea if this would work, but the voice had seemed to have knowledge. Midoriya definitely didn't. What do you want? Can I make him stop judging people so quick? Even if I fail? Is there a way I can convince not to judge others so quickly in future? He whispered that aloud, bending down to pick up the ball. This was it, he had to commit. Maybe. You surprise me. I can't reveal how, but right now, in this moment, you have the power to show him his failing. Yes. How? You must figure out yourself. The voice told him. The boy breathed. This time, this is really it. He thought for a moment. What could he possibly do? As he thought, he realized the word that had come up multiple times today that he had somehow missed. Potential. He looked down at the mark. He had way more potential than he's shown at all. And as he thought, he also realized the exact words the teacher had said departing. Entire arm. Entire. Midoriya's gaze hardened and he switched the ball to his left hand. He knew what he needed to do. He had refused to take risks before, but now it was his best shot. Everyone watched in confusion. Isn't he right-handed? He threw with his right before. Midoriya focused on the ball. He had to focus. Could he even do this with far reach? He had no idea, but he had to try. Instead of throwing it forward, he threw it up the way, using only his marked hand first. Even if it's not the same with his methods, Mr. Aizawa was right about me. Midoriya shot his left hand forward, summoning his far reach like he did in his living room. It grabbed tight of the ball. He could already hear shocked gasps all around. Now it was time for the coup de grace. The greenette focused on making sure the tentacle stayed manifested unlike before as he swung his body around in circles. Building up moment. This power, it manifests by materializing from my palm around my fingers, but I can still feel them underneath. If I use far reach as a conductor for one for all. The boy put two of his finger together inside the appendage, summoning one for all into only his finger. I will become a hero. He flicked his fingers, feeling the force start blasting through the appendage. For its part, the tentacle contained it amazingly well as the pressure traveled up it, only small bursts appearing throughout. He could hear the shouts of awe around him. 2 quirks or no, I still have to work way harder than anyone else here to succeed. Even if I have a lot to learn, I'll focus on what I can do right now. An image of Uraraka releasing her anti-gravity quirk went through his mind as the pressure reached the tip. Now, it was his best chance to control it. Release! It certainly winded the boy, but he didn't have the time to catch his breath. He had felt the ball release with some great speed. Just a few seconds later. Boom! The boy covered his ears and looked up shocked like everyone else. There was no way that was what he thought was it. There was no way he could produce sonic boom. Suddenly a sharp flare went through his fingers and he uncovered his ears to grab them. He looked to see only his finger was broken, like he had hoped. He turned to his teacher who was looking straight at him. Mr. Aizawa. You see, I'm still standing. The teacher smiled at him with a really creepy smile as Midoriya caught his breath. He said something but the boy didn't hear it. Humph, I didn't think far reach could be used like that. You really are something else. To say All Might was impressed was the understatement of the century. He'd been watching the quirk test Aizawa had devised to make sure his student was all right. After all, Aizawa wasn't known for letting people like Midoriya stay at UA. The blonde knew that Midoriya possessed far more power than he'd originally anticipated, actually properly getting to see it and feel it himself. That sonic boom was proof. Midoriya was already terrifyingly strong within weeks of getting one for all. Holy crap, kid. You really put the ultra in plus ultra. Your fingers are broken but not your whole hand. The blonde found a giddy feeling rising inside him as he assessed his successor's performance. You knew you needed a high score but couldn't afford to break your whole hand, so you threw the ball with your stronger hand and grabbed it with your new powers, making sure it was hollow on the inside to let the pressure travel. Instead of channeling the powers into your whole arm, you restricted it to your fingers and let the air pressure to launch it. You used the extra height and momentum from your tendril thing to make up for the force you lost by not using your whole arm, minimizing the injury to your body while possibly maximizing the throw. More than one for all alone could. What the hell, young Midoriya? How did you go and get so cool? Pride. That was it. That was what the blonde was feeling, proud of his successor. The muscular man watched the scene unfold. It was subtle, but he could see the change in Aizawa's eyes regarding Midoriya. The greenette's classmates were all over the place. Half were talking amongst themselves how probably the only who'd beat the boy was the girl before him. The rest were too busy being stunned or recovering from the loud boom. All Might constantly found himself grateful for his massively increased hearing from one for all. This was no exception as Aizawa announced Midoriya's score. 10-20 meters. That brought the stunned students out of their stupor. Didn't take long for the praise to start. Of course it wasn't from Aizawa. Nice! He's finally showing us what he can really do, exclaimed a brown-haired girl. She seemed to be the one his student saved in the exam. Uraraka? He wanted to say Uraraka. Uraraka seemed pretty happy about it. That tentacle was quite the surprise. I thought his quirk was simply an enhancement type. That would explain his ability to redirect himself in the exam. A blue-haired boy said. He stood quite tall. All Might could tell straight away he must be an Ida from his features. Looks just like Ingenium. He broke his fingers like in the exam. This quirk is very odd. Ida continued. It had quite a flair to it until the end. A blonde boy with a French accent said. With a bit of work he could be as pretty as moi. As All Might's gaze continued to wander over the students, he spotted the blonde boy he saved so many months ago. Katsuki Bakugo. There was one student he had taken the time to learn plenty about. With how Midoriya often described him, he felt it best to be prepared. The smaller blonde had his jaw dropped and quite an unflattering look of shock plastered on his face. Yes, that answered the new teacher's question of whether he knew about Midoriya's new quirks yet. All Might couldn't help his instinctual reaction to step out the shadows as explosions start happening around the boy's hand. He knew it would cause a scene though and stepped back in with a bit of guilt. Aizawa can handle it. Don't push yourself more than needed. Hey, TKU you bastard. Tell me how you did that or you're dead. The blonde screamed furiously. The greenette seemed to almost freeze up as the blonde rocketed towards him. Before the boy could get close enough to do any damage though, Aizawa's scarf came flying through the air and trapped the blonde in place. Hey, what the? Bakugo shouted in surprise. Why the hell is your scarf so damn strong? Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Stand down. The scruffy teacher demanded. It would wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye. You're wasting my time now. Whoever's next can step up. Midoriya cautiously walked around the blonde, who seemed almost as though he was paralyzed on the spot, before running off to join Uraraka, who fussed over his finger. Young Bakugo, according to Midoriya, you're a prideful one. To have him so firmly beat you. The muscular man made a mental note to keep an eye on the younger blonde when he could. The rest of the events didn't prove all that interesting. Midoriya wasn't going to use one for all and destroy himself more when he was trying to avoid it, and the pro presumed that Midoriya didn't want to risk seeing what effects his broken finger would have on his tendril tentacle when he still needed to complete the tests ahead. Now it was time to see the scores. The blonde's breath hitched into his throat. Aizawa was rarely one to go back on his words, and he had said whoever scored lowest was to be expelled. Midoriya may have had a beyond exceptional result for the ball throw, but that was only one test. The first 5 he had performed somewhat above average, likely thanks to his mark. But the last 3, he had severely underperformed. Could the boy get away with his performance? Even if he was just second last, it would keep him in the running. The list formed into existence. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Tenya Ida. 5. Fumikage Tokoyami. 6. Mizo Shoji. 7. Mashareo Ojiro. 8. Aijuru Kirishima.
9 Mina ha sido 10.
Achiko Uraraka.
11 Koikoda 12.
Rikido Sato. 13. Tsuyu Azui 14. Yuga Aoyama. 15. Hantasiro 16. Denki Kaminari. 17. Kyokujiro tied 17. Izuku Midoriya tied.
18 Techo Udulo Adachi.
19. Minoru Mineta. The blonde let out the breath he was holding. In the crowd he could his successor looking similarly relieved. One small student with purple balls for hair seemed to be shaking in fear. Was that the Mineta on the list? Poor kid didn't last long. And I was lying. No one's going home. The tired pro announced. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all on the test. The class were all shouting amongst each other dismay. Some seemed to already presume that it was a ruse. All Might suddenly had the overwhelming urge to punch the wall beside him. Midoriya. Here. Go see the old woman about your finger. Aizawa said, handing the boy a slip to see the nurse before wandering towards where All Might had been observing. Oh, and tell her I noticed something odd. Your bones don't break immediately. Wait, what? The boy shouted, surprised. That caused the pro to stop. a look of confusion on his face. You haven't noticed? Your fingers didn't immediately turn all bruised when you finished your throw. They only bruised up after a few moments of inactivity. I suppose you've just brushed the lack of pain of initially as adrenaline? Yeah. The boy answered, clearly unsure. All Might looked up from his coffee as Izuku fidgeted nervously in the armchair across from him. The blonde had tried to reprimand the boy's teacher but had just made himself look a fool. He had returned here to rest, and at the end of the school day Midoriya had showed up. Uraraka had tagged along but stayed outside. The boy had just finished recounting the voice in his head and what the voice had told him. Curious and curiouser. That mark. All Might couldn't find the words to describe what he wanted to say. He had looked up the facts the voice had told Midoriya and they all checked out. He would ask Nizu later if they could check up on those kids just in case. Humph. Well, I can't say much more than be cautious. Even in this world of superpowers, hearing voices is rarely a good thing. The brunette just gave a slight nod as he stared at the ground. Both found themselves eyeing the pattern on the back of the boy's hand. I want you to know, I wasn't sure whether I should have let you show multiple powers or not. The brunette looked up panicked at the idea he had accidentally gone against the blonde's wishes. Relax, after seeing that display. It seems silly to prevent you from using them. You need to learn about using one for all and far reach, you said the voice called it. School can help with both, so no point in hiding. Right? The boy said with a sigh of relief. So tomorrow will be your first time with real hero training. The blonde clapped his hands, knowing the subject would definitely bring out his pupil's cheery side. What did you have your quirk registered as, if I may ask? After all, there's a lot going on with you. Mark. I just had it registered as Mark. The boy told him. It hides one for all. Explains the well mark and is vague enough that no one will really question any odd design features I'll need for my costume. Smart. The blonde approved. I'll be honest with you, my boy. I am a little nervous about tomorrow. Going from 1 pupil to 20 won't be easy. The brunette was up on his feet in no time. You'll do great, All Might. You're the #1 pro for a reason, so I bet you'll be the best teacher. That got a laugh from the blonde, which caused some blood to spray out. I think your fanboying might be getting in the way of realistic expectations, but thanks, kid. It helps. The blonde then smirked. Speaking of great, so your body doesn't immediately get destroyed by 1 for all? That's some pretty good news. What exactly did Recovery Girl say? The boy scratched the back of his head and shut his eyes with a soft smile. She has a theory that when 1 for all is active and am still moving, the damage doesn't take place. It only appears once I stop moving, which is why I wasn't hurt until after I took out the 0-pointer at the exam. My own theory is that the mark must have something to do with why that's the case. Makes sense, the blonde said, sipping his coffee. The boy sat back down and started fidgeting. The blonde had spent enough time with the boy to pick up on his habits. Whenever he wanted to ask something or say something but thought the man would berate him for it, he'd fidget. He rarely did berate him. The boy's self-confidence still needed work. What do you want to ask, young Midoriya? Well, the boy started before trailing off, like he was trying to find the right words. I don't want to cut into any more of your precious time when I already stole so much of it during those 10 months, but I took a massive risk using far reach in the test. I still have barely any idea how it works, and I should probably make sure I have at least some idea before I use it in any lessons. Understandable, the blonde said. He could already see where this was going and found himself resting the urge to roll his eyes at his protégé. It was hardly his fault his confidence was so down. I was wondering if, maybe, you'd spend some time with me and try to help me train using far reach. The boy asked nervously. I fayudantuanto thoughts fine I totally understand adatois probably pertai presum tu soft meadows catalum seriashaudalntio f dash. Can you develop a 3rd quirk, please, that mutates a zip on your mouth? The blonde asked, exasperated. He stood up and put a hand on his kid's shoulder. Listen, my boy. I was your teacher even before I joined UA. It's my job to train you. You should never be afraid to ask, 'cause training you will never be a burden. Okay? The blonde did roll his eyes when tears formed in the brunette's. What the blonde wasn't expecting was the sudden hug from the boy. Thank you. The blonde, once he realized what was happening, returned the hug. All right, kid. That's enough with the sappy stuff. Isn't that girl waiting for you? That caused a massive blush on the boy. Ah, right, Uraraka. I shouldn't have left her waiting so long. The boy turned and hurried out the door. By all might.
Haha, see ya later, kid.
Oh, and I'll text you where to meet up later. Now go get your girlfriend. The blonde teased as the boy ran off. There was a squeak that unmistakably came from Midoriya. The blonde went for another sip of coffee but almost ended up spilling it over himself in surprise when he heard a voice behind him. Well, well, well. Looks like someone's already getting one well with some of the students. Midnight giggled. Another pro at the school with long purple hair and a very provocative outfit. It gets me all excited just thinking about it. You really need help. The blonde groaned. I get help weekly from Hisashi, I'll have you know. The woman said with a wink, causing the blonde to spray his drink across the room and making her laugh. Kidding. Not for the first time, All Might found himself laughing himself to death at his successor. It was probably a bit mean, but the boy has turned into a walking slapstick routine while training his far reach. The blonde had brought them to a large abandoned warehouse near the beach they used to work at. It was completely empty on one side and the other had loads of miscellaneous items scattered about. It proved to be the perfect space to work on the boy's powers. They had first used the empty space to get the boy used to summoning his power. They quickly found no matter what the tentacle would always come out at the same length if it had nothing to grab onto. Midoriya could keep it active, but if he did he would quickly tire out. After that, Midoriya had suggested they replicate the incident with the TV remote that happened at his house but try to have the boy catch the items. They had gone up to the higher floor to practice, near a broken window. It had turned out to be good training as well as a good bunch of laughs for All Might. The boy had a talent for having the things he pulled barely miss his hand and hit him in the face or chest instead. The first time the blonde had been concerned. The 20 consecutive times he'd risked causing more damage to his stomach from the laughs. The blonde didn't think he'd laugh as much when Izuku got ready to try again. It was starting to lose its charm. Of course, when he had expectations, Midoriya had a way of far surpassing and destroying them. The boy summoned his power again and completely missed the items this time. They were both in for a surprise tentacle stuck to the wall just behind the table and Midoriya got yanked through the air towards it. Ag! The boy shouted in surprise as the skinny blonde almost collapsed from laughter. Holy crap, kid. You sure hero work is your calling and not comedy work? The blonde laughed. As he finally calmed down, they both took a break and sat on the ledge of the broken window. That was weird, the shorter of the two said in reference to the wall incident. I wonder, the blonde said aloud as he thought about the power. Hey kid, I know it tires you out, but you think you could keep it summoned for a minute? The boy did as he asked and All Might ran his hand across the tentacle. Just like I thought, it's all sticky. The blonde smirked at the kid. It would be pretty good for navigation if you figure out how, clearly. Even without one, for all this is a pretty amazing power, kid. I wonder why it took so long to manifest then if it's a quirk. The boy said, examining it. You sure like to look at it, that's for sure. The blonde joked, causing the greenette to look up surprised. Oh, well, I guess it's just physical reminder that I actually have powers now. Hurts though, the boy said, alarming the man. Wait, what do you mean hurts? The blonde asked concerned. Oh, I didn't want to worry you. It's nothing serious, just whenever I use the far reach my hand kind of flares in pain. Not much, it's bearable. I thought it was just 'cause of breaking myself during the exam and earlier today, but now I think about it, it hurt when it activated at the exam as well even before I destroyed my arm. The boy admitted. It's nothing I can't handle though. For goodness sake. The blonde sighed, exasperated. Promise me you'll talk to Recovery Girl about it at least. That could be serious. Right? I'm sorry for not doing it yet. The greenette apologized. It's just, so much else was happening. It slipped my mind. Well, at least you, WHHH. The blonde had made to get up as he was talking but ended up standing on one of the items neither had noticed, causing the blonde to slip and fall backwards out the window to Midoriya's horror. All Might! The boy shouted in shock. On instinct he leaned out the window and threw his left hand forward, summoning his power. At the same time, the man bulked up into his muscle form. The boy had forgotten about that. Oh crap, I'm going to get pulled out by his weight. At least, that's what the boy thought, but to both their surprise when the tentacle wrapped around All Might, he was stopped in the air. He was definitely heavy, but not enough to pull the boy out like he thought. The muscular man looked up and laughed. Haha. Nice work, Midoriya. Why don't you see if you can pull me up from there? I don't have the strength for that. The brunette cried out. Come on. You won't know until you try. The blonde encouraged him. The brunette cursed his mentor but listened. Pulling. To his surprise, while it was no easy task, he actually could pull the man back up. It took a fair few minutes, but eventually the blonde had climbed back in through the window and powered down to his skinny state. Nice job, kid. The brunette didn't reply, instead opting to lie on the floor panting. And hey, now we know you can carry some seriously heavy loads. The blonde laughed. Take a breather. Then I think we should start experimenting with traveling using that power. The two ended up spending another 4 hours training. The boy was just finally starting to get used to the momentum of the power and how far he could travel when he got a phone call from his mom wondering where in the heck he was. The boy looked at his phone and nearly dropped it in surprise when he realized it was 11:30. The two departed, apologizing to each other for taking up so much of the other's time. As All Might watched Midoriya run home, he smiled. Hopefully the accidental extra time training would give the boy the confidence to use it tomorrow. After all, the blonde was quite excited to see what the boy could do with his brains and that power. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as the teacher, present Mike, announced he was right about the question on the board. His English wasn't amazing, but it was better than some others in the class. He quickly learned when a blonde boy called Kaminari identified a phone as a shoe. The voice had been mostly quiet since the quirk test. Midoriya wasn't sure to be thankful for the peace or mournful for the loss of someone who could have taught him more about his power. He set his mind to the previous day of school. Not that there was much interesting about it, but it helped him relax. He had learned that if he relied on Recovery Girl's quirk, it could kill him. That was a shock. He had also become fast friends with Ida and Uraraka. He couldn't believe he had accepted Deku as a nickname from the girl, but he couldn't deny hearing her say it so endearingly made him like it. He found he'd blush and freeze up a lot when talking to her. Not that it really surprised him, he was super awkward around most people, and if they were of the opposite gender he found himself making a fool of himself. He recalled their conversation after they all introduced themselves properly to each other. Oh yeah, Midoriya. Ida spoke up as they passed the entrance. I've been meaning to ask, just what was that during the ball throw? I was under the impression your quirk was just an enhancement type. Oh yeah. Uraraka perked her head up. You caught the ball in that super weird tendril thing. Just what the heck is your quirk? Crap. What do I tell them? I barely have any idea myself. Well, the voice called the power far reach, but I can hardly let them know I have multiple powers. If I do, that might raise questions that could expose one for all. The boy thought up what he could say quickly on the spot. Maybe he could admit to multiple powers if he worded it carefully. If he only told them the half-truth, then hopefully that would satiate them. Well, it's odd. The boy started, attracting both their attention. He showed them the back of his left hand. My actual quirk is called Mark. This thing here is the namesake. Oh, that's so cool looking. All my quirk gives me are the pads on my finger. Uraraka exclaimed, showing the boy her fingers. And you got something like a really cool tattoo. I can't deny I was concerned that it was a tattoo. While I have no problem with people who wish to put designs on their body, you are nowhere near the age for it to be legal. I could not condone such actions. The tall teen exclaimed. Crap, if that's Ida's feelings, then I have to warn him about the old excuse I used before I knew what it was. But that's going to raise questions. Damn it. Izuku, you stuck yourself in this time. Wait, that's an idea. Well then I should probably warn you. There was a lot of confusion over this thing a few months ago. Midoriya started examining it, remembering all the stares and mutterings about him there was when it showed up. You see, I didn't have it until roughly a year ago. Wait, what? No way. How? Uraraka questioned, confused as to the lat manifestation. Ida didn't say anything, but the look on his face showed similar wonderment. Well, you've both seen what happens when I use 100%, right? It was a rhetorical question, but they both nodded. Well, what do you think would happen if a 4- or 5-year-old manifests that kind of power? It certainly wouldn't be pretty. Ida nodded before properly comprehending his words. Wait, you don't mean? Until a month ago, I was considered quirkless by everyone. The boy told them. Both looked at him sadly. That explains Bakugo calling you quirkless, Uraraka said quietly. Ida had a finger to his chin, thinking. People are hardly nice to quirkless people nowadays. I'm sorry if you had to put up with that. Wait. A month ago. Midoriya swore he could physically see the gears in Ida's brain turning. Don't tell me the exam was the first time you used your power? The greenette just nodded. Saving Uraraka. That was the very first time they ever appeared. I was just as surprised as anyone once I was flying through the air. Wah! The brunette shouted in surprise, and Ida looked at him with an equal amount of shock. No way! That was the first time? But your moves were so amazing. You're trying to tell us that was just luck? I guess so, the greenette said nervously, scratching his head. The taller teen walked over to the greenette and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then I seriously must apologize again for how I acted at the exam. It must have took great amounts of courage just to walk into the school to attempt the exam quirkless alone. And to run head-on into the danger like that just to save another and stay cool under the pressure of powers you had no idea about. Midoriya, I misjudged you severely, and I am immensely sorry for how I acted. I can only hope to one day be as courageous as you. Ida, the boy said. Suddenly both boys felt a pair of arms wrap around their necks. Well, that was super cute, giggled the girl who was currently causing Izuku to turn a shade of red not yet discovered by mankind. So back to what started this. You still haven't told us what that tentacle was, Deku, or what you wanted to warn Ida about. All right, the boy said, working his way out of the side hug to calm down. Well, you see, yeah, I wasn't really treated the greatest in middle school. A lot of my classmates saw me as some freak to avoid at all costs. I'd gone through too much of my life quirkless to ever consider it could have been one of my own. In fact, I thought it was Mark from a villain and didn't want to give my class any more excuses to hate me, so I pretended it was an accident that occurred when walking past a tattooist. I said that when I was walking past. There was a mishap and the tattooist's quirk ended up putting the mark on me instead. I see, Ida said. Like I said before, I do find lying quite the immoral act normally, but seeing the situation you were in, I can hardly blame you. I'm just glad you are away from those classmates altogether. Yeah. Uraraka pumped a fist into the air. And God forbid it ever happening, but even if you did end up losing your quirk at any point, I promise I'd still stand by you, Deku. I concur. Quirk or not, you are quite clearly an exceptional student and person. I would stand by you as well, Ida said. Izuku could feel the tears starting but willed them to stay at bay for now. He could cry happy tears on the train. So the tentacle? Right? The greenette said. He told them about the tendrils during the exam and how they morphed into the tentacle. How the exam was the first time he was using it properly. The only change he made was acting as if he was the one to dub it Far Reach because he had a feeling it would be bad to tell them he was hearing voices. So the test was basically the first time I properly used Far Reach, knowing what was going to happen. It didn't show up for so long because it was basically waiting for my body to be ready to actually handle the power. You certainly have a knack for impressive first times, Midoriya, Ida said, not realizing his innuendo. Uraraka burst out laughing heavily while Midoriya turned almost purple in embarrassment. Ah, are you two okay? Did someone activate a quirk? Midoriya, maybe you should go back to recovery, girl. It's not that, Ida, Uraraka said through her laughs. Replay what you just said in your head. While the girl tried to get the blue-haired boy see what he'd done, Midoriya considered his new power. He wondered how All Might would feel about what he did in the exam. All Might. The greenette's eyes widened. Oh crap, I should have told him about it before I left. The teen turned on the spot and ran back without any warning to the other two. Sorry guys. I forgot I needed to go to the teacher's lounge for something. Hang on, I'll come with you, Uraraka shouted. running after him. "Sorry, Ida." As the greenette ran away, he thought he heard the blue-haired teen say something about still not being sure what he said wrong. Midoriya let out a sigh. A massive positive from the previous day was all the training he had managed with Far Reach. He had enough confidence in his traversal skills, as that turned out to be much easier than pulling stuff towards him. Far Reach would latch onto the floor or walls and he would be pulled forward. So long as he accounted for his momentum, he could land with relative ease. Grabbing objects had turned out to be his hardest challenge. Even after he had returned home, he had gotten his mom to help him set up a small lineup of different size objects to try and pull to himself. The smaller an item, the harder it got. He found weight was rarely an issue though. He could grab people as well, and considering the window incident with All Might, the boy felt confident he could pull even someone like Ida off their feet so long as he caught them off guard. He had considered what he could do with his Far Reach at length when he went to bed. After all, sooner or later they would be doing combat training. He had yet to really have a chance to analyze most of his classmates' quirks properly. He had some notes from basic observations, but he needed to refine them as he learnt more. The only people he really had any idea of what to expect from were Ida, Uraraka, and Bakugo. To a lesser extent the blonde French boy as well. Oyama, was that his name? Considering what One for All did to his body, he knew he would likely be switching to focusing primarily on Far Reach from now on. It was a much safer and perhaps even more versatile power right now. He found out pretty quick though that it was restricted to his left hand. All Might's first class would be in a few hours. He felt pretty excited to see how his mentor dealt with multiple students. He put the thoughts out of his head for now as Todoroki, a bored-looking boy with bi-toned hair, insisted the first sentence of the new question was wrong despite it clearly being number 3. Did he miss something? The question on the board read, "Which of these sentences is wrong? The man whom I respect most is my father. That is the house in which he lived. I well remember the day on which we both met. Please tell me all that you know." Weird. It was strange that someone who got in through recommendations would choose the wrong option. Midoriya finished a sketch of Ida's face in his notebook beside some notes on the taller teen's quirk as he waited with the rest of his class. It was time. Hero Basic Training Class. He found himself wondering once again what it would be like. He certainly had a better idea than the rest of his classmates what All Might could be like as a teacher, but it was a different type of scenario for teaching. He didn't get long to ponder on it as the door slid open. "I am here," a familiar booming voice announced as the muscly man appeared in the doorway, holding onto its supports. Coming through the door like a hero. A wide grin split across the boy's face as he watched his mentor. The rest of the class seemed quite happy, as well as shouts of surprise and excitement rang out. One of the girls, Azui the boy thought she was called, pointed out that he was wearing his Silver Age costume, a red, blue, and yellow ensemble. It took all the greenette's willpower to not externally fanboy. "Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Hero ING 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good." The man started flexing his muscles as he talked, showboating like normal. Midoriya couldn't help the amused thought slipping through the crack. "Let's get into it," the blonde exclaimed as he pulled out a card which had "Battle" emblazoned on the front in red font. "Today's lesson will pull no punches. Fight training," Kaken growled happily. How someone did that Midoriya was still confused on. "Real combat." The pro went on to talk about costumes, pulling out the cases containing the classes. Midoriya only half followed what the man was saying at this point as he was freaking out internally. This was exactly what he'd been afraid of. Sure, he had gone over some of what he could do with Far Reach, but to have to implement those ideas so soon, with still only day worth of training, he wasn't sure whether he'd rather end up facing Bakugo or Ida. They were the only ones he had any analysis on, but at the same time, they seemed to be a lot more on the powerful side. The boy shook his head. If he freaked out now, it would get in the way of figuring out what he needed to do. He walked to the front with the rest of class. At least he'd get to try the costume from his mom. Before he could walk out to head the changing rooms though. "Young Midoriya, hang on a moment. The principal wished for me to tell you something," the blonde said. It also attracted the attention of some of his classmates, raising their eyebrows in surprise, but All Might shooed them off towards the changing rooms. Is something the matter? The boy asked, confused and slightly concerned. The blonde laughed. Ha! Nothing is wrong, my boy. Now, you're smart, so I'm sure you probably realize this yourself, but it would perhaps be for the best if you relied only on far reach for now. The principal agreed that while the origin of it is certainly odd, until there are signs of any truly adverse long-term effects, it would be better to rely on it. Okay, sir. The boy nodded, looking at his hand. Then I guess it's time to see what I can really do. Midoriya cursed his luck as he stared at the building before him, Uraraka at his side. They were doing a training exercise in teams of 2. His team, Team A, had somehow managed to end up having to face Bakugo and Ida, Team D. They were somewhere inside the building, playing the role of villains protecting a faux bomb. Team A had to either recover the weapon or capture the villains. Somehow Izuku doubted they'd win through capture, considering Bakugo's nature. It was a fight against 2 incredibly strong people with 15 years wrath to practice using their quirks, against his 1 day. His saving grace was Uraraka, with her anti-gravity power. So long as they were creative, they could go far together. Unfortunately, every time Midoriya looked at her, he found himself blushing like a madman, trying not make eye contact. Why did she have Tio look so good in that costume? The boy shook his head. Focus. More than anything, he needed to focus on the almost inevitable battle with Kaken. The blonde would not be happy about his sudden quirk and probably still wanted payback for showing him up during the ball throw. You know, you look really odd like that. Uraraka spoke up before flailing about as she realized what she said. Not in a bad way or anything. I just mean the one glove on, one glove off look is... Oh, the boy said, looking down at his arms. His right had a big white glove around it, but his left was free. Well, that because I have no idea if the glove would get in the way of the mark. I told you yesterday about how I'm still new to it. If we're doing combat training, probably better not to risk it. Oh, I get it. The girl nodded with a smile. By the way, I really like your costume. It's super cool. Thanks, haha. The boy said nervously, scratching his head as she looked away, focusing on the building's floor plan they had gotten from All Might. You too. This is nothing special, I just put down the first thing that came to mind really. Wish they hadn't assumed I wanted it skin tight though. The girl said with a light blush. You think they really expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? I mean, it's so big. You know, All Might is just as cool in person as he is on television. Uraraka continued while Midoriya continued, considering the millions of ways he was royally screwed walking into this building. I'm glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. We can relax. You're sweating through your costume. Well, it's just... The boy started nervously, but slowly his speech came back to him. It's just because we're up against Kaken. Plus there's Ida too. We should be on our guard. Who knows what they'll pull. Oh right, Bakugo. The girl said, a slight disdain creeping into her tone when she said the blonde's name. He's the one who's always making fun of you. And he's amazing, the brunette admitted. He can be royal pain, sure, but he also has amazing strength and confidence, his ambition, and not to mention his quirk. They're all so much greater than mine. I don't know if I agree with all of that, Uraraka said with a finger to her chin, as if in thought. Your mark is so cool. If I had to choose between it or his explosion, I would have choose that. The boy looked up at her in surprise and she smiled back warmly. The boy gave a small smile back and stood up, adjusting the mask to his face. Thank you. Still though, I do think he's so much more amazing, but that just means I have do even better. I refuse to lose today. So it's some fated battle between rivals? The brunette asked with a smile and determined eyes. Oh, not that I'm trying to get you wrapped up in my fight or anything, the boy quickly said, flailing his arms. Are you kidding? We're a team and more importantly, you're my friend. Let's win this for you, Deku. The girl said as her hands tightened into fists and a wide grin split across her face. Uraraka? The boy tailed off, before a grin of his own appeared under his mask. Right? Let's do this. The buzzer went off then, All Might's voice declaring the exercise started. I can get up to that window there with far reach and pull you up as well, the greenette told the girl. I only just learned yesterday I can pull people way over my own weight with it, so getting us both in will be easy and will be a surprise to those two inside. I can also pull objects and use it to travel pretty fast, a bit like a bungee cord I can summon on command. I retain my momentum if that's important. That's everything I know about my far reach. I'll be relying solely on that, considering what happens when I use my super strength. Sounds like a plan, the girl said, excited to be getting the full scoop on the boy's power. I can float anything so long as it's under 3 tons. If I go over that, I get really nauseous fast. Also, floating myself takes way more effort than floating other people or items and makes me nauseous as well, so we should probably avoid any plans that involve floating me. Right? The boy nodded, turning and lifting his left hand up to aim for the window. One last thing, both Ida and Bakugo will probably really hard to capture considering their quirks and determination. We should focus mainly on trying to recover the weapon. Now let's hurry, we're on a time limit. You ready? He heard a noise of affirmation from behind him, and the boy closed his eyes to take a breath before he leapt into action. While his eyes were shut, however, he felt a sudden gust of powerful wind start blowing over his face, and when he opened his eyes, he found the buildings surrounding the one before had disappeared, and the one before him seemed to be in the process of exploding yet frozen. In his surprise from the sudden change of scenery, he moved his hand and accidentally set off his power. The tentacle grabbed onto and threw the boy head first into it before he fell unceremoniously back to the ground. Ow, wow! The boy groaned as he slowly sat back up, not registering the ghostly laugh not too far away. This place felt familiar, but as far as he knew, he'd never been here before. The sky was an empty gray and the ground beneath him had become solid rock. The rock only stretched a little past any side of the building. The boy then started searching for his teammate and almost screamed when he saw where she had been standing previously. There was now a solid black marble statue with her features on it. The boy ran to it immediately, but before he could say anything, a voice. No, the voice spoke up behind him. Your worries are nothing to be concerned about. She is not actually here. Normally I'd only people into the void in their sleep, so I could take them to any part of it, but there are some circumstances pertaining to the necessity of this particular visit, though you probably don't remember them. You're the voice that's been in my head, Midoriya shouted in surprise. The black-eyed man grinned in a way that made him seem really creep. Well, yes, I am, but that's not all I've been, the man said before immediately switching subjects, walking towards the building as if to inspect it. Limitations are an interesting thing, a very human thing. As a god, it can be easy to forget about what mortals can't do. Of course, even I have limits. I have of course been watching your progress, as I do so like to observe, but I would not normally get as involved inside your head as I have been. This place, the void, it's so much older and stranger than you will ever be able to comprehend. Older than even me. The man suddenly disappeared in a shower of black crystals and reappeared by the Uraraka statue, placing a hand on top it for support as he looked at Midoriya, causing the boy to shiver. Just who was this guy? Why did his presence feel familiar? It was not always anchored to this world. For a long time its influence remained elsewhere. Due to extreme circumstances, I had to find a way to move this place myself, not an easy task even for someone with my powers. The man took a moment to observe the never-ending distance of the void, as he called it. My voice in your head has been a side effect of my plan. You are what is grounding the void to your own world for now, Midoriya, by carrying that mark. I need to keep a closer eye on you than I would most my marked. So that's where this came from? The boy thought in surprise. Without warning, in that moment a rush of memories swarmed his mind and he clutched his head. It was not a pleasant experience. But now, he remembered everything. Outsider. Wait, hang on. If you moved here from a different world, then why did you act like you were always here when we first met? The blocks disappeared then. The man mused. He teleported one last time, appearing before the boy. Would you really have believed I was a god if I said I simply wasn't from here before? Perhaps a bit manipulative, but you understand I needed to give my mark to someone and I would prefer it be someone interesting such as you. As for my voice in your head, spending so long alone in this place, you start holding conversations with yourself to pass the time. This led me to the habit of speaking aloud. That's what the passing comments in your head have been. I guided you with your initial power, due to the odd nature of its manifestation compared to others who have bared my mark, but it's certainly not quite as fun giving you answers, of course. So after this visit, the rest of your powers you must figure out on your own, maybe with some limited hints depending on how I feel. The black-eyed man looked behind himself. Life is nothing but choices, big and small. While the one you make today certainly isn't as interesting as some others I've seen, it will say something about you. Beat the villains or silently recover the weapon and ensure the safety of it. This is the first choice, and I can assure it won't be the last. The boy felt a pressure on his body as the world of the void slowly dissipated around him. One last thing. Be careful you don't go overboard. It could be really bad for your eyes. Midoriya cringed as his Uraraka's footsteps reverberated off the walls. Neither of their costumes were designed with stealth in mind. The green and pink colors would stand out like sore thumbs against the building's harsh grays. His shoes at least weren't hard to mask thanks to the rubber soles, but Uraraka's stabilizers were made of solid plastic, so she was much louder. After his frustratingly vague and mostly one-sided conversation, he had started looking at this exercise from an angle other than pure combat. Why risk a fight with two people who would be so much better at fighting when they could sneak past entirely? The dark long halls could be an advantage at a distance were it not for the brightness of their costumes. The halls were narrow and long. There were no ledges he could use for a higher vantage. Careful. There's a lot of blind spots. The greenette half-whispered back to his teammate. He stared up at the roof and the length of the hallway. If he was going to figure out how he could use far reach in this environment safely, he'd have to do it now. Hang on, I'm going to try something. Be ready in case it ends up being too loud if I mess up. Okay. The girl said with a firm nod as the boy aimed his left hand towards the roof. He could feel different amounts of pressure in his hand depending on if he'd be able to reach or not. He'd found out yesterday. Using the pressure, he had learned how to visualize a kind of marker, and right now that marker couldn't reach quite up to the roof. However, it was close. He could use the wall. Let's try this. The feeling of his hand being wrapped around in tendrils that was quickly becoming familiar to him, he felt yet again, and he watched as the purple tentacle shot out fast, latching onto the wall before he felt the sensation of being pulled off his feet into the air. It took less than a second to cross the entire hall. He heard Uraraka whisper shout something that sounded like, "Nice." He motioned to the girl to join him, and after waiting for a moment, she was beside him again. It was good to know he had a way to get around quickly if need be then. If we do run into Kaken, what can we do to escape? I still have basically no control over one, for also a head-to-head fight could be suicide, and even if I did try a 100% smash, it could kill someone. I have to rely on Uraraka's zero gravity and what I know about far reach and the notes I've spent so long collecting. If I could get Kaken off his feet for just a moment and Uraraka floated him. No, that wouldn't work. He'd still be able to move about with his explosions. Damn it. Maybe if I could reach higher ground just for a moment without him seeing me, I could use the momentum from the fall to knock him out? Seems too risky, so I guess not. What about if dash? The greenette didn't get more time to consider how to proceed as Bakugo flew out from the corner, turning in the air, aiming for both of them. The greenette reacted on instinct, dodging and jumping towards Uraraka, pulling her towards the ground with him. Uraraka, you okay? I'm fine, thanks, the girl said, coughing slightly from the sudden smoke. Midoriya scowled as it cleared, showing the crater in the wall left by Bakugo's attack. The blond boy barely even looked fazed. The right side of the greenette's face had been exposed in the fight. Deku! It's just a mask, the boy assured her. Damn it. I still don't have a plan yet. I knew you'd come at me first. You'd try to catch me by surprise. You want payback for the ball throw. The greenette explained why he was unfazed. Unfortunately, Bakugo wasn't someone he could keep distracted by talking, as the blonde started charging at him. Look out for his right hook. I won't hurt you so bad they have to end the fight. Just close, the blonde exclaimed with a malicious grin, pulling his right arm back and throwing a punch. Now! Without another thought, the shorter of the two boys rushed forward, wrapping the explosive boy in an awkward hug. One of his arms wrapped around the blonde's gauntlet while the other wrapped around his chest. He could feel the momentum still from the blonde's charge as he started to pull up over his own head as he turned around. The greenette let out a shout, physical enhancements or not, Kaken was heavy. The boy watched as the blonde smashed into the ground on his back, briefly bouncing back into the air. The blonde didn't make any quick moves to get back up. Kaken? The greenette breathed out as the blonde slowly started to rise. You always use a big right hook to start a fight. I know because I've watched you for years. I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn everything I could about them, even if I had no way of replicating them because I needed to know to survive. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away. But you know what? I like Deku. It's like, I can do it. I think it would make a great hero name. You can call me Deku, but I'm not the same helpless, defenseless kid anymore. You hear me? From now on, DKU is the name of a hero, the greenette shouted, as his emotions got the better of him for a moment. Out the corner of the boy's vision, he could see Uraraka's eyes widen in surprise behind her visor. However, he had to focus on the blonde, as he had finally gotten back on his feet and was glaring daggers at him. The greenette cursed how his body was shaking, giving away how he really felt. Deku! The boy growled as he hunched over, his hands making claws as the palms started to glow and some sparks started igniting. You're shaking in your boots, you're so scared. But you want to fight me anyway. That's why I hate you. The greenette didn't have time to reply as he suddenly put a finger to his ear, his look of hatred briefly morphing into one of annoyance. Just shut up and defend the weapon. I've got more important things to worry about. The blonde continued to angrily yell into the earpiece, apparently getting into an argument with Ida. Midoriya took his chance while they argued to pull out the capture All Might had given him before the exercise from his pouch. I still don't have much of a plan, but I can't let that stop me now. The greenette didn't have any more time to think as the blonde threw a hand behind him and rocketed towards the boy using his quirk, his leg prepared for a kick. Uraraka, go! Time seemed to slow as the blonde rocketed towards him. The smaller boy threw up his arm up to block the incoming kick, while letting the capture tap unravel while falling through the air, catching it with his other hand. Now! Ball's a move. Think you can take me alone? The explosive boy asked snidely. The greenette, however, didn't answer, instead focusing on the blonde's attacks. He had started wrapping the capture tape around the blonde's leg when he finally noticed. Hero Notebook number 10, page 18, Eraserhead. Luckily, I got to see his moves in action. What will Kaken do now? Knowing him, he'll be impatient and try another big punch. Just like the boy thought, the explosive teen went for a punch. The greenette dodged, rolling across the ground as he heard the wall behind where he had just been standing explode. I was right. He's not pulling any punches. Not that I expected any less. As the greenette panted, he continued to analyze the blonde. He kicked first this time. He's switching things up so I can't predict his moves. Does that mean he's worried? The blonde's hand shot behind him, ready to propel him. Midoriya scowled and ran off down the hallway he was beside, trying to create some distance. He's completely focused on me, so Uraraka is free to find Ida. I need to stay away for now until I can come up with a plan to beat Kaken. Get back here, Deku! He heard the blonde shout in surprise and anger. He didn't hear any explosions, though. Did his sudden retreat catch the boy off guard? The marked boy shook his head. It didn't matter why. He just had to be thankful Kaken didn't because it put him at an advantage. The greenette shot his left arm forward without aiming so he could increase the distance between the two faster. I can't risk any more close-range encounters. I need to figure out a plan. Think. Is there anything you don't know about explosion? The greenette saw his opportunity as he entered a maze of hallways, disappearing into the one and continuing to run. He could hear the explosions behind him as Bakugo followed, but now they echoed and he had no idea if they were close or far because of the acoustics of where he chose. Crap, that's not good. As the boy hid in the corner of one of the halls, he heard the blonde's shout. Damn it! You were tricking me for years by acting weak. Bet you've been laughing behind my back. Huh, where's that flashy power of yours now? Let's see how it compares to mine. Quirk or no, you'll never beat me, Decay. The greenette flinched and clutched the wall slightly, a wave of guilt washing over him. Kakin. Then the boy's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what he had been stupidly forgetting. His advantage over the blonde. Dang it! I've been focusing so much on Bakugo's quirk and what I know about it. I should be focusing on what he doesn't know about mine. Finally, the boy had a plan. He flinched as he heard an explosion and a loud clattering. Did he just blow a door in? Again the greenette cursed his luck as the blonde's footsteps reverberated throughout the whole hall. Why did he have to pick the one place where he couldn't tell how close the blonde was? The greenette let out an almost inaudible growl. Damn it, if I just knew where he was I could start putting my plan into motion. The boy unclenched his left hand from a fist and waved it around, mostly trying to remove the heat he was experiencing in his hero costume. Wishing he could see through walls instead of having super strength he couldn't use cause of what would happen to his bones. The greenette blinked. When he opened his eyes he was in for a major surprise. What the? His vision now had a sepia-like tone, the black walls now looking a light beige instead. He fell backwards surprise, accidentally colliding with the wall, making a relatively loud thud. The boy turned, worried he had alerted the nearby blonde, but to his surprise, instead of seeing an angry Kakin flying through the air, all he saw was 3 traveling white lines that seemed to be fading. When the sound finally stopped, the lines dissipated. Was that? The greenette tapped the wall lightly, seeing much smaller but similar lines moving around, once again disappearing as the sound stopped. I can see sound? As it turned out, that was not all the boy could see. As in the hall just beyond his normal vision, suddenly a big yellow human-shaped blob appeared. It had 2 tiny white pinpricks near the top and a white cone of light seemed to beam out of them. However, what caught the boy's attention was the 2 massive round shapes near where the hands would be. Wait, is that Kakin? The boy got his confirmation as the blonde called out, sounding extremely close even despite the reverb. Come out now, Deku, and maybe I'll go easy on you. Recalling his moment of wishing he could see through the wall, the boy almost gave away his position by shouting in surprise as he realized what happened. Okay, calm down, it's just another power. Not the end of the world. Not normal, but neither was far reach, and you figured that out well enough. Well, okay, technically you freaked out until the outsider gave you some indication to what it was and still continued being freaked out, but tomato. Is it from the mark or one for all though, this power? Finally, the greenette recalled the words of the outsider during his visit. So after this visit, the rest of your powers you must figure out on your own. The boy wanted to slap himself. He should have realized then and there that something was going to happen. He had been distracted by the pain in his head of his memories coming back and focusing on the fight, but he still should have picked up on that. He was an idiot. The marked boy shook his head. Whether he should have realized or not, it was happening now. He had unlocked a new power, one that could be much safer to figure out in the midst of battle than far reach. He saw the yellow silhouette of Kakin getting close. With this power, I can implement my plan even more effectively than before. The glow stopped and his vision returned to normal, causing the boy to look around in shock. A time limit? Crap. Okay, I can still use this. Kakin will be here any minute now, so be quick. Once you do this, what do you know? I can't go after the weapon with Kakin following me. If I bring him back to Uraraka, we'd run out of time before we beat him. But there's a way where we barely need to fight at all, so long as I'm smart about this. Finally, the boy started to walk out. Just before he rounded, he had one last thought. Kakin, every last thing I've said about not trying to compete with you, I take it all back. The greenette stepped out calmly, making no move to make any attacks or get closer. Were you being serious about going easier on me? Yeah, right. Now I am going to kill you. The blonde yelled in his usual angry tone. Midoriya couldn't help it, he smiled. That's what I thought. The boy replied, summoning his far reach and throwing it right at Bakugo. He knows next to nothing about far reach, so he shouldn't be keen to let it hit him. Which means, much like the greenette was expecting, the blonde's eyes widened in surprise and he set off a massive explosion at the appendage, trying to destroy it. creating a massive black smoke screen around himself. At that same moment, Midoriya let the massive tentacle disappear and waved his hand, trying to summon the power from before, trying to replicate his emotions and gestures. Come on. Let me see through walls or whatever got you to activate. In an instant, like a pulsing wave, he saw everything change in color. The sepia tones returning and Bakugo's yellow silhouette shined through the smoke. The greenette grinned and immediately lifted his hand up, aiming higher up the walls and firing off far reach. I don't have time to be glad about my powers working. I need to keep moving. As the greenette soared through the air, he kept an eye on the blonde beneath him, the white pinpricks and cone following him. Are those his eyes? The cone's smaller than before, which would make sense if that's his field of vision. He can't see exactly what's happening. He's only seeing the movement of the smoke and my shadow among it. As the greenette landed, he took off in a sprint. He looked back to see the smoke clearing. Kaken was looking right at him, royally pissed off. DKU, you fucker. Get back here, coward. The greenette rounded the corner and immediately fired off far reach again while the blonde couldn't see him. I need to make sure Kaken doesn't see me traveling using far reach at all. If he does, then we're screwed. We're on the 3rd floor from the map All Might gave us. Just around this next corner there should be a massive empty room. Deku. I found the bomb on the 4th floor. He suddenly heard Uraraka in his ear panicking, causing him to flinch. But Ida found me. Crap. Midoriya cursed. If Uraraka was captured, he'd lose a massive ally. His plan, while still possible without her, would be a lot less likely to succeed if anything went wrong after she was caught. From the boys' mental count, there were only 7 minutes left of the match. Don't focus on the weapon, just don't get caught for now. I have a plan, but I need a little more time. Stay calm. The boy let go off the earpiece as he finally saw the room he was looking for, with Bakugo a sizable distance behind him. As the boy rushed in, he slammed the door shut behind him, loud enough to attract Bakugo. The boy looked up and saw, much to his relief, that there were metal bars holding the roof together. Activating far reach once more, he scaled up the bars and waited. It didn't take long for the blonde to arrive. However, he didn't explode the door open like he did others, and he rushed in and closed the door behind him calmly with a malicious grin. Stupid move. Deku, now you're trapped in here with me and only one exit. You aren't going to get away from me again. The greenette fired off his far reach, deliberately shooting it slightly to the side of Bakugo, getting his attention. The blonde looked up and smirked, an evil glint in his eyes. You missed. In an instant, an explosion happened under the blonde and he was airborne, not too far from Midoriya. He flew across the air and Midoriya took his chance. The blonde would expect a quirk retaliation, which meant he had to choose a different route. The greenette leaped into the air towards the blonde, causing said boy to widen his eyes in surprise as the greenette started to fall towards him, delivering a swift kick that the blonde blocked. When he blocked, however, he stopped making explosions, throwing him off balance, and the two fell. Midoriya grabbed onto the bars while the blonde stopped his fall by setting 2 explosions off. The greenette didn't allow the blonde to regain his bearings, firing off far reach yet again, this time aiming to make sure the tendril grabbed this time. Before it was able to connect, though, the blonde fired off an explosion, throwing him away from the tentacle. The greenette, however, was unfazed. He hadn't let the power dissipate this time and swung it around towards the blonde like a whip. The blonde had to set off multiple explosions, firing him all around the room, dodging the tendril before flying straight towards the boy controlling it. Just die already. The power dissipated at last and Midoriya stepped off his perch, allowing himself to fall through the air. The blonde followed after him, rocketing towards the boy, getting closer and closer until, now you're fucked, DKU. The blonde practically screamed with a manic grin and insane look in his eyes. The greenette did his best to ignore it as he raised his left hand once more, his power surging forth and wrapping around the blonde. As the two fell, Midoriya put all his strength into twisting the two around in the air, hurling the blonde down into the ground. As he continued to fall, he aimed and landed with both feet going into the blonde's stomach before jumping back and rolling away. As the greenette stood, he watched the blonde get up slowly, slower than usual. He must have been winded with that last attack. The blonde just seemed to stare for a moment, but then his gauntlet glowed, attracting both boys' attention. The blonde smirked while the brunette looked on curious. The blonde lifted his fist. "I'm all loaded up." "What does that mean?" the smaller boy asked, though he had a fairly good idea. He wasn't sure whether it was a massive problem or an unforeseen blessing. "Why haven't you come at me at 100% yet? You haven't shown that strength you did in the tests." The blonde's eyes seemed to shrink to pinpricks as a haunting smile graced his features. "Don't tell me you're underestimating me, Deku. Why don't you man up and show me what you're really made of?" "Kakin?" the brunette started, his eyes hardening into a determined stare. "I'm not afraid of you anymore." The blonde's smile quickly morphed into an angry frown before lifting back again into a smiling. The explosive teen aimed his hand with the gauntlet that had glowed before at him. "Since you're such a damn stalker, you probably know by now how my quirk, explosion, works. How it's my sweat causing the explosions. And this gauntlet has been storing it all up for one big blast. None of your stupid notes or that fucking tentacle can stop it." Both the boys could hear All Might in their ears as Bakugo prepared to fire it at him. "Don't, young Bakugo. You'll kill him. He'll be fine as long as he dodges," the blonde said back. Seeing he was not going to back down, Midoriya felt panic rising. He had to make a choice now. Either he dodged like the blonde said, which is what he wanted, or... The brunette summoned Far Reach and swung it out way to the side of the blonde, swinging it towards the blonde full force much to his surprise. That blast isn't going off at all. It was a bluff, baiting the blonde. He knew he didn't have the power to do anything to that blast if it fired, but Bakugo didn't. The explosive boy swung his gauntlet around towards the incoming tentacle. "I am getting rid of this stupid fucking thing for good." Finally the blast fired, the tentacle flailing way back before dissipating. The blast didn't care and continued to destroy the wall on the other side of the room, kicking up a massive black cloud surrounding the two boys. Finally, now's my chance. His placement hadn't been random when he had landed. He had purposefully kept lined up with the door, just slightly to the side. Now he got lined up while the blonde was still reeling and blinded from his own blast. Far Reach flew through the air, wrapping around the handle of the door and yanking it open hard, causing a bang. The tentacle dissipated once more and Midoriya silently took cover behind a nearby pillar that had survived the blast. The small boy activated his vision power for the final time. He could see the explosive teen recovering and sprinting to the door. He took the bait. "Get back here, DKU, we're not done." The brunette let out a sigh and made sure to wait a few moments. He had been lucky. The room he chose was just underneath the room with the bomb. He could see two yellow silhouettes above, one smaller, one barely avoiding a larger and much faster one. Listening to the blonde's footsteps disappear along with his yellow silhouette. Probably only 4 or 5 minutes left. "I need get to Uraraka and Ida now." The brunette got up and rushed to the window leading outside. The whole reason he had come here was to get the blonde off his trail and escape out the window. Now he knew which floor and even better which room he could use the outside of the building to climb. With Bakugo on a fruitless search for him, he opened the window and climbed out, looking for the windows he could climb in. When he saw the ledges, he realized he'd have to jump and turn in the air. The brunette looked to see the drop. It wasn't deadly, but it would hurt. "Okay. Don't panic. If you can lift All Might's body weight, you can do this." Midoriya pushed off the building and jumped, turning like he planned and trying to fire Far Reach. This time, however, the tentacle didn't come, leaving him to plunge to the ground. Crap! What? The boy then realized how much he'd actually kept the tentacle manifested in that fight. He was tired from it, so his body wasn't letting it activate. Crap, 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 crap. What the hell do I do? The boy recalled the plan he had come up with at the exam and how Bakugo had avoided colliding with the ground in their fight. He remembered All Might telling him how One for All was more powerful in him than it should be. He wasn't at risk of dying here, so he just had to give it a shot. The brunette put his fingers together on his left hand and aimed at the ground, summoning One for All into his finger. He flicked his finger and the ground beneath him suddenly exploded from the pressure, rocketing him back up the way. He didn't feel the pain in his finger and stole a quick look, seeing it uninjured. Recovery Girl's theory was right then. I better use this while I still can. The boy aimed another flick at the window he had been intending to climb up to before, sending another smash at it. The wall caved in and he could see Ida and Uraraka look back in shock, Ida in the midst of rushing at the heroine in training. Midoriya aimed one final flick behind him, angling it so it propelled him right towards the room. In no time at all he was rolling across the floor and into an upright position. Ida was still moving in to attack Uraraka, unable to alter his course. Perfect! Hurricane! The boy shouted, flinging his left hand forwards and summoning far reach. Now he knew he had reached his limit. He could force it to appear anyway. But it hurt. The fingers in his hands finally breaking didn't help. The tentacle flew through the air and wrapped around the tall boy's leg. Jump! The greenette yanked back hard as the girl did what he said. The engine quirk wielder fell over into the ground, his engines still running, sending him right into the wall on the other side of the room. The gravity girl was floating in the air towards the weapon. She must have used her quirk during the jump. As she touched it, a loud explosion sounded behind Midoriya. DKU! Came the unmistakable screech of Bakugo, but before the blonde could get close enough to do anything, All Might's voice was heard over the radio. The hero team wins. The 4 teens froze. Uraraka sat down to take a breather with a look of relief on her face. Ida sat against the wall he had smashed into, feeling defeated but also happy that it was the good guys who prevailed. Bakugo seethed in rage, sparks igniting from his hand. However, Midoriya just felt tired and nothing else. In fact, a nap sounded great right about. And with that final thought, Midoriya passed out. Midoriya groaned as his eyes slowly fluttered open and he took in his surroundings. Looking around, he saw the familiar interior of the school infirmary, and he could hear All Might's voice not too far away. Ease ended up here again. The exhausted teen only heard the end of the number 1 hero's sentence. As the boy slowly rose up from his bed, he saw the skinny form of his mentor talking to Recovery Girl, who looked ticked off. All Might? Recovery Girl? The boy asked, his voice sounding as tired as he felt. The 2 heroes looked over, clearly surprised. You're awake, the blonde said, walking over and taking a seat beside the bed the greenette was in. Recovery Girl had also gotten up and was checking some equipment around him. How are you feeling? Honestly, really tired. What happened? Last thing I remember, I was fighting Kaken in that big room. The boy said, clutching his head, which felt as if it was throbbing lightly. Did he have a headache? You don't remember? Midoriya just shook his head at the question and immediately regretted it, hissing slightly. Whoa, hey, take it easy. We still don't really know what happened. I have a pretty darn good idea, though, Recovery Girl muttered, discontented. You had better tell him what happened, All Might, instead of risking putting more strain on him. And so the blonde did, explaining every detail of the small boy's stunt he had pulled. When he finished, a wide smile formed on the skinny man's face. While the finger flicks were a bit more on the insane side, I want you to know I'm proud of you, young Midoriya. Had your far reach not failed, you perhaps would have won without Ida aware of your presence at all. Your fight with Bakugo embodied the most important part of any fight, avoiding one. Had it not been for me helping you learn how to train far reach, I would have thought you'd had it for years. The greenette smiled slightly while the nurse stood up on a chair to be eye level with him. I certainly can't say I'm happy you're a regular patient, but I suppose in that particular situation it couldn't be helped. For the love of quirks, though, please be more careful from now on. Sorry, recover HHH. The boy cut himself off with a shout of pain as he accidentally tapped his finger against the metal bar of his bed. Looking down, he saw it bandaged, but it still felt sore. Not as bad as the previous times he remembered hurt himself, but was still sore. What did I just say? I wasn't able to heal your body, and still can't yet if you're tired. I know you used your power enough that your body tired out and stopped your power working. That plus your reckless plan using one for all, and it's no wonder you passed out. The smaller heroine chided him. All Might put his hand to his chin as if in thought. I'm not so sure about that. I saw your limits in that warehouse. You passed out way too quickly for it to just be tiredness from using far reach too much. Did anything happen in there I might not have seen? The greenette sighed, resting his head against the wall behind him before his eyes shot open wide. Crap! I know what I did wrong. All Might. The greenette started, lifting his left hand and looking at it. Do you remember how you thought it was a quirk? The mark. It is a quirk? Didn't we already agree about that? The blonde asked, confused before suddenly coughing up blood. Wait, don't tell me you think it's something different? Recovery Girl looked on intrigued. Midoriya shook his head. Okay. I won't tell you I think it's not a quirk because I know it's not a quirk. Well, this sounds like there's a story to it. Recovery Girl thought aloud. The small boy cringed slightly and tried not to fidget with his bad finger as he looked up at All Might. Promise you won't freak out until I'm finished at least? The greenette pleaded. All Might's gaze hardened, but he nodded slightly. It was back during the day we first met, just before you saved me from that slime villain. And so the boy regaled the tale of his visit from the black-eyed man, how he called himself a god named the Outsider and offered the boy powers, how the boy thought that it was his only option unless he wanted to die, and how the god had removed his memories until just earlier that day. Finally, he told the two heroes about his discovery of his new power in the middle of the exercise and how the Outsider had given him a vague warning about not overdoing it lest he hurt his eyes. You have another power? All Might asked, surprised before chuckling despite the situation. Holy crap, kid, you're never satisfied, are ya? That's, quite the story. The healing heroine finished the skinny man's thought for him. Midoriya just sighed and looked away. I get it if you don't believe me dash.
No, Ido.
The blonde quickly assured him. I've genuinely heard weirder, not by much, but I have. I know you're not one to lie about this kind of thing. Still, that someone can grant powers like that. The greenette looked up. All Might almost seemed reminiscent, though not of any fond memories. I have no idea what kind of drain that vision power could have. That's probably why when I combined it with the overuse far reach and one for all I passed out. He never told me of any limit to the powers I might unlock, the Outsider I mean. For all I know 20 more could be on the way. This new one is easy to hide, but new ones could be a lot harder, and if I have no idea of what will activate them the first time, how do I hide them? Don't, the blonde answered without hesitation, causing the green-eyed boy to look up shocked. If the powers are coming from the mark, then there's not really any exposure risk. In fact, it would probably lower the risk. Your classmates might get a little jealous, but well, you're a unique case now. I'll go talk with the principal and Aizawa as soon as I'm done here. Thank you, Midoriya said before hearing a tutang come from Recovery Girl. It's a darn good thing you'll have more powers. Then I won't need to worry about you being a regular here, she said. Now you get back to sleep, you still need rest. All Might, you had best go see Nizu and Aizawa right away. I think they're both in the principal's office. Right? All Might bowed slightly, then turned to Midoriya. I'll see you later, young Midoriya. By All Might. The boy replied before setting his head down on his pillow as he heard the door to the infirmary open and close. He would have tried to wander around a bit first, but he had a feeling Recovery Girl would be pretty unhappy with him if he did. It didn't take long for his eyes to start feeling heavy. Before long the boy drifted off, dreaming about spending a day out with Ida and Uraraka. Midoriya yawned as he wandered down the hall to his classroom as he thought about what the nurse had told him before he was dismissed. The boy had woken up late in the afternoon and had still felt exhausted, though he certainly had more energy than last time he woke up. You're still far too tired for my quirk to be safe to use. Don't put too much strain on that finger for the rest of the day. I recommend going straight to bed once you get home. On the bright side, it's healing faster than expected. Maybe that's another thing that mark of yours would explain why you're still so tired. Recovery Girl told him as she gently bandaged his finger. You think so? The boy asked, surprised at the observation. It's possible, and if it's true, then you won't be able to use my quirk when you really hurt yourself. Now you be careful. I don't want to see you in here for the rest of the week, the nurse said, shooing him out the room. The greenette sighed as he saw his classroom come into sight. I missed all my afternoon classes. Mr. Aizawa is probably going to choke me with my scarf. At least my memory came back in my sleep. The boy stifled another yawn as he opened the door. When he walked in, he seemed to attract everyone's attention. Hey, it's Midoriya! one red-headed teen called out before a crowd suddenly surrounded him. Good to see you back, Sneaky. I have no idea what you were saying in that match, but you were amazing to watch. I didn't think it was possible to make retreating look so cool. I can't believe you held your own against Bakugo when you did have to fight. That dude's as strong as you are smart. A boy with jet black hair said. Those dodges were amazing. That tentacle is so cool. A girl with curly pink hair and pink skin exclaimed. You guys really set the bar high in your round, so we all made sure to do our bests as well. A bulkier boy with tan skin and brown hair said. You weren't the most elegant BU dash. Seriously, what is that tentacle? It seems so useful. A blonde boy in one of the front desk had started to speak, but the pink girl had cut over him. All the greenette could do was look between everyone in shock as he felt a light blush come on. He wasn't used to getting this much praise.
Hey, I'm Eiro Kirishima.
The red-haired boy introduced himself before pointing to the black-haired boy behind him. We've been going over training results while you were in the infirmary.
Heya, I'm Hanta Sero.
Seriously well done on that fight, the black-haired boy said with a massive grin. More importantly, I'm Yuga Ao Dash. I'm Mina Ishido, and I just gotta say your dodging and misdirection was so awesome. Once again the blonde boy had started to speak before the pink girl had interrupted, flailing her arms about. Tsuyu Azui, but please call me Tsu. Another girl peered out from behind the pink one. She was a normal color and had green hair, just a few shades darker than Midoriya's own. Hey Satu, the bulky teen in the back said. Hi guys. The greenette said, unsure of what to say to all the sudden attention. Another boy with purple ball-like hair, who was probably only as tall as Midoriya's knee, jumped out in front of him, catching them all off guard. And I'm Mineta, he exclaimed. Whoa, where'd you come from? Everyone broke down into conversation while not too far away Ida tired and failed to scold a boy with a bird head apparently called Tokoyami for sitting on a desk. Ida never relaxes, huh? Do you say we grab a bite sometime? Whatcha like? A male voice came from the other side of the classroom. Looking over, Midoriya saw a boy with blonde hair that had a black streak through it. With him was Uraraka. Anything sweet, Deku. The girl immediately cut herself off. Once she noticed the boy, she rushed over with a look of concern on her face. Are you okay? You really scared me when you just passed out like that. I'm sorry for scaring you, Uraraka. The boy apologized before he remembered the end of the exercise. Oh, and sorry for calling you that name in the exercise. I just thought I had to shorten the sentence as much as possible with how fast Ida moves. Nah, it's okay. I actually like it, it's cute, she said, closing her eyes and tilting her head to the side with a smile. Midoriya tried his hardest not to let his blush show when his brain betrayed him and supplied the thought like you. And you let me call you Deku, so it's only fair. That did get the greenette to blush, and he really had to fight back his urge to flail his arms around like he normally did, considering what he was supposed to not put too much pressure on his finger. So why didn't she heal your finger? Uraraka, Uriken asked. Well, that's gonna take some getting used to. Well, it has to do with my stamina. It could kill me if I'm too tired when she uses her quirk. Midoriya explained. Everyone around him seemed surprised at that. As it is, I'm honestly still super tired. It takes a lot out of me to keep far reach active like I did in that fight. Oh, is that why it failed when you tried to climb outside the building? We saw that mark of yours light up, but nothing happened. Kirishima asked, and the boy nodded before looking around. He couldn't see Kaken anywhere in the room. Hey, where's Kaken? He asked, continuing to survey the room in case he just didn't see him. Bakugo? He left a few minutes before you showed up. He seems really angry. He's probably near the gate by now. Mina told him. Midoriya's eyes widened and he turned around. I'll be back, the boy called behind him as he ran off. The blonde's words from earlier in the day played over in his mind. Damn it. You were tricking me for years. Bet you've been laughing behind my back. Where's that flash power of yours now? He hopped one of the last flights of stairs and ran out the door into the long stretch of path was between the gate and the school. Just ahead he could see the explosive teen stalking towards the gate with his hands in his pockets. Kaken, wait up! The blonde froze, and almost looked as if he was shaking. He slowly turned around with a glare that could kill and growled out, "What?" The brunette flinched slightly but held his ground. He needed to tell the blonde the truth behind his powers, or at least most of them. "I need to tell you something. I know you hate me, but please just listen for a couple minutes." "Why the hell should I?" Bakugo turned around still glaring and set off a few small explosions in my hands. "After everything you've tricked me about, why should I listen to a damn war dash?" "I didn't trick you," the brunette bit out, interrupting the explosive boy. Now he was really starting to look pissed off, but Midoriya stood his ground, raising his marked hand to show it to the blonde. "Look at my left hand, Kakin." The blonde didn't say anything, just grunted discontentedly, but he complied. The smaller boy started summoning Far Reach but didn't let the tendril actually escape, as he didn't know what it would do to his finger. Still, he managed what he wanted to do as the mark glowed blue in response. "What the? You were there when it first showed up, Kakin, when I first found out about the mark. You know, I was just as confused as you," the brunette said before staring into the ground. "I had no idea until recently that it was a quirk, and I mean really recently. I only found out during the exam. I wasn't trying to trick anyone. Do you really think I'd hide finally having a quirk from all our classmates when it could have stopped them bullying me?" The blonde growled as more explosions set off, but he made no move to do anything. "Really, you damn nerd? You wouldn't hide it? Then why the hell do you keep looking down on me, damn it? Why the hell didn't you actually try in the damn exercise? Why didn't you come at me at 100%? That's what you think?" Midoriya asked as he looked up, meeting the harsh gaze of the explosive boy with a glare of his own, still holding out his hand. "You idiot! Look at my finger. That's what happens if I use 100%. I can't control the power output of my strength yet. I wasn't going to use it at all, but then Far Reach failed and I was going to smash into the ground. I know you're better than me. I can't beat you in a head-to-head fight. I did come at you at my strongest. The strongest I can do right now." The blonde let off another explosion. He seemed at a loss for words. "You're amazing. That's why I wanted to beat you, but I'd never be able to. You're too strong. That's why I'm going to learn to control this power. Then I'm going to beat you for good," Midoriya said as he clenched his good hand into a fist before his eyes widened. "Crap, where did that come from? I just meant to show him I wasn't tricking him. Damn it. You. I'll never let you get fucking close to that point, you bastard." Bakugo suddenly exploded in rage, but in his eyes there was a hint of fear, as if he was worried about something. "Damn it. You already made a fucking fool out of me in that training exercise. So? Did you come here to rub it in? I lost, and to make matters worse, it was to you. I may have come in first in the exam, but that's not enough. You aren't the only one, damn it. When I was watching that ice guy, I realized I couldn't beat him in a head-to-head fight. Crap. I even agreed with what that girl said. My attack was so stupid." Midoriya had completely lost track of what the heck he was talking about at that point. I guess he means Todoroki when he says ice guy, but which girl is he on about? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Enjoy that fucking win, Deku. I swear it'll be the last you ever get. The blonde screamed at him. "I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm going to end up the number one no matter what." The explosive boy had teared up at some point in his rant. He wiped away the tears as he turned and walked away. "I won't let you beat me again, you bastard. Don't even try." The brunette watched him walk away for a couple of moments before he let out a sigh of relief. Why does dealing with Kakin have to be so scary and stressful? "There you are." A familiar booming voice sounded out. A strong gust of wind almost knocked the smaller boy over before he saw the towering muscle form of All Might holding Bakugo by the shoulders. "Bakugo, I found you. Just so you know, pride is an important attribute to have, but while you certainly have the abilities to become a pro hero, there's still plenty you have to learn. Let go of me, All Might." Right now, the boy growled before looking back at the pro. "Save your speeches. I'll be more famous than you, and I'll do it without your help." Right? The man let go of the teen, clearly at a loss for words. The brunette ran to his mentor's side as Bakugo walked off. Kaken's fuse has been lit now. There's a raging fire in him, but that doesn't change what I have to do. I'll keep chasing after him, and one day, I'll beat him. Midoriya, what were you saying to Bakugo before I arrived so heroically? The blonde inquired. The boy looked up at him before looking to his mark. During the exercise, he thought I was tricking him, that I'd been hiding my power for years. I felt guilty, so I wanted to set the record straight. The boy explained, and the blonde nodded. Understandable. It's good that even despite your adversity you are willing to accommodate his feelings, the muscular blonde said with a tone of approval. Oh, by the way, tomorrow just before lunch Aizawa will come to collect you from your class. He'll take you to one of the gyms. We'll need to test your new power first so we have the proper idea as to how we should approach this development. Right. Midoriya nodded his head as the two went back inside. All Might took off in the direction of the teacher's lounge, leaving the boy alone. He was about to return to class, but first, I know you're still there. The boy spoke up, looking around the empty room. If you're not going to tell me how my powers work, fine, but you could at least tell me the names of the powers. Yes, I suppose that much I can do. The voice of the outsider spoke inside his head, causing him to shudder. He didn't think he'd ever get used to that. I believe the two who had this power before called it dark vision. Quite a dramatic name, though I wonder if it was really the best one. Dark vision. Midoriya smiled slightly as he walked back to his class. Honestly, he liked the name. Midoriya took a moment to catch his breath after he ran into the school building. A massive swarm of reporters had appeared outside the gate, and he had been almost unable to make it past. He had been asked so many questions about All Might being a teacher that it was practically all he could hear in his head now. Midoriya! He heard a gruff voice in front of him. Looking up, he saw Aizawa staring at him, one eyebrow quirked up as if questioning him. Why are you out of breath? There's a lot of reporters outside trying to find out about All Might. The boy explained, standing up straight. It's almost impossible to get past them just to get in. The scruffy, tired teacher groaned as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Get to class, Midoriya. I'll go talk to them. The greenette spent a few moments watching his teacher make his way to the gate before the boy turned and made his way up the stairs. Hopefully they'll be gone by the time school finishes. Decent work on yesterday's combat training exercises, you guys. Aizawa told the class as he shuffled through some papers in his hand. I watched the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Bakugo. The scruffy pro's eyes flitted over to where the explosive blonde Saturday. You're talented. So don't sulk like a child about your loss. Yeah, whatever. The blonde dismissed the comment without much thought. And Midoriya. The teacher continued as if he didn't hear the blonde at all. The greenette tensed up. You did well in the first half. Any good self-defense class will teach you that the most important part of any confrontation is avoiding the fight where possible. But you can't always do that, especially in hero work. I see you still broke your finger to win. Work harder, and don't give me the excuse you don't have control over your strength. That line's already getting old. You can't keep breaking your body while training here. However, if you can get a handle on it, it will be really handy. So show some urgency. All right? Right. The boy said, nodding his head with a smile of pride. Aizawa went on to give quick criticism and advice to everyone about their matches. When he finally finished, the man put his papers down. He spoke up about the next important thing they needed to do. Let's get down to business. Our next task will decide your future. Everyone in the room tensed, worried about what it could be. Another quirk test, perhaps? You all need to pick a class representative. And, after a sigh of relief, the room descended into chaos of people shouting they should be picked. Midoriya finished the last few equations on the board. Maths today was as easy as it always was for the boy, though clearly he was in the minority who found it that way. Looking around, he saw the only people other than him who had finished were Ida, Bakugo, and a boy named Todoroki who had half-white, half-red hair. A girl with black hair that she had up in a ponytail called Yairazu looked like she was just finishing up as well. The decision of who would be class rep had ended up being decided by a vote at Ida's suggestion. Almost everyone had voted for themselves, and the few that didn't. Midoriya shuddered. Somehow he had been picked as the class president. The idea of being responsible for everyone in his class made him shudder. He was barely able to hold a conversation with most of them. The boy sighed as he stole a glance at the clock near the door of the classroom. There was still 20 minutes left of class. Mr. Aizawa will probably be here soon. I should probably go over what I know about dark vision just in case. And that's what the boy spent the next 5 minutes doing. Not that there was really much for him to cover. All he knew was that he could see silhouettes through walls and visualize noise. That was about it. Not really much to go on. A knock sounded on the door to the classroom, drawing everyone's attention before their homeroom teacher walked in and nodded to their maths teacher. Ectoplasm. A pro-hero with a cloning quirk and black glass-like skin. Sorry about the interruption, the tired man said in a bored voice. He looked across the class, finding the greenette. Midoriya, come on. The principal is waiting for us at Gym Gamma. The principal has asked you to come along as well. Ecto, by the way. The greenette closed his booklet and tucked in his chair before going to join his teachers at the front. Around him he heard his classmates muttering, wondering why he was being took out the class early. Something which Aizawa once again quirked an eyebrow at. You haven't told them yet? The teacher asked with slight note of surprise. The smaller boy shook his head. I wanted to, but I wasn't sure if you and Principal Nizu would want to talk with me first before I did. The boy explained, which caused even more muttering around him. Humph, I understand. Well, come on. Best to not keep the principal waiting, the scruffy man said, leading the boy out. The man quickly leant back into the classroom. To quell any potential rumors you might come away with, the reason for this is that your classmate may have developed a new power. The tired pro closed the door, and just a few moments later, what? It was slightly muffled, but Kaken's voice was still plenty loud and definitely not happy. The pro who had casually dropped the news on Midoriya's classmates had a small creepy smile on his face, prompting the greenette to ask a question he normally wouldn't. Sir? Did you tell them about my new power like that just to make them freak out? He asked, quirking an eyebrow of his own. I have no idea what you could possibly mean by that, the man said, but his smile got wider, making the boy doubt him. Seriously, he's so creepy when he smiles. On the other side of him, he heard Ectoplasm groan. Midoriya stared at the newly formed wall of cement before. His literature teacher, Cementos, a hero who had the appearance of a large gray brick with limbs and facial features, had been in the large gym hall with the short mouse-bear dog creature that was the principal. Once the boy had explained how his new power worked as far as he was aware, Nizu had explained they wanted the boy to do a quick exercise so they could understand how his power worked. All he had to do was say how many people were there and what he thought they were doing. They'd repeat the exercise a couple times, then the boy could go eat his lunch with his friends.
Midoriya.
He heard his maths teacher call from the other side of the wall. Now! The greenette waved his hand, feeling the familiar sensation of his power activating. With a blink, the color of everything changed to the sepia tones, and he could see yellow silhouettes past the wall. There's 4 of you. Mr. Aizawa on the far left, the principal on the far right, and 2 ectoplasms in between, I think. The principal is waving, the ectoplasms are standing still, and Mr. Aizawa is holding up 3 fingers. I wanted to see how much you could discern, even if you can't make out exact details. The man explained from behind the wall. The boy's power dissipated then. Ah, I think I just hit the time limit, the boy told them as he rubbed his eyes slightly. Rest your eyes a moment before we continue, Mr. Midoriya, he heard the principal call out. And so that's what Midoriya spent the next 15 minutes doing. Cementos would create cement furniture behind the walls, and Ectoplasm would create a different number of clones each time. They'd act out different scenarios, and the boy had to tell them what was happening as best he could. One had included a surprise assassination of Aizawa that had really caught the greenette off guard. He had barely called out about it in time. Still, he had managed, and Aizawa had stopped the clone from killing him. All right, Mr. Midoriya, the principal's voice spoke from behind the wall. There will be 2 more, then we'll let you go eat your lunch. For this next one, I am curious as to what will happen if you focus on the idea of Eraserhead being more important than anyone else past this wall. Tell us if doing so causes any changes. And begin. As the boy activated his dark vision, He focused intently on his mental image of Aizawa, and gasped as the silhouettes appeared once more. Among the normal yellow ones was a green one that matched with the shape of Aizawa's previous silhouettes. It was the same lineup as the first time they did this, so it wasn't hard to tell what was happening. You're all doing the same thing as the first time we did this, but Mr. Aizawa is green now, the boy explained. He then decided to try something. The power first activated when I really wanted to see through walls, so I'm going to try to turn it off myself instead of waiting on the time limit running out. Is that okay? Try it. He heard his homeroom teacher tell him, and so he did. He focused on a desire for his vision to return to normal as he repeated the motion he started the power with, and when he blinked again, it worked. The boy called out before taking a seat on the ground. There's just one more you wanted me to do? To his surprise, Aizawa and Nizu rounded around the corner, joining him before the wall fell down, revealing at least 20 different ectoplasms. All right, Midoriya, Aizawa spoke up. Just one last test before you go. Now we know you can mark people as important with that power of yours. Try to see if you can identify the real ectoplasm. Right? Midoriya nodded, walking towards the group and activating his power one last time. Show me the real ectoplasm. The greenette watched as the crowd became a massive yellow blob, but among it all, there was one green silhouette standing out. The greenette walked up to the pro and placed a hand on his arm. You're the real ectoplasm. You're green, the rest are just yellow. The clones all dissipated, leaving only the one he had identified. The pro hero beside him looked down with his constant creepy smile as the boy. Nicely done, kid. Yes, that was quite impressive, Mr. Midoriya. The principal praised him happily. Now, just before we let you go running off to meet your friends, do you have any idea for a name for this power? Midoriya smiled, meeting the principal's eye. Dark vision. I want to call it dark vision. Midoriya hated how his body shook and teeth chattered as he looked out among his classmates, being made to hold a meeting as class president. Lunch had been a disaster. He had spent most of it freaking out over the fact he was picked as class rep, and then the alarms had gone off. Somehow, the media had managed to break past the school's defenses, but no one had known it was just some reports looking for a story. Everyone had freaked out, thinking some sort of emergency was going on. In the midst of the chaos, the boy had kept accidentally activating dark vision, and now his head hurt like hell. He had really wanted to know where Ida and Uraraka were, as they'd been swept away by the crowd, and his power had reacted to his desire. The amount of yellow that had filled his vision was enough to make him sick of the color. Fortunately, Ida, in a moment of brilliance, had realized it was reporters outside and pulled a stunt to get everyone's attention, calming them all down. He had been so calm and collected and took charge of the situation like he was born to do it. Midoriya took a steadying breath. Hopefully Aizawa wouldn't mind what he was about to do. It's time, class rep. Let's begin, Yairuzu said from behind him, drawing him into the meeting. She had gotten one less vote than him, making her the vice president. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers W will be, Midoriya told the class, hating how pathetic his voice sounded. He shook his head and took a breath. Get yourself together for 2 minutes. But first, there's something that I want to say. Looking up, he saw the entire class's attention was on him. That did not help make this any easier. I thought a lot about this, and I think that Tenya Ida should be our class rep. He heard the boy perk up in surprise when he was mentioned. When the panic was going on during the media break-in, he was able to capture everyone's attention and get us in line. Meanwhile, all I was doing was dealing with my own powers, trying to fry my eyes out. He didn't really think about how the class would react to that, considering he had yet to actually explain his new power. There were shouts of surprise and concern, causing the boy to flinch. So I believe he should be the one leading our class from now on, the boy said as he smiled towards the blue-haired teen. Yeah, you know what, if Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good, Kirishima spoke up. Plus, he was a big help. He totally manned up and took charge, right? This is a waste of time, Aizawa spoke up, clearly not amused by what was happening. I don't care who the rep is, just hurry up. And Midoriya, once you do, you had best explain your new power to the class. I'm not doing that for you, right? The greenette nodded, shaking slightly. Mr. Aizawa was scary when he was annoyed. Well, more scary. A slight scraping was heard as Ida stood up from his chair. If Midoriya is nominating me for the job, then I gladly accept. I pledge to carry out my duties to the best of my abilities. Ida told everyone passionately, a slight smile on his face. Great to hear, Ida, Kirishima said with a thumbs up directed at the boy. Midoriya failed to notice the discontented look on the girl beside him. However, he did hear her cough to get his attention. While you're up here, Midoriya, do you mind explaining this new power of yours? It sounds dangerous from what you said a minute ago. Right? So this requires some explanation. The boy started, taking a breath. I've already told some of you this, but my quirk, it didn't manifest when I was 5 like most people's. Muttering broke out across the class until Aizawa hushed them all and told them to let the boy finish. Looking across the class, he saw Ida and Uraraka giving him looks of encouragement. And I call my tentacle Far Reach, but my actual quirk is called Mark. Truth is, until recently I was considered quirkless. Gasps were heard. Everyone looked at him wide-eyed. Midoriya showed the class his mark. Then, 11 months ago, I was attacked by a villain. I was saved by a pro, and at some point during the day, this appeared on my hand. Hang on, so you've only had powers for 11 months? Ishido asked, shocked. But you used them like they were natural to you in the exercise. No, I haven't had them for 11 months actually, the boy explained, putting his hand down. He noticed off to the side Aizawa had suddenly been a lot more interested in what he was saying. Might as well just be honest, well as honest as I can. Quirkless people aren't treated nicely in the school I came from. At the time I got it, I thought the villain had marked me for some reason because it's not like my mom or dad's quirks. I'll admit, I was pretty worried I'd be treated even worse if people thought it was something like that, so I went with a story that it was a tattoo someone with a quirk had put on me by accident. Wait, so then when did you realize it was a quirk? Hagakure, a girl with an invisibility quirk, asked. If you thought it was just a mark? My powers, when they first unlock, it's related to my desire at the time. The first time I ever used powers. He took a deep breath. They would definitely be more shouts of shock at this. It was during the entrance exam. Just like the boy expected, everyone started shouting shock. Probably Jairu, the girl he tied with in the quirk test who had earphone jacks dangling off her ears, was the loudest. You signed up to the exam thinking you were quirkless. How the heck did you pass? Midoriya took a couple minutes to explain his meeting with Uriken and what had happened when the zero-pointer showed up. It was a bit of a ramble, but Aizawa didn't stop him, letting him get his thoughts out. When he finished, light clapping could be heard from Kirishima. Dang it, Midoriya, you were cool enough in the exercise. Now this? We get it, you're super manly, Kirishima said, but he had a smile on his face despite his words. So what's your new power then? Sounds kinda dangerous with how you described it. Oh, the greenette looked up, smiled, and activated it. It's not really, I can get a sore eyes and headache from it if I overuse it, but it's actually pretty cool. As far as I know, you guys won't see any physical signs of it happening, but I'm doing it right now. It's called dark vision. You guys are all yellow silhouettes right now to me. Silhouettes that I can see even through walls. He heard mutterings from some people sounding like they were wishing they had a power like that. Looking around, the boy found out that, to his surprise, the power even worked on Hagakure. He could see her hands and head. I can't see exact details, just kinda the general shapes. I can think of someone as important and they'll be a different color from the rest. I'm not quite sure how it works yet, but it's counteracting Hagakure's invisibility. Wait, really? The girl perked up in surprise. Some around the class looked doubtful. Guess we can see how good that power of yours is. What's my hair like? Similar to Jairu's but longer, just above shoulder length. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the girl to tell them whether Midoriya was right or wrong. The girl let out a small, excited squeal. He's right. Finally someone can see me, the girl happily said, dancing in her seat. The class all started talking amongst themselves in surprise. Midoriya decided to wrap up with probably the last question they were wondering. Dark vision activated for the first time in the middle of the exercise. I wanted to see Kaken through the walls 'cause the area I choose to hide in, the acoustics made it next to impossible to know how close he was. That's pretty much everything. He finished his explanation, but before he could return to his seat, Aizawa stopped him. Nizu explained to me there might be one more thing, but we can't be certain on it. All of you should know in case it happens in the middle of class. Aizawa started. The greenette stopped in his tracks, realizing what he had forgot to mention. Oh well, there's a possibility. I might develop another power or 3, or really even more, not sure yet. The boy said nervously, scratching the back of his head. What? Came the shocked and probably pissed off scream of Bakugo. The classroom descended into shouting chaos for what felt like the 100th time. Midoriya rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he walked to the front door, in his school outfit but lacking his blazer. He had awoken earlier than he normally would, and his mom was still preparing breakfast, so she sent him to go get the newspaper they had delivered. The boy leaned over and gave the headline a quick once-over. UA's newest faculty member, the #1 hero All Might, resolves multiple incidents this morning's. Midoriya scowled at it, remembering the chaos it had caused the day before. The newspaper had the usual more on page 3. There was only one other story advertised on the front in a small column. New organization. The Abbey of the Everyman, religious or atheist. The greenette rolled his eyes as he took it to his mother. The boy himself being agnostic, he had learned long ago to avoid any religious talk like the plague lest he end up with a headache when someone zealous from any one of the many sides started to try to convert him. The boy stopped in his tracks as he realized something, looking down at his mark. Not really still agnostic anymore, are you? Mark's proof there's at least someone out there. Midoriya shook his head as he put the paper on the table for his mom to read when they finished breakfast and he went off to school. The boy put the Abbey out his mind as he went to look for his blazer. After all, not like they were really important to him. He was getting stared at a lot. He could tell as he finished up some new notes on Kamui Woods he had found out through the news on his way to school. People weren't as stealthy about it as they thought they were. If he were a sassier boy, he might have told Hagakure that staring is supposed to be easier when you are invisible. Of course, they weren't like the stares he used to get growing up. He hated those stares. The stares he used to get reminded him everyone thought of him as a freak, not worth their time. These stares were nice, if a little embarrassing. Well, except Bakugo's, but that was a given. These stares were from people who liked him for one, and they were stares of awe as well as perhaps a tinge of jealousy for some. Since they found out he had multiple powers and had the capability to manifest more, they had been staring. Or in Bakugo's case, glared with enough fury to rival his own explosions. The announcement that sounded over the school speakers had not helped. The cheery voice of the principal sounded throughout the room. Will Mr. Izuku Midoriya from the Hero course, Class 1A, and Miss May Hatsum from Support, Class 1H please report to my office at lunch? Apologies for any interruptions, everyone. Have an amazing day. Once the announcement finished, all subtly about the staring had flew out the window at 100 miles per hour into the path of a runaway freight train. Do you have a girlfriend we don't know about, Midoriya? Kaminari asked, a teasing grin on his face. He felt his flush red, and before he could get a chance to defend himself, Mineta then shouted out. You must have done something to be called, and with a girl? Did you get laid? Why didn't? A loud thwack sound reverberated through the air as a book collided with the short boy's head, quieting him down while Midoriya blushed deepened massively. Tracing the path quickly lead everyone to the conclusion that Uraraka had thrown the book. Uraraka! Aizawa started annoyed, pinching the bridge of his nose. While I don't disagree with quieting Mineta in this scenario, please refrain from using methods like that from now on or I will have to give you detention. Sorry, sir. I feel bad about it, Uraraka said. It wasn't hard to mean she didn't really mean that apology. Aizawa didn't call her out. Anyways, I would appreciate it if you all staring at Midoriya so much, Aizawa told them, causing the greenette to let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't let the boy dissuade the notions about this Hatsum being his girlfriend, but he had stopped the staring. It was nice that his homeroom teacher was on his side. If you all find him to be good eye candy, that's fine, but don't interrupt my class with your attractions. Almost the entire class joined Midoriya in blushing massively as the boy decided that their homeroom teacher liked to mess with him with really good timing. Midoriya sighed as he walked up to the massive wood doors with fancy accents. He had almost been late, having to reassure Ida and Uraraka that he really didn't have a girlfriend. He still wasn't entirely sure they believed him, but they had let him run off for his visit to the headmaster. As he walked in, he found a small group of people inside. The principal as well as Ectoplasm were there. Along with them was a teacher he recognized as the pro-hero power loader and a female student, with pink hair and gold eyes he had never seen before, wearing a black tank top and a jacket tied around her waist. She had oil smudges over her and a manic grin. That must be the handsome girl. Midoriya, you're here, Ectoplasm said, noticing him. Everyone else looked at him at that. The girl's eyes seemed to widen in excitement. The principal smiled and waved his paws slightly. Ah, young Mr. Midoriya, good. Now that you're here we can get on with business. The principal started with a twinkle in his deep black eyes. Oh, that's what the outsider's eyes remind me of, animals. Before we get to the main point of this meeting, I want to tell you that from now on, Ectoplasm will be your main trainer in regards to your powers. He is the quirk counselor here at UA for those with more troublesome abilities. Of course, you may have already realized this from him being present during your training with Dark Vision, was it? Yes, sir. The boy confirmed with a nod. The principal got out his chair and walked around to the front of his desk. Certainly an interesting name. Dark Vision. The principal stopped as if seeing how the name felt in his mouth before nodding and continuing. Anyways, from now on, if you have any reason to suspect you may have developed a new power, even if it's only a slight suspicion, you'll be expected to notify the nearest teacher, or get a student to bring a teacher to you if for some reason you are immobilized by it in some way. Explain to them the details of what happened so they can take any necessary precautions, and they'll escort you to Ectoplasm, or in cases of inability to move, him to you. Once you are with him, well, I'll let the man himself explain. The teacher in question walked up to him, his grin unnerving the boy a little. He knew the man couldn't help it, but the greenette still shivered. Please tell me all the being immobilized talk is over. Once you're with me, we'll figure out the details of the power and start an immediate training session to get you used to the power and try to eliminate and danger of misuse. The strict phantom-like voice of the pro really unnerved Midoriya as he nodded to show he understood. After all, most students have almost a decade to learn to control their powers. You've only had a few months at absolute best for Far Reach and mere days for Dark Vision. Starting next week as well, I'd like to hold an hour-long training session after school on Wednesdays and Tuesdays. Normally I'd bring you to the counseling sessions on Wednesdays, but you're a special case and I don't believe those sessions would be useful for your situation. When a location is decided on, I'll inform Aizawa. Anyways, I shall be leaving now. I'll see you Tuesday. That is, assuming you don't develop a new power soon. As the teacher left, he noticed the girl seemed to be fidgeting wildly, almost bouncing up and down in excitement. It reminded him of when he was kid and All Might would appear on the television. Power Loader, would you please introduce our students as well as yourself to Mr. Midoriya? The principal asked the other pro who walked toward the greenette at the mouse bear dog things, prompting. Nice to meet you, the hero said, shaking the boy's hand. As Nizu says, I'm Power Loader. I teach students in the support course, and this is Dash. I'm May Hatsum, though you probably know that. Oh, nice muscles, these would be perfect in one of the inventions I have an idea for. Power Loader had been cut off by the girl who had rushed forward and started feeling up the greenette, causing him to blush as deep as he did earlier in the day. Power Loader pulled the girl off him and scratched the back of his head. Sorry about her. She's genius but has next to no concept about how to be polite. At least she's straightforward. Power Loader explained, grumbling. Hatsum, go get the things you made from outside. Power Loader, if you don't mind, I'd prefer you go with her and wait when she brings it in. Nizu asked of the pro with a pointed look, seeming to indicate that was an order, just given politely. The hero complied as Nizu turned to address the boy once more. The real reason for this visit is due to some items Miss Hatsum has created recently. You may be wondering what that has to do with you. She has said some things about a black-eyed man who's been inspiring her in her dreams. giving her ideas and solutions to problems in her design. The principal explained, causing Midoriya's eyes to widen in shock. All Might explained to me the origin of your mark. We agreed it was best not to tell any other teachers. So as of now, only us, All Might and Recovery Girl know about the figure I believe he referred to as the outsider, so I'm sure you can appreciate that we had to look into it. The boy nodded, his mouth dry. He placed his hand to chin in thought. Why would the outsider visit her, though? I mean, she's certainly interesting by our standards, but I was pretty unremarkable when he came to me, so he clearly has a different process over what he considers interesting. Well, as it turns out, she has been working on 2 projects that were addressed to a Deku. It didn't take much investigating to find out that it's a nickname 2 students use for you. The principal clapped his paws and nodded behind him, prompting the greenette to run around to see Hatsum and Power Loader walking in with 2 closed boxes. As for what the items are, well, I'll let her explain, shall I? Midoriya tentatively walked towards the 2. Thankful the box in the girl's hand was stopping her from feeling him up again. She spoke up, eyes full of energy and her manic grin still not leaving her. Open the one in my hands first. Ok. The boy said, complying. He found himself almost frozen in shock once he opened it and gently took out its contents. It was a mask, made of metal, and it was designed to look almost exactly like his costume's mask, except the ear on the left side was chipped off. He could tell not only because of the design, but on the right side of the mask had the green cloth of his mask covering the metal underneath. Wait, is this? We visited the place you lot did combat training to see the aftermath and get some ideas about how we could deal with collateral damage. I found this cloth lodged in some rubble. I only brought with me at the time as some scrap, but then I started having dreams. This mask is one of the 2 final products of said dreams. Hatsum explained while he inspected the mask. Turning it around, he found a silk-like red cloth on the inside, with 2 holes cut to allow the wearer to see out the eyes. He noticed some small wires traveling from one of the eyes up to the roof of the mask and down to where the ears would be. This mask has some really awesome lenses in the left eye. The only thing I know can see farther are my own eyes with my quirk, and not by much. And unlike my quirk, there are certain mechanisms in there that will amplify sound. It's one of my best works, though relatively simple, and seeing as it's based off your mask, not to mention the inspiration of course I'm giving it you. This is. Midoriya was speechless as he held the mask in his hand. What could he say to this? A girl he didn't even know had given a gift, upgrading his mask. I'm really grateful. Thank you very much. But why would you do this for me? Because I want you wear. See how good it is and let everyone know who made it so more people want my products. Getting me noticed by support companies easier. Hatsum said without an ounce of shame in her voice. The boy blinked, dumbfounded at the bluntness, while Power Loader groaned. I told you she's straightforward. You'll want to open this now, but be careful. If you rush you might cut off a few fingers. Power Loader told him, prompting Midoriya to come over. He nodded to show he understood and carefully opened the box. I told you it's impossible for it to do anything lethal. Hatsum exclaimed at her teacher, rolling her eyes. You can't know that. I don't care what crazy thing your dreams tell you. It needs to go through safety checks before you can claim that. Power Loader told her as Midoriya pulled out a metal block that had been rounded out slightly like a sword hilt. A button was hidden near the top of the handle, and at the bottom there seemed to be some kind of bone attached to it that almost seemed as though it was emitting a small song from the small sounds he could hear from it. Before you write it off as just a block, press the button. Hatsum told him, and he complied. A clicking sound was heard, and suddenly the sides seemed to spring out, but because of his grip they didn't get far. Moving his hand, he watched as both the sides fell down and seemed to clamp together slightly when they met again. The boy adjusted his grip onto the newly formed longer handle, and as his grip got tighter something started to come out the top. Point it away from you, slightly down for ease, and then squeeze hard. Then press the button again. Power Loader told him. Midoriya complied and almost jumped back in shock when a blade slid out from his grip. The bones had disappeared inside it. He pressed the button and once again a click was heard, which the boy realized must have been a lock inside the handle. Why don't you explain to him how you intend for it to work, Hatsum? How it does work. Hatsum pointedly started, convinced of her design being perfectly like she intended. Is using a lock and some good old human applied pressure, the metal block will unfold into a sword. I've made some modifications to it so it will be incapable of piercing skin at all. However, it can still be used as an effective weapon. It will still be like the person you use it on was sliced by the sword, but there will be no truly lethal or debilitating damage. Strike someone in a way that would be lethal with a regular blade will merely render your target unconscious. However, just because it's incapable of actually slicing through sentient beings doesn't mean it isn't still a sharp sword. If whatever you hit it with isn't living, the blade will be like any good sword. Once you're done using it, you simply press the button and the blade will slide right back in. There's a magnet that will lock it in place so you can turn the hilt upside down and it'll transform back into just a metal block. The boy followed her instructions to fold it back, and it was as easy as she made it sound. Holy, that's super cool. Power Loader spoke up then, coming to take the handle from the boy. Hatsum is certain her blade will work like that, but she hasn't explained to me at all how she did it. She's bright, but she's also one of the most reckless students around. I trust that her idea is something she can produce, but I need to put this blade through a lot of tests first before it can be allowed to be used by anyone. The pro explained, placing the folding blade inside the box and picking it up and leaving, Hatsum trailing behind him. She didn't bother to take the mask. Nizu then spoke up from behind Midoriya. I obviously cannot allow you to brandish a blade if it proves to be dangerous, Mr. Midoriya. However, the mask you're free to take to your next hero class if you wish. I'll inform your teachers about the circumstances of it. As for the blade, if it truly turns out to be as Miss Hatsum claims, then it will be your choice if you wish to start using it. However, if it turns out to be dangerous, it will be kept in storage until your 3rd year, when you can take the exams to be granted a license wield dangerous weapons as a pro. Wouldn't a blade still be considered a dangerous weapon, regardless, sir? The boy asked, confused. Seeing that, if it works as intended, it cannot directly harm anyone to the levels considered dangerous, no. Were you to bring it into a public after gaining your provisional license, you might be stopped occasionally by some pros and police, but so long as you can prove to them it's incapable of doing real damage, they will leave you alone. The principal explained with a smile. Of course, I still recommend taking those weapon exams when the time comes, as it will make life easier, and if the mechanisms do fail in future, you can still legally wield it. Now go get lunch. I have taken up enough of your time with these matters. Before you go, though, I can't deny I'm curious. Do you think you'll wear the mask? Midoriya took a moment to consider the question. He knew he wouldn't be able to use his costume due to what happened to it when he fought Bakugo, however. If the mask had the capabilities Hatsum claimed it did, then it couldn't hurt to get used to it. Yes, sir, I think I will. Midoriya was in for a surprise when he returned to his normal table with his friends to catch the tail end of his lunch period. Ida and Uraraka were there like normal, but with them was Jairu, who seemed unhappy, though she always seemed to have a blank, uninterested look on her face as far as he could tell. As he sat down, all three looked up. Uraraka's face brightened up and Ida seemed relieved when he appeared. Jairu seemed to only grant him a quick glance to acknowledge his arrival before focusing back on her food. Hey guys. Hey. Jairu. The boy wasn't as certain of himself, acknowledging the girl. You don't mind him asking, why are you here? I mean, don't get me wrong. Your company is completely welcome and great, I'm sure. I didn't mean to imply otherwise, and I'm sore dash. Dude, calm down. Jairu said in her admittedly calming voice. She looked up and met the boy's eyes with a sigh. She gestured to a table some distance down the cafeteria, where the boy noticed both Kaminari and Mineta were eating together. Normal I'd sit with the blonde dunce, but then he showed up. Dude's got issues, so I got up to find another table, but then they started talking about my quirk. The girl trailed off at the end, leading Midoriya to suspect whatever had been said wasn't particularly nice. His suspicion was confirmed when Uraraka spoke up. They started talking about how useless they thought her quirk was right in front of her. Makes me wanna punching. Uraraka, Mr. Aizawa has already scolded you once for brining physical harm to another student. Please do not make me have to repeat his words to you. Ida started to lecture her. The purple hair girl didn't focus on the two, instead sighing and speaking to no one in particular. They're not entirely wrong. It's such a weird power. Other than hearing stuff, I don't exactly have much use. The girl said with a frown, toying at her food but not eating. If Midoriya was honest with himself, somewhere deep down he was just a tiny bit angry at the thought that someone would complain about their quirk when he had spent most of his years without one. I have no idea how I tied with you on the test first day, Midoriya. There's so much you're capable of, you should have been way higher. That's ridiculous. Claiming your quirk is useless or one note. I think it's actually really awesome, the boy exclaimed, fixing her with a smile to try and encourage her. If you ask me, even if he is our teacher, Mr. Aizawa isn't infallible. That quirk test should have had a basic hide-and-seek-like test for stealth types, for example. Hagakure had next to no chance to show any potential in the tests he came up with despite. And as for your power, it's actually pretty versatile if you ask me. Sure, your hearing might get put to the forefront of your useful abilities, but from what I was told, you broke solid concrete. How did you pass the exam? Out of curiosity. Jairu blinked in surprise, lifting her head from her hand that it had been resting on. They had switches on the back of them. I just kept dodging and using my jacks to deactivate them with those switches. There were switches? Midoriya asked surprised, garnering looks from the three students. Deku? That was on the pamphlet for the exam, Uraraka informed. The greenette blinked before putting his face into his hands and groaning. That would have been so much easier, he said before looking up, deciding to get back on track. Anyways, so considering that then you can control them like appendages? Yeah, pretty easily. Jairu nodded, demonstrating as her jacks raised into the air and moved about a bit before going limp. So you could use them like whips then, or to distract your opponent by stabbing them using their small width, meaning there's no real risk but the person you're fighting will be distracted by the pain. After all, the quirk's only as good as the person using it, and you seem pretty smart from what I do know. Once again, as the boy finished listing off possibilities, all eyes were on him, causing him to blush lightly. Sorry if I'm rambling. Quirks and their applications are kinda my thing. Thanks, dude. It helps, the purple-haired teen said, her face pulling up into a smile for the briefest of moments, but the boy caught it. She was really pretty when she did smile. A part of him couldn't help musing. The topic of conversation slowly turned to what they were expecting for their next hero class and how they planned to spend the rest of their day when they left, Jairu joining in and getting involved more than she probably would have otherwise. As they talked, Midoriya couldn't help but stare at his hand, considering the conversation and something that still bugged him to this day. The mark glowed a brilliant blue. His hand seemed to act all of its own accord as he turned back to face the robot. Some small, semi-opaque black and purple tendrils shot out his hand and wrapped around the zero-pointer's head, pulling the boy back. The mark glowed blue as Midoriya's hands made a claw shape, causing the woman to gasp. Midoriya focused on the remote. He almost swore he could see a blue marker around it guiding him. Finally, the greenette tried to summon the tendrils, remembering what they felt like before. Both the greenettes were in for a shock when there was no small black tendrils, but instead one big black and purple tentacle wrapped in smaller tendrils like appendage that shot out from the boy's palm. I wonder if I could tone down the intensity. Could I control them like Jairu controls her jacks? The boy wondered, saving the idea for later when Ida asked him how his mom was doing. Hey, Midoriya, what exactly were you called to the principal's office for anyways? Shiro asked as the class rode on a bus their next lesson. Aizawa had announced they'd be starting their first rescue training exercises today. Upon hearing the question, everyone stared at him, awaiting the answer. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to ask during lunch, Uraraka exclaimed. Was it to do with your powers? And who's the handsome person? Oh, well, she turned out to be a support course student. She's, let's go with excitable, the boy said, opening the pouch he had added to his gym outfit and pulling out his mask that had barely fit in. Calling her insane would be mean, even if it's accurate. As for why, apparently she made some things that for some reason were addressed to a Deku. Everyone then really started to focus at hearing that. Kaminari let out a small chuckle. So she is your girlfriend then? No, we've never met until today, the boy said, not ending up an embarrassed mess this time as he was too focused on a certain detail of the mask's creation. She has said some things about a black-eyed man who's been inspiring her in her dreams, giving her ideas and solutions to problems in her design. I would not normally get as involved as I have been. Why? If he doesn't get involved then? The boy shook his head. He could worry about it later. For now, he should just explain what she made. Apparently support course students sometimes go into the places we train in afterwards to get ideas on how to deal with collateral damage. She found a part of my mask Kakin managed to tear off. Using it and some idea she created this. Everyone stared as he took a breath and put the mask on his face, his eyes adjusting. He fiddled with a small knob near the ear to adjust the lenses so he could see properly and looked around. Principal Nizu let me take it with me to try it out, seeing as it was made for me. I may not have my costume, but I still want to see what it's like, so I'll be using it during our rescue training. Even if it doesn't exactly match up outfit-wise. Oh, I get it. That seems like a smart idea. Uraraka nodded her understanding and everyone else seemed satisfied with the answer. Some asked about the mask and what made it special compared to his original cloth one. He explained as best he could, but even he didn't really know much beyond what Hatsum told him. We were supposed to be practicing saving other people's lives today. But now we're the ones in danger. Midoriya felt his throat go dry as he stood up after being unceremoniously dropped the metal floor of a cruise ship. A moment later, Mineta smashed into the ground beside him hard. Looking over the side of the ship, he saw Azui crawling up the side and climbing in beside them. This is a nightmare. Ribbit, the frog girl, said as Midoriya took in their surroundings. They definitely ended up in the shipwreck area 13 had mentioned. Hey Azui dash, the boy started but was cut off. Sue. Right. I know it's not the best time, but how does your quirk exactly? How could you climb the ship? Midoriya asked as his brain ran 100 miles a minute. It had only been, 20 minutes since they'd walked into the USJ at most? How quickly things went south. The boy felt his blood run cold as he watched the lights of the facility start to flicker and the dark purple seams in the air started to manifest. When Aizawa announced they were real villains, the boy felt like he was going to pass out. Wasn't UA supposed to be one of the most secure schools around? How had they gotten in? The class all turned tail and tried to run, to escape as Midoriya cursed the fact that All Might couldn't be here right now. The teachers hadn't told the class why the man hadn't shown up, but Midoriya had seen their other teacher 13 hold up 3 fingers to Aizawa. 3 fingers. 3 hours. All Might had exceeded his time limit. Well, we might have to fight now, so I think it's actually a good idea to understand each other's quirks. I can basically anything a frog can do, Ribbit. You probably guessed that already, but what that actually entails is being able to stick to most, if not all surfaces because of the stickiness of the tips of my fingers. Azui told the greenette. I can also jump high and extend my tongue out to roughly 20 meters, Ribbit. It's just about strong enough to lift up a human. Whoa, that's so cool! The boy exclaimed, his quirk analyzing enthusiasm bubbling to the surface before he shook his head. Focus. Obviously I have my super strength, but anytime I use it my body breaks. It's a double-edged sword. There's also my far reach. I can grab people and items with it similarly to your tongue. I can also use it as a whip as a way to traverse. What about you, Mineta? What can you do? Well, my quirk lets me pull these sticky balls out of my scalp. They regrow as fast as I can pull them out, and their strength depends on how I'm feeling. Some stick for a whole day and other only an hour. I'm the only thing I know that they can't stick to, instead I just bounce right off. I'll bleed if I use too many, though. The smaller boy said proudly before his face slowly morphed into a frown. But it's not like we're going to need to use them, right? All Might and the other teachers will show up and save us. There's no reason to fight when we could hide, right? The greenette looked at the floor. He turned his mind back to what had just occurred again. Mr. Aizawa was fending off the villains, using his capture tape and coming it with his fighting moves. He wrapped the tap around one villain's leg and delivered a swift roundhouse kick, knocking them over before moving on to another. This isn't the time to analyze. Ida's voice reminded Midoriya, and he shook his head before rushing to catch up with his class. They had almost made it to the exit of the facility when the purple seams from before appeared before them, blocking their escape. It turned out to be part of one of the villains who had invaded. Greetings. I am Kurojiri, and we are the League of Villains. He informed them in that horribly smooth voice of his. It almost felt mocking. I know it's impolite, but we've invited ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. Besides, would you not consider this a poetic place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to draw his last breath? That's why they're here? Midoriya exclaimed internally. In the corner of his vision, he noticed Kirishima's body hardening. Yet despite what the schedule we borrowed suggested, there seems to be no sign of the symbol of peace. There must have been some change of plan we could not foresee. The wisps raised into the air, almost taking the shape of massive claws. The two yellow lights that seemed to signify the villain's eyes changed to a glare. Regardless, I still have a role to play. Kurogiri moved as if to attack, but before he could actually do anything, Bakugo and Kirishima rushed forward. A second later, an explosion sounded and smoke covered the class's vision of the wisp villain. Did you think we were just going to stand aside while you destroy this place? Kirishima's voice rang out, though Midoriya couldn't see him at all. The smoke started to clear and the greenette took a step back in shock. The villain was completely unharmed. The wisps merely slightly scattered in the air but reforming. You certainly live up to your school's reputation, but little children should be more careful. They aren't supposed to play with fire. You might get hurt. Kurogiri mocked. 13 rushed forward, one hand outstretched. You too. Get out of the way now. The rescue hero shouted out, but before they could do anything, the wispy villain spoke up once more. I do agree, go back. I have some friends who I'd love for you to meet, Kurogiri said as hundreds of wispy tendrils, not too dissimilar to intangible versions of Midoriya's initial usage of far reach, covered them all. It was just a moment later Midoriya felt himself falling through the air, into a body of water. Where am I? He asked himself internally, looking around under the water. Water. Does that villain have some sort of teleporting quirk? Crap. Gotta get back. Fast. They came here to kill All Might, so it's a good thing he's not in Calce right now, but where is he? The boy couldn't finish his thought as he swam to the surface as a blur shot in front of him before rounding around. A villain with a head like hammerhead shark swam towards him and opened their jaw. What the heck? Crap. Active powers won't work underwater. What do I do? The villain was getting closer, only roughly 40 meters between them at an estimate. One for all, even if it didn't break me, I couldn't build enough pressure to blow this guy away, and punching is out the question. Well, maybe with a palm strike, but 20 meters. Far reach would be massively slowed down, so using it as whip wouldn't work. I couldn't pull him around either. Maybe I could hold him back though. 10 meters. Midoriya raised his left hand and prepared to try to stop him with his far reach, when all of a sudden another blur shot into his vision, colliding with the hammerhead villain. As they slowed, the second blur turned out to be Aizawa kicking the villain, with Mineta in her arms. Midoriya! The frog girl's tongue shot out her mouth, wrapping around his waist and pulling him to the surface. Midoriya! He was snapped out of it as he felt Aizawa place a hand on his shoulder. He looked up, surprised to see the other two students looking at him concerned. You weren't responding. Sorry. I was thinking. They knew our whole schedule and who would be here. I'm willing to bet they got in during the confusion when the press broke in. The teachers would have had their handful dealing with the reporters. That means they've been waiting for the perfect time to attack, just like Todoroki said they were. If their goal is to kill All Might and they've planned this, then they probably found a way to do it. The boy explained. He looked at Mineta, who was starting to quiver, and sighed before standing up. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class. Ribbit. Aizawa groaned and Midoriya had to nod his head in agreement. Come on though, it's not like whatever they've got can actually work. Once All Might shows up, he'll and these bad guys into oblivion and we'll be safe. Mineta put in, punching the air as if trying to imitate their missing teacher. No, if the villains had this much planning, then whatever they have, I think it'll be enough. Midoriya hated the words coming out of his mouth, but he knew it would be naive to think otherwise. His gaze wandered to the side of the bayou and he tensed up. Maybe we should be more worried about not getting tortured to death. You heard what that smoke guy said. The smallest of the trio started to sweat as the girl continued. Midoriya felt the urge to facepalm at her lack of observation, both of the smaller boy's state and the situation they were in. Otherwise we might not survive long enough to see All Might again, and even if he does show up, who knows if he'll make it out in one piece.
No.
The pros will come and save us, right? Tell Frog but to shut up. The purple-themed boy started gesturing wildly, shouting at the other boy. The greenette decided to ignore Mineta. Unfortunately, I don't think we can just sit back and hide. Nor do I think we should, even if we could. He told the two, his gaze hardening with his resolve. Look around the boat. Look what's happening. The other two teens followed his request and both tensed as they not said what the greenette already had. They had been surrounded by a large group of villains all swimming around the boat. Ack! When did they get here? Mineta cried out. Midoriya clenched his fists in frustration. So the brats finally noticed. One of the villains mocked in a coarse voice. What do we do? Azui worried as she took a step back. They've got us surrounded. Actually, I think we have an advantage as well. Midoriya spoke up, attracting his classmates' attention. They're not attacking and they dumped you here, Azui Tsu. I mean Tsu. The bot corrected himself as he started to stutter. Somewhere you'd be your most effective. That kinda got away from you, didn't it? The girl asked, though not in a teasing manner, more as if she was just confirming a suspicion. Why does it matter she's here? Mineta asked, teeth chattering and legs shaking. It matters 'cause it means they probably have no idea what our quirks are. For all their planning, they have no idea what we're capable of. Ribbit. You've got a point, Azui admitted. If they realized I was a frog, they surely would have sent me to that fire zone in the distance. They probably split us up so they could pick us off one by one. For all they know, the three of us could be super powerful. We can use that to our advantage if they come near us. Midoriya said as his eyes darted between all the villains. Look, no one of them are trying to climb in. That proves they're not completely sure. But that means they won't underestimate us either. If they're here for All Might, then they must have a way to defeat him. They wouldn't go through with this if they didn't. But why? Why All Might? Why him out of all the heroes? Is it because his very existence, Dieter's crime, discourages villains and evil? Because he's the symbol of peace, of justice? Something else? The boy shook his head as he walked to the wall of the cabin on the boat. Actually, I don't care. It doesn't matter, whatever their reasons, I won't let them. Focus. The pros won't be here, and if they have a way to beat All Might, then it means even Mr. Aizawa and 13 aren't safe. I have to face this evil head on. If they can beat him, then we need to stop whatever it is they have planned. We have to work together and keep All Might safe. Mr. Aizawa wasn't there when that villain announced their plan. He has no idea they have something strong enough to take down All Might, which means he doesn't know they have something powerful enough to take down him. Midoriya said, garnering Azui and Mineta's attention once more. The frog girl put a finger to her chin as if in thought. This is up to us. We're here to become heroes, so let's be heroes. Fight! Are you crazy or just suicidal? Mineta screamed at them as tears started pour from his eyes. Let's just wait for the pros from UA to come and save us. But how? Even if they don't know what we can do, as soon as we move they'll find out what we can do and our only advantage will be gone. Ribbit. Before the boy could respond though, a giant claw made from water shot into the sky beside them and crashed through the boat not too far from where they were standing. Holy crap! Mineta shouted out as another villain piped up. This is getting boring. Let's get this show on the road. The villain goaded. Mineta screamed out as he rushed forward, plucking balls from his head. Mineta, don't. Midoriya tried to warn him, but it was too late. The boy had thrown multiple of his balls into the water. The greenette looked over the side. Crap. They'll figure out his quirk. However, much to the boy's surprise, the villains were keeping their distance and pushing the water so the balls would float away. They're scared of them? That's a great power that villain had, Azui admitted as she hopped back slightly. What do we do now? The ship's sinking. A villain who's sure of their victory is bound to make a mistake. All Might said something along those lines once. I have an idea. It's stupid, risky, and we only have one shot at it, but if we can pull it off, we might be able to escape from here and get closer to the others for backup. We're probably gonna need it now. The greenette stole a quick glance at his marked hand, a way of reassuring himself that he had the power to do this. Well, a risky idea is better than none, especially now. Ribbit. What do you have in mind, Midoriya? It's going to take some serious coordination for us too, Sue. The boy told her as he fiddles with the knob on the side of his mask. He looked out to where Mr. Aizawa would be, and the lenses of his mask started to magnify his vision. He just needed to find a landing spot. Midoriya took a deep breath, Azui preparing behind him. Now or never. Come on, act like Kaken would. The boy smashed his foot onto the railing of the boot and let out a scream, in an attempt to make the villains hesitate. He leapt into the air, his heightened agility pushing him far into the air. He started to plummet back down, towards the villains, and he put his fingers together, ready to flick them. Now die! One of the villains, the one who had destroyed the boat, already made a claw from the water as if in preparation. I can't know how many of them are surrounding the boat, and even if I use a smash I can't get them all at once when they're in a circle formation like that. Once we escape anyways, there will still be other enemies out of the shipwreck zone, and if my mark gets exhausted, one for all is all I'll have left. I can't screw this up. Focus. I need my arms. Picture the image of the egg not exploding. Energy coursed through the boy's body as his gaze hardened and he gritted his teeth. No going back now. If the timing on Aisutsu's part is off, we're screwed, but I just have to trust Sue will do her part. Take this, he shouted at the villains. Delaware. SMMMMSSSSHHHH. As soon as his fingers flicked, the chaos was almost immediate. A giant hole appeared instantly where the boy aimed, and just a second later the water flew out of the lake on all sides, the boat being catapulted high into the air. Sue now! Midoriya screamed out, slightly panicking. If Sue didn't jump, they were screwed. However, the boy's fears were relieved when he saw the girl flying through the air with Mineta in tow. The boy aimed his left hand, already feeling the pressure in his right from the attack. Sue shot her tongue out to catch him, and the boy responded by firing his far reach at it. The two appendages met in the air and wrapped around each other. The greenette felt slightly bad for Azui. He couldn't imagine it wasn't pleasant to have on her taste buds. There was no time to worry about that though. The girl used her momentum lift Midoriya above her in an arc, and as he reached the top of the swing he started pulling her. It wouldn't do much, but it could certainly get them more distance than just a standard jump. They were making quick time towards the land, their enemies scattered. The water was serving as a sort of mask of what their powers were to those outside the shipwreck zone, not that it would last long. The water was starting to fall back, and their enemies were being dragged with it. Much to both the taller teens' surprise, purple balls that were unmistakably Minetas started to fly through the air, hitting the villains and attaching them to each other, incapacitating them. Nice! Way to go, Mineta! The three reached the edge of the lake as the water all came pouring back into the emptied lake, all rushing to the center with the captured villains. The greenette saw where he intended for them to land was getting near when he looked back. Sue, let go now. The girl complied as the boy was just a couple meters above her, tongue retracting back into her mouth. Far Reach similarly returned to Midoriya's hand as he dived down to grab Azui's arm with his right hand. Wow! You two are amazing. They flew above an empty bit of land not far from where Aizawa was fighting. Midoriya threw his left hand out towards the ground before they overshot, and Far Reach shot out, latching onto the empty land and pulling all three down to the ground fast. As the three reached their destination, they all split apart, rolling across the ground. Midoriya groaned as he started to pick himself up, Azui beside him. Definitely need to work on my vertical landings. Midoriya, bigger problems. The frog girl warned him, and he found out what she meant pretty quick as he looked around. They may have evaded their water-based enemies and managed to incapacitate them, but there were still villains on the land. A small group of 6 had surrounded them. The boy shifted into a fighting pose and he felt Azui at his back. Crap. Guess this place wasn't as empty as it looked. The greenette groaned. He could see Mineta still laying on the ground, possibly having gotten nauseous. Not that Midoriya could blame him. If it hadn't been for his training for One for All, he's probably be feeling sick right now as well. Hee. How cute the students have the same hair color and costume scheme. I wonder if they're related? One villain sang, a spear in hand. She jabbed at Midoriya, who barely moved his feet in time, the limbs she was aiming for. Look, he's sweating. Careful, G, you saw what happened where they came from. Another warned, and Midoriya cursed his luck. He pressed his back into Aizawa and hoped she realized what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, the girl didn't realize he was trying to converse with her quietly, and instead assumed he had been pushed by a villain and walked forward a tiny bit. Drat. Can't say anything too loud or we're screwed. What can I do? Midoriya took a deep breath as his brain started moving in the fast, observant way that had been his blessing so many times already. I can't use One for All again, not right now. I need to save as many shots as I can. Aizawa can escape from here pretty easy by jumping and take Mineta or me, but not both. The villains will still be surrounding whoever is left, and if Aizawa jumps, they'll probably attack. Far Reach could open a spot, but it would make them attack still, and this time Aizawa would be caught in it. Maybe swinging around Far Reach could knock the over enough for us to get out of their trap, but it would be too slow to get them all. A few would realize and duck. If Aizawa could do the same with her tongue. No, I don't think she has that kind of strength. The boy let out an audible groan, causing the villains to snigger slightly. Damn it. I need a way to get them all to go down by hitting one, or we're screwed. Suddenly his left hand flared up in pain, causing him to shout out. The villains, startled by the boy's sudden scream, moved to attack. Aizawa instinctively jumped, and Midoriya did the first thing he could think of. Grab Mineta. Midoriya barely dodged out the way of the spear that came at him. Both Mineta and Aizawa were out of danger at least. The villains turned again to try to attack him, and that's when he noticed it. The villains had dim yellow smoke around their heads all of a sudden. A quirk of theirs? The boy instinctively shot his Far Reach and used it to pull the closest villain of their feet when, to his surprise, all the villains shot into the air in a similar fashion. It confused him for only a moment before he realized what it had been. A new power? Right now? That's not good. The villains started to pick themselves up, and Tsu landed on ground beside him again. The boy wasted no time. Whatever the link was, he had to use it while he had a chance. The villains threw themselves off the ground and started charging at Deku, almost similar to a bull who'd seen red. The pissed-off villain pulled their arm back and threw a punch right at the greenette. With only a second to react, he did the first thing he could think of and shot Far Reach out. It wrapped around the villain's fist, and the boy pulled him to the side to throw him off balance. Midoriya followed his instinct and threw his leg forward in a kick, connecting with the villain's head. The resounding thud made the boy cringe slightly, and the villain fell over. Just a moment later, all the other villains who had gotten up fell over similarly. Worried, Midoriya did a quick check of the villain's vitals and was relieved to find he had merely knocked them out. Midoriya! Mineta's voice got his attention, and he noticed the two beckoning him to go with them, where they had gotten closer to Aizawa. He ran to their side as he thought about what just happened. I'll have to tell Ectoplasm as soon as possible. I should avoid using that again for now, just in case. Guys, I still think this is insane. The exit's right there. We could escape and warn the school. Mineta reminded them as they hid behind some rubble near where Aizawa was fighting. We may have got out of that jam back there, but we aren't pros. We don't know how to fight villains, and Mr. Aizawa will probably be super pissed if we try. I'm not saying we should get in the middle or anything, but we should try to see if we can help him from the sidelines, and when he doesn't have as many villains around him, warn him about whatever they have to take all might. Midoriya explained as he watched Aizawa deliver a pal strike to one villain, knocking them over. All three of us are capable of long-range attacks if necessary. Me and Tsu can keep tripping up the villains, and you can incapacitate them, Mineta. Despite all that, though, we shouldn't need to do much. Mr. Aizawa is capable by himself. Fine. Just remember, Midoriya, we're only supposed to warn him about whatever they have, then we stay the heck away. Mineta said, and Aizawa riveted in agreement. And for the record, I don't have many shots left myself, unless you want me to bleed out.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll skedaddle the second things look too dangerous for us. Midoriya nodded, prepared to comply. Aizawa flew through the air using his capture tape and it wrapped around one of the villains. He shot back towards the ground, both feet connecting with the villain's chest and knocking them out. "Hey gee guys. That one looks like trouble," Mineta stuttered out, pointing at a villain who had started running at their teacher, who had a disembodied hand covering his face. He had blue disheveled and unwashed hair and many more hands all over his body. "Final boss," Aizawa said, throwing his capture tape at the villain and started rushing to him as his hair flew into the air, but the blue-haired man grabbed the tape and reached out his hand as he got closer. The teacher, however, took advantage of it and ducked out the way of the villain's hand, hitting him in the stomach with an elbow. Unfortunately, that played right into the villain's hands, literally. The man had Aizawa's elbow in his hand, and their teacher's hair had fallen back down. "It was hard to see when you were jumping around, but I found your tail," the villain informed him in a horrible, scratchy voice that made Midoriya's skin crawl. The boy felt like he would be sick when the teacher's elbow turned gray and stony. "It's your hair. His arm. What's he doing?" Midoriya exclaimed internally as his eyes widened in shock. Cracks started to form along the surface of Aizawa's arms. "When it drops, it means you've stopped using your quirk," the villain taunted, making the greenette feel queasy. "You're having to blink more often. Don't push yourself too hard now, you might fall apart." "Wouldn't that be a shame?" Aizawa barely managed to land a punch on the villain, knocking him back, and jumped away. As he flew backwards through the air, Midoriya noticed the elbow no longer had the gray look. His elbow had flesh showing through and the skin was completely gone. The scruffy pro seemed unable to move it at all. The villain had destroyed the man's elbow. He was surrounded by 3 of the thugs who he ducked and dodged under, but he was clearly starting to get tired. One of the villains, a larger muscular one, threw yet another punch, and their teacher noticed too late, scrambling backwards out of the way and almost falling over himself. "That quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it?" Midoriya shot his hand forward towards the bigger villain and Far Reach fired forward, wrapping around the villain's hand before he could throw another attack. Aizawa immediately took advantage of the sudden aid, kicking the man in the face while he was distracted. He didn't say anything, but his gaze briefly wandered towards the trio. Midoriya expected the man to glare, but instead he looked almost scared. He only looked for a moment before looking at the exit and then back to the trio before returning his gaze to his opponents. It wasn't hard to guess his intended message, but the greenette knew he couldn't listen. Not yet. He shook his head and mouthed, "We need to tell you something." Whether or not the pro saw or understood, he didn't indicate as he dodged another attack. "You're not suited to this kind of thing, Eraserhead. You're used to stealth and sneak attacks, and yet even knowing that, you didn't hesitate to jump into this fight to put your students at ease." The blue-haired villain laughed as Aizawa dispatched of the villains around him. Midoriya looked around to see if there was any other villains and felt his throat go dry when he saw one had appeared behind their teacher's back. A large muscular bird-like mutant. "By the way, hero, I am not the final boss." The pro turned around in shock and the massive villain made to throw a punch, causing Midoriya to try to fire a Far Reach again, however, before he could, Aizawa stopped him. "Don't!" That was the only word the hero managed to get out before he was smashed into the ground, blood flying into the air, a crater forming. As if that wasn't enough, the villain lifted the man's head off the ground, only to smash back once more, and he kept doing it, and oh, Mr. Aizawa. Blood splatters stained the ground and all Aizawa did was groan. It at least meant he was still alive, but the pain he would be in must have been excruciating. I don't think you can speak, Eraserhead." The blue-haired villain taunted before turning his gaze directly towards the trio of students, causing all 3 to freeze up in fear. "So I'll ask you brats, what do you think of my friend Nomu here? He's biogenetically engineered to be the anti-symbol of peace. So, that's what they have. We failed. We didn't warn Aizawa in time." The greenette stood up, if only to face the villain with a glare. Terror was gripping him, but he refused to give the blue-haired bastard the satisfaction of seeing him cower and hide. "I think you're insane," Midoriya answered honestly. "Plan or no, there's no way that thing is strong enough to beat All Might." "Oh really?" The villain cackled manically. "Interesting, I disagree, but maybe I'll indulge that notion. I do enjoy the idea of putting my own personal touch on the #1 hero's death anyways. Deku, Ruidich, H. Aizawa tried to speak to the students, but before could finish Nomu twisted the hero's bad arm in a violent fashion, causing the greenette to flinch and the unkempt villain to cackle. See children, your teacher's quirk for erasing stuff is annoying, but nothing impressive. When faced with real power, he might as well be quirkless runt. The blue-haired man scratched his neck as he continued to mock them. Mr. Aizawa barely managed to turn his head to the massive villain, and his hair shot up once more, but less than a second later his arm was stomped into the ground, causing cracks in the ground and making the man scream. That was Mr. Aizawa's power being used. Does that mean that the villain is super strong even without a quirk? We can't keep watching this. Mineta whispered in panic and Azui let out a scared-sounding ribbit. We should be getting out of here super fast when they look away, shouldn't we? Tamura Shigaraki. A new voice appeared before the boy could answer, and they smoke teleport villain from before showed up beside the hand-covered villain. Kurojairi. Did you manage to kill 13? Shigaraki, as he was apparently called, asked the new arrival. Oh no. Please don't tell me. The rescue hero is out of commission, but I'm afraid there was a student I was unable to apprehend. He had a quirk that made him fast, and he escaped to call for reinforcements. Kurojairi informed his boss. Fast? That must be Ida. Hopefully that means help will be here soon. Clearly the disheveled villain had realized the same thing as he started to scratch at himself as if thinking, and as each second passed the scratching got more violent and erratic. Kurojairi. You idiot. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. The scratching stopped and the villain hunched over. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros arrive to stop us. This game over, back to the main menu. Damn it, and I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home, Kurojairi. They're just gonna leave, just like that? Midoriya found himself surprised. Was it really going to be that easy? Of course not, he shouldn't have let his guard down. Shigaraki suddenly turned and rushed straight towards the trio, jumping into the air. First, I want at least one kill for the road. Crush the hero's spirits a little. Destroy his pride. Make sure it hurts. He was moving fast, too fast to get an aim on. Right towards Azui. Crap cray PCRA 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 P. Shigaraki was right on top of the three students, mere seconds away from ending Azui's life. Deku could see it happening, see the exact point of contact. The world went red as his friend disappeared in a particle of dust. Then he snapped back to reality violently. Shigaraki was still moving towards them yet had not arrived. It was only a matter of a few seconds now, and the boy refused to hesitate again. Energy coursed through his body, the familiar feeling of one for all sparking to life inside him. Before the greenette could even spring into action though, the villain was upon them, hand over Azui's face. However, nothing happened. Everyone stood frozen for a moment at the sudden lack of power. The villain sighed. You really are so cool. Eraserhead. The pro was very barely holding his head up, keeping the villain from doing anything, but Midoriya knew it wouldn't last at all. He charged at the villain as he saw red. This one's clearly not like the rest. I gotta get Azui out of here now. Get the hell away from my friend. Sa-a-ame-a Ostra. From the point of contact of his fist, wind blew violently everywhere like a hurricane. Azui and Mineta were thrown off their feet and the ground beneath them cracked all over. The water that had returned to the shipwreck zone had violently crashing waves all of a sudden, and poles in the ground of the facility came flying out. He looked down, had his eyes widened in shock. His arm didn't have any of the class signs of damage it usually did. What? My arm's not broken. I can't believe it. After all the training, now is when I'm able to get a good smash in? Alright. Wait, but with all this damage. For the briefest moments, the boy was worried he had gone too far, but when the dust cleared, whether it was to his relief or to his horror, he saw he hadn't connected with the villain he intended to. Instead, the Nomu had managed to rush in to take the hit and was almost completely unfazed, merely pushed back from where he'd been standing a little. The massive villain glared down at the greenette with its dead eyes. "Where did you come from?" Midoriya exclaimed in surprise as he quickly glanced around for his classmates. Azui and Mineta weren't too far away. They had been knocked closer to Aizawa somehow by the blast though. The boy finally registered that Nomu had no scratches on him at all. If the villains spent so long planning out this attack, then they probably found a way to kill him. "No way. TCH. You're pretty powerful. And here I was thinking you were the ones who did that tentacle thing. That smash of yours. By chance, are you one of All Might's disciples?" Shigaraki asked as he scratched his neck. "Doesn't matter. You brats are getting on my nerves." Midoriya barely jumped out the way as Nomu threw a fist at him. However, instead of turning around to try again, the giant villain rushed beside Azui, who barely grabbed Mineta in her tongue and threw him towards the exit. "Nomu, wait!" Shigaraki called out as he stood over Aizawa. He looked straight at Midoriya with a wicked glint in his eye. The beast was right in front of Azui, who would almost undoubtedly be caught if she made to escape. The blue-haired lunatic hovered a hand above Aizawa, who seemed to have finally lost consciousness as Nomu stood ready to attack Azui. "You, green boy, you annoy me. You could have just let me be and I would be gone now. You're the one who didn't let me get my kill. I refuse to leave without at least one kill. But I'll tell you what, you can decide who dies." The psychopath gestured towards Nomu with a slight cackle. Like I already said, Nomu is biogenetically engineered to be the anti-All Might. Everything from his body to his quirks are designed to take on the symbol of peace. Wait, quirks, plural. You already saw one of his in action when you so unheroically tried to kill me. Shigaraki's voice started to take on a mocking tone. "Shock absorption, your pathetic super strength does nothing. And I'm sure even a brat like you is smart enough to realize that if he's designed to go toe-to-toe with All Might, then a pathetic little runt can't do a thing. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to disintegrate your pest of a teacher and Nomu is going to crush your little friend's head."
No.
The boy immediately went to move, but Shigaraki merely laughed and got closer to Aizawa. "Try to save someone if you want, brat. But even using your quirk, you can't save them both." The villains both got closer to their intended targets as cold sweat trickled down Midoriya's neck. He only had a couple seconds to do something. "Damn it! What do I do? Far reach only comes out as one tentacle, and if use one for all I'll break. Even if I did, I can't move fast enough to dash." A warm crackle of energy in his legs. A sharp pain like fire in his left hand. "That's it." Midoriya jumped towards Azui, energy coursing through his legs, and in an instant she was in his grasp as they two flew past Nomu. At the exact same instance he got her into his grip, he shot out his left hand, far-reach firing and wrapping around Shigaraki's waist. Midoriya pulled hard as he flew through the air, yanking Shigaraki far away from the pro. The blue-haired villain went rolling across the ground and Azui and the greenette started to fall to the ground as well. "Listen, Sue, only have a few seconds to explain, so listen. Grab Aizawa and run. I'll distract the big villain. If I stop moving when we land, I'll be broke, but if I keep moving, I'll be safe, so you're own from here," he explained before throwing the frog girl out of his grasp. The girl followed his instructions without question as she was flying through in the air, tongue grabbing the pro before she turned and ran for the exit. Nomu started to chase after, and that's when Midoriya took his opportunity, kicking his feet into the ground at launching towards the massive villain. "Even after Tsu and Aizawa are safe, I can't stop fighting. If this guy is meant to fight All Might, then most of our class will be dead if he roams free and finds them," the boy thought as his fist collided solidly with the beak of the monstrosity, knocking the villain's head to the side. Midoriya landed on the ground and shot towards the sky, on the ceiling in less than a few seconds before launching right back towards the villain and hitting him in the stomach, knocking him back ever so slightly. Shigaraki said his quirk was absorption, which means he still has to take in the shock. If I can hit him hard enough or enough times that he can't defend the same amount of strength anymore, then All Might will probably be able to take him out. The boy felt his feet land on the ground once more and he shot backwards, flipping himself around in the air to see where he was landing. He was heading straight towards the fire zone. His feet touched one of the concrete buildings for just a moment before he was launching right back at Nomu, the building caving in behind him from the force. Damn it, the more I jump around like this, the more collateral damage there will be. Gotta be careful. I really hope no one was in there. You pest! Shigaraki screamed out as he glared at him. Nomu! Kill him! The muscular villain rushed forward, to throw a punch right at the teen who was rocketing closer. The boy shot his left hand forward, and far reach wrapped around the massive arm. Using it to his advantage, Midoriya yanked down hard, causing the bird-like villain to stagger forward, allowing him to fly over the villain's fist and land a solid kick to the back of the villain's head before escaping to the roof once more. I've managed to knock him back a few times, just by a little bit. I probably can't beat him really, but I have the same quirk as All Might, amplified, so I can at least hold him off until the pros arrive. My strength is just a tiny bit above what his quirk can defend against, but that's all I need. The greenette flew back towards the center of the facility, but this time, Nomu leapt into the air, meeting him halfway through the air. The villain brought a knee up that the greenette barely managed to avoid. Far reach wrapped around the stomach of the villain, and Midoriya activated one for all in his arms as he pulled the villain around, above his head before launching him into the ground, causing a crater. Damn it, at this distance they're too hard to see. Wait! Idiot! You can fix that! The world became coated in a sepia tone after the boy blinked, and he could see the three villains on the ground. The boy aimed a flick behind him and shot towards the ground from the pressure in the air, landing a solid kick into the stomach of Nomu before catapulting away into the air once more. Need to keep an eye on my classmates as well, just in case. The boy blinked again, and not far away he saw the green silhouettes of his classmates fighting. As the boy did a quick survey of the situation, he saw that not all his classmates were doing well. Not too far away, in what he presumed to be a landslide zone, he could see one of his classmates had gotten frozen in a giant ice attack. Midoriya was brought back to his own reality when Nomu was suddenly upon him. Reacting on instinct, he punched the air, putting distance between him and the villain but rocketing him towards to the ground back first. Crap! He barely managed to flip himself in time to land on all fours and leap up into the air once more, similarly to how Aizawa might. He aimed far reach and it wrapped around the foot of Nomu, who was falling to the ground. He pulled himself closer and charged one for all in his leg. He was charging right up at Nomu, and his foot connected with the monster's chin, launching both them further into the air before they proceeded to fall again. He aimed far reach once more, but this time aimed for the ceiling as Nomu fell once more. I want to help whoever that was in the landslide zone, but there's no way it would be good if I brought this guy. Midoriya, though, as he kicked off the roof, destroying some of the only lights left. He hit the ground and launched towards the giant villain, who had taken a moment to return to the other two who were taking on fighting stances. Oh no! Purple wispy smoke started to coat the ground beneath the boy, ready to pull him to some other place, but just before they could finish forming, the boy shot off into the air. Oh great! Play into their hands, why don't you? Think! What do you do now? Shigaraki rushed at him next as the smoke dissipated, trying to disintegrate him. Midoriya threw out his hand, far reach firing once more and wrapping around Shigaraki's body. The villain tried to dodge out the way, but the tentacle homed in on its target, changing direction to catch him. The boy flicked at the ground, pushing upwards, where Nomu leapt to attack him. Perfect! Bird brain! Catch! The greenette shouted out as he swung the blue-haired villain over his head and right into the massive monster's head, distracting both of them and allowing Midoriya to leap back to safety, right back to above the entrance of the USJ. Deku! He heard what was unmistakably Uraraka's voice call out in surprise, but he didn't have time to focus on that. He couldn't let Nomu rush him up here where other students were. He could see Mineta and Aizawa with Aizawa among them. Fine. The boy quickly assured them, dark vision finally running out as he shot off towards the villains once more. However, as he shot forward, a gigantic crash drew his attention back to the entrance while he flew through the air. Smoke covered where the exit was as footsteps rang out. However, after just a moment it dissipated to show All Might walking forward, in his buff form. Have no fear, students. The muscular hero almost growled out. I am here. Midoriya felt relief and worry course over him all at once as he noticed one little detail. He's here, All Might. And he's not smiling. The boy, aimed a flick in front of him to launch him back towards to the pro. And Midoriya is fighting him right now. You have to help him. He heard Aizawa say to the pro as he landed underneath the sign at the front of the stairs, gripping onto the pole and swing backwards and forwards to retain enough momentum. Midoriya, ribbit. Young Midoriya, get to recovery girl right away. The blonde commanded him. If you continue going like what young Aizawa told me, you could get exhausted and break in the middle of a bunch of villains. Sorry, I can't. There's someone trapped in the landslide zone who needs help. I'm going to get them first. The greenette explained. Be careful. That bird villain managed to withstand one F. I mean, I've hit him multiple times full power and he's only been knocked back a bit. I managed to wear him down a bit though, I think. Midoriya, wait. The pro shouted, but it was too late. Midoriya landed on the ground and launched into the air. He threw his hand out and used a far reach to get closer to the ground, running towards the landslide zone. I hope he knows what my smashes being very barely effective means. His smashes can do more damage, sure, but Nomu will still power through. I managed to knock him back, but he recovered just fine every time. I didn't even put a dent in him. All Might should be able to do more than me though, at least. My quirk is his amplified, but he's still stronger than me. Mine is still developing. He felt guilty disobeying All Might like that, but he couldn't leave whoever had gotten encapsulated in the ice. Using far reach to pull him forward, it only took a minute or two to be closing on his location. He activated his dark vision once more and saw the person who had been trapped. He jumped into the air and punched into the ice, destroying it completely as it all cracked and shattered. Are you all right? Midoriya asked, concerned, as he hoped from one foot to the other and dark vision deactivated, showing him just who it was. However, not from what he could, but rather what he couldn't. Standing up was just a floating pair of boots and gloves. Hagakure, Midoriya. The girl chattered out. Not too far away, a sudden smoke cloud appeared in the air as well as a loud crash, presumably from All Might, causing the boy to almost fall over. Is that YYU? Yeah. Grab on. I'll get you to the entrance. The greenette told her, getting closer so she could hold on to him. He tried to not to freeze up about the fact a naked girl was currently pressed against him and started to run back to the entrance. Don't freeze up now. She's probably got hypothermia or something if she was trapped in there too long. He utilized his far reach again, rushing back to the entrance. Damn it, this is taking too long. Hold on tight. He felt the girl's arms tighten around his neck as he leapt into the air with one for all, landing on top the sign from before and jumping down to the others. All Might had rushed off to take care of the villains, and the students were carrying the teachers out. There was only one person who didn't have a teacher in their grasp. Zero, Midoriya shouted, getting the whole group's attention, who stood and waited as he rushed up to them. The boy turned on the spot, still hopping from foot to foot. Take Hagakure. She got caught in an ice attack and probably has frostbite or something. She was completely encased in there. Oh crap. The tape-producing student quickly helped the girl off the greenette's back and onto his. All right, we'll get her to recovery girl with the others ASAP. Thanks, Midoriya said, and once he felt the weight of the girl was gone, he ran back to the fight. As he sprinted, his vision once more changed to its sepia-filtered version, and he flinched when he saw his mentor and the massive bird monster in combat as Nomu punched All Might in his wounded stomach. The world then returned to normal, smoke covering his vision quickly as the boy felt a pressure in his eyes. Crap, I've got to be careful. I won't use dark vision again until absolutely necessary for my eyes' sake. Midoriya, wait, All Might can handle it. Mineta shouted at him, the others making noises of agreement. He can if I have anything to say about it, was all Midoriya replied as he leaped into the air and landed on the roof, before shooting off and landing in the center, rushing towards where Nomu and All Might had started to clash. I didn't do as much damage to Nomu as I wanted to. It's like every time he only needed a second to recover and come back just as strong. I have an idea why, and I really hope I'm wrong. If I'm not, wait, quirks. Plural. UA's newest faculty member, the #1 hero All Might, resolves multiple incidents this mornings. The teachers hadn't told the class why the man hadn't shown up, but Midoriya had seen their other teacher 13 hold up 3 fingers to Aizawa. 3 fingers. 3 hours. All Might had exceeded his time limit. He was absent because he used too much of his power. He shouldn't be using one for all now. Every second he spends fighting here, he pushes himself further than he can handle. I'm the only one here who realizes just what kind of trouble he could be in. I mean, it's All Might, so he's still more than strong enough to take down Nomu, right? All Might's shirt was lifted as the blonde sat against a railing in his skinny form. A massive wound visible on his stomach that had an almost flower-like pattern from the stitches. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was completely destroyed. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have completely worn me out and it can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for 2 to 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, this is what I look like. If he has the quirk, I think he does, then maybe all that strength won't matter, especially if All Might's pushing his limits. I can't just rush in to fight. I already did, and all I accomplished was imminent broken limbs and angering the villains. I'm the guy who's always smiling, right? The symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think I'm never afraid, but honestly, kid, I smile to hide the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. Everyone's rooting for him, but they don't know what kind of trouble he's actually in. I can't take down Nomu, but I can help All Might do it and make sure he doesn't get pushed too far. I just have to All Might and oh. Midoriya arrived at the scene as the smoke began to clear, revealing Nomu had managed to get a hold of the pro. All Might was bent backwards, holding the villain as if he had attempted a suplex on the bird creature, likely in an attempt to bury the villain. However, it had backfired, as the smoke of the Kurogiri villain was on the ground beneath them. Nomu had come out a second smoke portal and grabbed onto the blonde's injury, fingers digging into the wound. Blood was dripping from All Might's mouth and could hear that Shigaraki was chuckling at the sight. Energy started to build inside Midoriya's body. Nice. You were trying to bury him in the concrete so he couldn't move. Nomu is as strong as you are. That won't stop him. The psychopath explained. Nice work, Kurogiri. We've got him right. We're W at the... Midoriya wasted no time when he saw the predicament, launching forward and kicking Nomu hard in the face, allowing All Might to get out the way and sending the bird villain flying out of the portal and somehow into Kurogiri's feet, knocking the warp villain over as well. Shigaraki turned to run after his allies, to help them and put some distance between himself and All Might. The pro turned to Midoriya, who was hopping from foot to foot, with a look almost akin to an irritated glare, though surprise was clearly written across his face as well. Young Midoriya, what are you doing here? I appreciate the help, but it's too dangerous to stay here. Get to the entrance now. The blonde commanded as he turned to face the villains who had started to recover from the surprise attack. No, All Might. We both know why you can't stay here alone. I promise I'll try to stay out your way as much as possible, but I already hesitated with Mr. Aizawa and now he might be dying because of me. I'm not making that mistake again if you need help, Midoriya explained, voice-filled determination. He refused to be moved on this. I think that bird villain has some form of regeneration. I've been able to do some damage, but it's like he comes back just as strong if he has even a second to breathe. Midoriya, you shouldn't. Damn it, you're not going to back down on this, are you? All Might asked, voice sounding both irritated and proud at the same time somehow. The pro's blue eyes seemed to be calculating something before he sighed in frustration. The villains had picked themselves up and were beginning to rush at the two. If you manage to overpower him, fine. I can't deny I'll need all the help I can get against this guy right now, but you had better stay out of the way and only on my cue. Smash that bird villain. Yes, sir. The greenette nodded his head in understanding as he retreated to a safer distance using One for All and watched the fight from afar. Nomu rushed at All Might, who was much more prepared this time as he disappeared out of the way faster than Midoriya could track with his eyes. Appearing once more, however, this time behind the warp villain who he delivered a swift uppercut to and knocked back. Shigaraki responded immediately. Attempting to disintegrate the blonde, however, he dodged out of the way and Midoriya realized that Nomu had also been attempting to grab the pro. The blue-haired villain's hands connected with the massive bird's arm, causing it to turn gray and stony, before it crumbled into the wind. Shigaraki leapt back in surprise as Nomu shrieked in a horrible bird-like voice, befitting the monstrosity. After just a couple of seconds, though, a new arm seemed to take place, slowly coming into being via the flesh and then the skin. Guess the kid was right. You can regenerate, All Might exclaimed as he tried to hit the villain's face. However, the monster dodged out the way. But even with all your quirks, there's no way that didn't hurt. Shock absorption and regeneration can't do anything against old-fashioned exhaustion, I'll bet. Midoriya felt a grin start to form on his face watching his mentor fight, even if worry did creep in the back of his mind. However, it quickly fell as he noticed the man start to back away to quickly grab a breath, right towards a portal Kurogiri was opening up. All Might, look out! Midoriya shouted as he used far reach to pull him towards the scene and kick off the ground, shooting towards the warp villain to try to force him to dissipate the portal. Nomu! Get the brat! Shigaraki screamed at the bird monster, who rushed after Midoriya, grabbing the boy's arm and pulling him into the air. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he landed a solid punch charged by one for all into the bird villain's face. However, it had an unwanted side effect as the villain threw him through the air, letting him go from the pain and sending him flying through the air. As he went flying away from the scene, he saw the blonde fall into the portal he had tried to warn him about and get caught halfway through. He felt himself falling towards the ground and did his best to manage a roll and start to move again. It hurt like hell and he was sure he had just twisted something, but he couldn't stop now lest things get worse. This whole moving keeps the body together thing is really turning out to be as much an annoyance as a help. The greenette tried to run back, though it would be more accurate to say he was limping as fast as his could let him, and he felt his blood run cold. The portal All Might was stuck in was starting to squeeze shut. He couldn't use one for all to catapult himself like this, and he was too far for far reach to get him close fast. He noticed, though, the mass of the blonde seemed to be preventing it from closing, likely buying some time. The pro tried to wriggle free, but Nomu grabbed the blonde's lower half through another nearby portal, holding him down. No. There's no way I can get close to Kurogiri with Nomu there. They know I'm coming now. This can't be how it ends. There's got to be something I can do, damn it. The greenette shot his left hand out on instinct the second he was in range, the familiar sensation of energy and pain flaring inside his hand as the tendrils shot out and merged into the massive tentacle that was his far reach. The tentacle landed on the ground near the villain and launched Midoriya through the air. Almost there. Damn it. I don't care how strong Nomu's shock absorption is or fast his regeneration is. I swear I will beat those powers before I let him hurt anyone. He was right on top of the villains now, arm pulled back for a punch, the familiar warmth of the energy of one for all starting to flow. Nomu would let go of All Might to stop him. Midoriya would flick his fingers to use the wind pressure and dodge, and then he'd get the warp villain. Unfortunately, Midoriya forget to account for one thing. He knew nothing about these villains. Any strategy had a lot of assumptions to be made, and assumptions weren't always right. He could be wrong about any idea he had. The sudden purple and black wispy smoke before him with its piercing yellow eyes proved as much. Kurogiri had been the one to show up in his path, yellow eyes glaring at him as the boy traveled right towards the smoke that could teleport him anywhere. He couldn't stop. He was going to be teleported to who knows where, and he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't stop. He was going to be teleported to who knows where, and he couldn't do anything about it. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock and horror. What could he do? The portal inched closer and closer. He was so close to going through. Boom! Get the hell out of my way, Deku! A familiar shout of rage reached Midoriya's ears as he landed on his feet and leapt back out the way, Bakugo appearing in front of him, exploding the warp villain. Midoriya started hooping from foot to foot as the blonde grabbed the metal plating on the warp villain and forced the man to the ground with a loud smash. Ice suddenly started coating the floor, Nomu's entire right side getting frozen from it. The greenette's head snapped to the side to see Todoroki standing there with a glare. One of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can beat All Might. Thud. All Might immediately landed a solid kick on Nomu's face, freeing him from the villain's grip, and the pro immediately tore his way out of the portal, landing near Todoroki. Ah! A voice screamed out and Midoriya looked up to see Kirishima falling through the air towards Shigaraki, who barely dodged. Kirishima didn't give chase and instead jumped back out the way. Damn! That was going to be so cool. Guess I found your body that time, you smoky bastard. Bakugo taunted the warp villain. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you. Todoroki stated simply, face stoic. Midoriya felt relief flow through him. Kaken? Everyone. He felt a small smile grace his features and tears prick his eyes as a sudden new jolt of energy rushed through him. Almost all the heavy hitters are here. With all of us together, we can help All Might. Shigaraki just stared at them all, his expression hidden behind the hand on his face. He slowly turned his head and in his horrible, scratchy, angry voice he asked Kurogiri, how could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten us into a real jam here. You got careless, you dumb villain. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Bakugo started to explain with a shit-eating grin. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your body as a kind of distraction, thinking that made you safe. That's why we missed. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they are well aimed. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. He had completely failed to try to figure out the villain. Having been so focused on fighting Nomu, and Bakugo had already figured out the key to beating the warp villain. The smoke suddenly started to rise and the yellow eyes narrowed into a glare, but before the villain could do anything, explosions went off from Bakugo's hand as a vicious grin appeared on the boy's face. Don't move. Try anything and I'll blow your ass up so bad they'll be piecing you back together for weeks. The blonde threatened, causing Midoriya to sweat drop. Jesus Christ, Kaken. Actually, should I be saying outsider help me now? Not the time. Oh, that's not sounding very heroic. Kirishima teased with a slightly nervous smile. Everyone sans Midoriya froze as clapping started to sound. All eyes landed on Shigaraki, who was producing the noise. He pointed to the 3 new arrivals first. You escaped uninjured, captured my 2 best men. He then swiveled around to point at Midoriya with a bit more vigor as more obvious anger seeped into his voice. You annoying brat, took on my Nomu, and quite frankly, even I have to admit, if it wasn't for his multiple quirks you would have wiped the floor with my strongest fighter. I hate that, but I also have to admit I respect just how much it speaks towards your strength. I think I'll enjoy killing you just as much as I'll enjoy killing All Might. Kids these days really are amazing. You make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't have that. All Might suddenly shot up as if worried. Everyone backdash. Nomu, Shigaraki said simply, and the bird monster suddenly seemed to come alive as a screech emitted from him. He made to walk forward and his frozen limbs fell off, knocking the creature over for just a moment. Everyone but All Might and Midoriya were overcome by shock. Kirishima piped up in surprise. How the hell is that thing still going? He's all messed up. Stay back, students. Blood burst from where the limbs used to be as more started to grow, muscle forming rapidly, pulsing and making everyone feel sick just watching, before flesh then formed around the arms. What the hell is he? Todoroki shouted out, his normally stoic demeanor breaking from the shock. Shock absorption, regeneration, and a few other littler quality of life quirks. Nomu has been genetically modified to take All Might on at 100%. The blue-haired maniac boasted with pride. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag who punches back. Everyone sans Bakugo and Midoriya, who was still doing his best to stay moving about, got into fighting positions. First, we need our method of escape back. Get him, Nomu. Midoriya felt a sudden rush through his body. The world seemed to slow as he watched Nomu rush towards Bakugo, already less than half the original distance gone. The only one who still seemed to be in real time was All Might. The sensation only lasted a moment before it was suddenly gone again. Dust and water flew everywhere from where Nomu had stopped and thrown a punch, right towards Bakugo. The ground cracked all over and a wall nearby exploded. Everyone was swept away and Midoriya felt his limbs start to ache.
No, es shouted.
Not now, stay together. Come on. Ugh, I refuse to break now. The boy felt the ground beneath him scraping him. He let himself roll as he let out hisses of pain, but as he started to slow, he used his hands to jump into the air slightly and keep running with the momentum, trying to turn and run back. He barely managed, and the pain building in his limbs spoke to that fact. Kaken, I am behind you, You stupid nerd. The boy finally managed to slow, and he turned as he started hopping from foot to foot once more. He couldn't keep doing this. His body was starting to feel the exhaustion from the constant movement. It was a miracle he had gone this long without feeling tired. You dodged. Shut up, no I didn't, you damn nerd. And Deku, your arm. Bakugo growled the last part out, and all eyes landed upon the greenette's right arm. He hadn't even realized it had finally gone. Midoriya, perhaps you shouldn't stay here, Todoroki said simply, as Midoriya hopped back to everyone. You've been limping and battered the whole time. You need medical attention. No, Midoriya shook his head vigorously as he hopped in place beside Kirishima. If I can move, I can help. Manly dude, Kirishima said with a grin that almost immediately faltered. Wait then, how did Bakugo get here? Todoroki spoke up. Isn't it obvious? The four boys looked back to where the blonde had almost been hit and the smoke started to clear, revealing All Might with his arms up to block Nomu's attack, coughing and panting heavily. Midoriya felt worry grip his heart. All Might, these are kids. And you didn't hold back? The pro asked, voice brimming with indignant anger. Shigaraki seemed to just shrug as he walked forward. I didn't have much choice, he was threatening my companion, the maniac said nonchalantly before turning to point at Midoriya. The hoppy powerhouse? He tried to kill me with a full power smash. I'm sure you saw the damage that one punch alone did earlier even when Nomu blocked it. You've got some real monsters here, All Might. What kind of hero does something like that? You think you can be as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others. Well, you know what, All Might? That pisses me off. Why do people get to decide some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil. You think you're the symbol of peace? Ha, you're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence. And violence always breeds more violence. You're a lunatic. Villains like you always try to make your actions sound noble, but admit it. You're only doing this because you like it. All Might accused with a glare. A rustling drew the students' attention to behind them. What the? Kirishima asked quietly. The rustling stopped and some footsteps were heard. Hey, get out here. The redhead made to run, but he was held back by Todoroki. Wait, it's likely just another inexperienced thug. All Might needs as many hands here as possible. We've got them outnumbered. Midoriya, if you still want to help with that battered body, then that guy should be pretty easy for you to deal with. The greenette hesitated. Todoroki was right. Of the four, he was starting to become the least useful. He knew he couldn't have long left to be an important player. Still, for the same reason, he couldn't just leave All Might when the man was past his limit. If I just knew if he's still able to hold up his muscle form for now. Don't worry, Midobro. These guys act tough, but we can take him down now with All Might's help. We'll be fine. Kirishima reassured him, hands hardening as a smirk appeared upon the shirtless boy's face. Let's do this. Don't attack. All Might shouted out and Midoriya sighed. He knew he was going to confuse the others by doing this and would need to explain himself later, but right now he had to know. All Might. Time? He asked simply, drawing looks. The muscular blonde only spared a quick glance in his direction before flashing a thumbs up. Good. He's good. Okay. I've got the guy behind us. Call me right back if anything happens. Go, Midoriya, we'll stay here, Todoroki said simply, and Bakugo let off a small explosion. Fuck you, Icy. Don't tell me what to do. Deku, piss off, we're staying. He raged. The greenette's sweat dropped. That's just what Todoroki said, but more vulgar. Midoriya ran around the bush and saw a villain not too far trying to slink around a corner. Oh no, you don't. Far Reach fired out and dragged Midoriya through the air, closing the distance quickly. His broken arm threw him off balance and made it hard to aim. However, he landed relatively okay, only stumbling slightly. He hoped he wouldn't be forced to stray too far from Nomu and All Might. Loud thuds and a sudden massive gust of wind informed him that the two had almost definitely started fighting. Better wrap this up quickly. He twisted around one final corner and was caught by surprise. The thug had stopped running and was standing with a massive grin on his face. Midoriya clenched his fists. That's enough. The rest of the League of Villains is down. Just give up so I can get back to the fight. What left the villain's mouth next would really throw Midoriya for a loop. The start of a path from which he'd never walk back. League of Villains? Pitiful next to me, I'll have you know. I work for my own agenda. He explained with a cold voice and a hint of twisted amusement in the villain's eyes. The villain looked away, and when he looked back, Midoriya almost shouted out in shock. I could care less about getting rid of such an insignificant insect as All Might. No, I'm here for the only one who matters. I'm here for you, Izuku Midoriya. The villain's eyes were the same endless black as the outsider's. All Might cursed everything as he stomped towards the ghastly creation of the League of Villains, Nomu. He should have rushed over as soon as he had felt something was wrong. His students, his friends, and his successor had been fighting for their lives, could be too far gone already, and where had he been? He had been using the restroom and getting lectured by Nizu. The flushing of the toilet quieted down as Toshinori walked back into the break room where Nizu was sipping a glass of tea. He couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. Why aren't Aizawa or 13 returning my texts? They have their phones. Sir. The blonde spoke up, attracting the odd creature that was the principal's attention. I appreciate the tea. Truly, but I can't shake this sinking feeling in my stomach something's wrong. And before you say it, no, it's not just my injury making bathroom breaks harder. Very well. A hero must always be prepared to listen to their gut instinct in a crisis. Nizu said as he continued to sip the tea. I am doubtful there will be any issues, but if there are, please call me directly. I will be waiting. Yes, sir. It took all his willpower not to scream when he ran into Ida near the school entrance, panting and frantically raving about villains. Young Ida, slow down and tell me what happened slowly. The pro requested, and the blue-haired teen took a deep breath. Villains, roughly 100, maybe 200, infiltrated the USJ during class. Most of the class was split. 13 was seriously injured when I managed to escape to request backup. Ida explained, and All Might let out an audible growl. Thank you for informing me, young Ida. Go to the break room immediately. Principal Nizu is there. Tell him what you have told me and tell him I am heading there now. All Might instructed his student before leaping into the air, towards the USJ. These villains have made a mistake they will pay for. I'll make sure of that much. He busted the door to the facility open, smoke flying everywhere from his forceful punch. As he busted in, he saw the relived faces of Uraraka, Azui, Ashido, Mineta, Satu, and Siro beside the fallen bodies of his colleagues. Students, are you all right? He asked worriedly. Most of the students all just nodded, but young Azui ran up to him with worry written all of her face. All Might, you need to hurry. There's this huge bird monster guy who almost killed us. He's meant to fight you, and Midoriya is fighting him right now. You have to help him. She ranted to him worriedly when a loud clang brought both student and teacher's attention to the sign above the stairs where his successor was swinging from. Midoriya. Ribbit. Young Midoriya. Get to Recovery Girl right away. The blonde commanded him. It wasn't hard to see how bad a shape the boy was in. While there was no physical damage, yet the blonde could tell it was inevitable, and he looked so tired. If you continue going like what young Azui told me, you could get exhausted and break in the middle of a bunch of villains. Sorry, I can't. There's someone trapped in the landslide zone who needs help. I'm going to get them first. The Greenette explained, worrying the pro. Be careful. That bird villain managed to withstand one F. I mean, I've hit him multiple times full power and he's only been knocked back a bit. I managed to wear him down a bit though, I think. Midoriya, wait. He tried to stop the teen, but Midoriya had already rushed off. One for all was barely effective? Thank God you're okay. Everyone, get Aizawa and 13 out of here. I checked before I entered. There are no villains about outside. Take them to the school. You should run into other teachers along the way. With that final instruction, he leapt into action. Damn it! He cursed as he threw punch after punch into the monster supposedly meant to fight him. Despite Midoriya's claims, for the blonde it seemed one for all was completely ineffective. The natural strength enhancements of that mark of his must have given him some advantage over this guy. I'll just have to bury him. The blonde was behind the creature in less than a second once his mind was made up. He wrapped his arms around Nomu and pulled back hard, lifting the monster into the air. He felt the ground crumble around their combined weight, and for the briefest moments he felt like gloating about how ineffective the League of Villains' supposed ultimate weapon has been. Then a sharp pain went through his injury, causing him to cough up blood. He was thanking every god he could name off the top of his head that Midoriya could overpower Nomu. He had had no idea how he would have escaped the villain's clutches otherwise. Still, his student would be in danger if he remained here. Young Midoriya, what are you doing here? I appreciate the help, but it's too dangerous to stay here. Get to the entrance now. The blonde commanded as he turned to face the villains who had started to recover from the surprise attack. No, All Might. We both know why you can't stay here alone. I promise I'll try to stay out your way as much as possible, but I already hesitated with Mr. Aizawa, and now he might be dying because of me. I'm not making that mistake again if you need help, Midoriya explained, voice-filled determination. Another annoying trait they shared. I think that bird villain has some form of regeneration. I've been able to do some damage, but it's like he comes back just as strong if he has even a second to breathe. Midoriya, you shouldn't. Damn it, you're not going to back down on this, are you? All Might asked, both irritated and proud at the same time. He sighed in frustration. Whether he liked the idea of Midoriya being on the battlefield or not, the boy could hurt Nomu and All Might couldn't. The villains had picked themselves up and were beginning to rush at the two. If you manage to overpower him, fine. I can't deny I'll need all the help I can get against this guy right now, but you had better stay out of the way and only on my cue. Smash that bird villain. Yes, sir. The greenette nodded his head in understanding as he retreated to a safer distance using One for All and watched the fight from afar. Midoriya had rushed off to deal with an apparent small-time thug who was probably waiting to ambush them. All Might had to admit he was secretly thankful the boy's attention had been diverted. The greenette's right arm was broken, and he had been limping since Nomu knocked him out the way when he tried to stop the blonde from falling into a portal. He was too battered to be able to help with All Might's original plan. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima had all annoyingly shown up as well. He was truly thankful for their help, but they were all very likely to get hurt. Too eager, much like himself if he was honest. Get out of here, he instructed them. Todoroki spoke up immediately in objection as he seemed to prepare for a fight. You would have been in trouble earlier if not for us. Todoroki stated simply. You need our help. I thank you for the assistance. But this is different, he stated. You've done enough, more than kids your age should ever have had to in a situation like this. It's going to be all right. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. The students all seemed to back down much to the pro's relief, and so he turned to face the three villains. Nomu, Kurogiri. Kill him. Shigaraki commanded emotionlessly. All Might clenched his fists as he prepared for the final fight. I'll deal with the children. Young Midoriya's concern wasn't misplaced. I barely have even a minute left in this form. My power, my energy, it's dwindling faster than I've ever had to deal with before. Let's clear this level and go home, the blue-haired lunatic said, as he rushed forward at the pro and students. Regardless, I will stop these villains. That's my duty. Heads up, we're fighting after all. Kirishima warned his classmates. All Might felt a fire light inside him. Because I am the world's symbol of peace and justice. The ground caved beneath where Blonde had stood as he was propelled through the air by sheer force. Nomu moved to protect Shigaraki, throwing the villain out the way, and hero and villain's fist collided. Wind picked up in violent gusts at the force of the collision, knocking everyone nearby away. Shigaraki flipped through the air and slid across the ground upon landing. Weren't you listening? One of his powers is shock absorption. Yeah, what about it? All Might asked back as he continued to throw fist after fist, more energy in each one than the last as Nomu met every attack with his own fists. Young Midoriya already revealed your weakness. Your power is absorption, not nullification. My student proved there is a limit to what you can take. He's fighting the brainfucker head-on? Bakugo asked incredulous as his students tried their hardest not to be blown away. Holy crap, they're so fast, Kirishima exclaimed, as Kurogiri shouted out in frustration. I can't get near them. He continued to throw punch after punch. This wouldn't be easy, but he would make sure this villain got his just comeuppance for attacking his students, for making Midoriya break his body, and for thinking they could tear away the world's symbol of peace. He's overpowering the bird villain, Todoroki exclaimed in shock. Such power. He just had to keep going like this, no distractions, and he could win and... Dash. All Might froze and the student's blood ran cold. That sudden scream, that seemed suddenly cut off by a potentially killing blow, it had been Midoriya's voice. The blonde was brought out of his shock by a solid fist colliding with his stomach, make him cough out blood. Nomu's fist flew once more, but this time All Might caught it in one hand. The villain threw his other fist and All Might repeated the process. Blue eyes glared into the dead eyes of the Nomu as he held the villain in place for the moment, listening. No sound, no shout of "I'm okay," or any noises of the boy rushing back to the fight. Izuku, All Might whispered, caught so off guard by the event. Nomu moved to break free, and All Might snapped. The blonde headbutted the villain hard enough to make the villain stagger back ever so slightly, and the pro ripped into the villain with punch after punch. A punch connected with the villain's chest. You scar my class. Another punch connects with the villain's stomach. You injure my colleagues. A final solid punch connects with the villain's beak, truly knocking him back. Now you may have killed Izuku. Enough is enough. It ends here. How emotional. Shigaraki mocked as Nomu rushed forward, aiming a hit towards All Might's weak spot, but the blonde intercepted it before it hit. Eyes glowing blue as he did so, and he punched the monster squarely in the face, catapulting him into the nearby forest. The pissed-off pro was upon Nomu in less than a second again. As the two started to grapple each other, All Might managing to push the bird further back into the forest. You were made to fight me, big guy. If you can really withstand me firing at 100% of my power, then I will go beyond that and force you to surrender. More and more, punches started to collide with Nomu, who seemed incapable of keeping up with All Might, who had seemed to find a new fuel within his anger. I have to give it my all, injury or no. Every punch has to be targeted and has to have more than everything I can give. For my students, for my colleagues, and for Izuku, I will go beyond. An uppercut catapults the bird villain into the air, and All Might leapt after him. A real hero. Nomu smashed the ground and launched back up towards the blonde, who smashed the villain in the face and grabbed the monster's arm, throwing him into the ground so hard it cracked open upon impact. We'll always find a way for justice to prevail. All Might fell into the ground beside the villain, creating his own crater as the villain seemed to fall through the air in slow motion after having been knocked back up by the force of his landing. Now for a lesson, All Might said as he stood tall and clenched a fist, energy building inside of it as he felt all the power of One for All run through him. You may have heard these words before, but let me show you what they really mean. Go beyond. He shifted forward and punched the villain in the stomach with all his might, digging in deeper and deeper. He could feel it. He had broken the villain's shock absorption. Plus ultra. The force of an explosion left from the punch, and Nomu flew through the air, colliding with the ceiling and smashing straight through. Lights exploded on the ceiling. A small tremor went through the building from the force, and All Might turned back to the remaining villains. Geez, that was like the finisher move in a fighting game. He beat the shock absorption right out of him. Kirishima exclaimed, and Bakugo looked at the blonde, eyes envious. Imagine having power like that. He breathed out. He must have been punching that monster so fast he couldn't regenerate. That's where the nerd had been going wrong. Deku. Credit where credit's due. At least Bakugo can recognize something serious may have happened. Smoke had been flying from the punch, but the blonde quickly realized that wasn't the only source when he moved to step forward and his body seemed to seize up. Crap. I used too much energy, I can't move. All I can do now is talk. Time's up, so gotta end this fast. I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. But today it took more than 300 mighty blows. He said simply. Shigaraki started to scratch in frustration. Such a gross habit. You've been bested villains. Surrender unless you wish to also feel my anger. Personally, I'd rather get this over with quickly. You, Cheater, Shigaraki hissed, before quieting down into a barely audible whisper. I was told he was weaker, but he's just as strong as ever. Don't tell me I was lied to? What's wrong, not attacking me? Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Well, come and get me if you dare. All Might taunted with a harsh glare. For the love of whatever Midoriya said that God guy was called. Give up already so I can go find him. Shigaraki backed up as if frightened, body starting to shake. The three students near him all seemed intimidated as well. Man, this is intense, Bakugo said, and Kirishima nodded in agreement. As expected, there's no reason for us to fight anymore. We should go try and find Midoriya. The sooner we find him the better. Todoroki suggested. Yeah, good idea, let's go. Better than sticking around and becoming potential hostages. Kirishima said as he turned to walk to where they had least seen the greenette. All Might can handle these guys by himself. Crap, I can't tell them otherwise unless my secret got out, but I so cannot handle these guys. The dust is covering it, but I can feel the steam and how little energy I have. I'm not just out of time. I've definitely limited my form even more than before. I can't fight, the Nomu took too much out of me. One more move and I'll be back to my weak form. I'll just have to stall until backup gets here. What, are you scared? He continued to taunt, causing Shigaraki to itch violently. They're hesitating, maybe this will work. They're so close to surrendering or at least running away. If only Nomu was here, he'd rush you right now. Pound you into the ground without giving it a second thought. The blue-haired lunatic ranted and Kurogiri started to lean in close. Tamura Shigaraki, please do not fret. He tried to calm the itching villain. All Might's eyes widened as he felt worry crawl up his spine. Oh no. Look at him, he has definitely weakened. Nomu's attacks were successful. The children are leaving, overly confident in their teacher and worried for their missing friend. And look, our underlings are recovering. We likely still have a few minutes until reinforcements arrive. If you and I work together, we can do this. We haven't missed our chance. All Might cursed everything as Shigaraki stopped itching. If the villain attacked him now, he was screwed. Yeah, you're right. Shigaraki conceded calmly. This is it, we have no choice. We have to do it now. I mean, the big end boss is right in front of us. Suddenly the villain was rushing forward, intent on killing the pro. So this is it. Consider this revenge for Nomu. Holy shit. I'm really going to die here? DKU. What the hell? All Might's eyes widened in surprise, and even before he could turn to see what Bakugo was shouting about, a familiar black and purple tendril flew between him and Shigaraki. Get away from All Might. A familiar voice shouted out, and the pro didn't know whether to be relieved or worried when he saw Midoriya flying through the air from the momentum of the tendril. What really caught the blonde's attention was the boy's previous injuries were completely gone. His arm and leg looked as good as new, though the tiredness of the boy was still there. Suddenly, a purple portal opened in front of the greenette's face and Shigaraki started to come out towards his successor. NOO! Midoriya, however, seemed unfazed as he threw his arm down, and Far Reach shot out, smashing off the ground and launching the bot higher, similarly to how the pro had seen Ojiro use his tail on occasion. The tentacle then shot out once more, wrapping around the villain's arm and pulling him out the portal before Midoriya threw Shigaraki right at Kurogiri, who chose to dodge over using a portal. You brat! Shigaraki screamed out, pissed, starting to run back, but before he could get closer, bang! The villain's hand exploded into a large amount of blood as he shouted out in pain. 3 more loud bangs sounded, and with each one a hand or a leg of Shigaraki's went. Yet more bangs sounded, but Kurogiri blocked the shots with his body. All Might shot his gaze to the entrance, and relief filled his body as a small familiar voice was heard across the facility. Sorry everyone. I know we're a bit late, but I got the teachers over here as fast as I could, Nizu said. All Might couldn't help the slight smug thought that passed through his head. Told you something was wrong. Your class rep has returned. I have fulfilled my duty. Ida's voice rang out next, prompting a smile from All Might. And I brought reinforcements. Many of the thugs made to attack and were promptly taken down by the pros. Ectoplasm's many clones moving to fight as Present Mike's voice ripped through the villains. Damn it. It's game over for real this time. Shigaraki complained from inside the smoke of Kurogiri, drawing All Might's attention back. Let's go home. We can try again some other time. I'm on it. The warp villain said as he moved to teleport his ally. However, before they could properly start, the villain's body started to be torn apart by a powerful wind. Ugh, this is 13th black hole. We may have failed to kill you this time, but your days are numbered. Shigaraki ranted as he glared, head poking out of a portal. The black hole couldn't stop Shigaraki and Kurogiri teleporting away. The last thing All Might heard from the villain was, "I will kill you. All Might, symbol of peace. Get away from All Might." A familiar voice shouted out, and the pro didn't know whether to be relieved or worried when he saw Midoriya flying through the air from the momentum of the tendril. What really caught the blonde's attention was the boy's previous injuries were completely gone. His arm and leg looked as good as new, though the tiredness of the boy was still there. Suddenly, a purple portal opened in front of the greenette's face and Shigaraki started to come out towards his successor. "No!" Midoriya, however, seemed unfazed as he threw his arm down, and Far Reach shot out, smashing off the ground and launching the bot higher, similarly to how the pro had seen Ojiro use his tail on occasion. The tentacle then shot out once more, wrapping around the villain's arm and pulling him out the portal before Midoriya threw Shigaraki right at Kurogiri, who chose to dodge over using a portal. "You brat!" Shigaraki screamed out, pissed, starting to run back, but before he could get closer, bang! The villain's hand exploded into a large amount of blood as he shouted out in pain. 3 more loud bangs sounded, and with each one a hand or a leg of Shigaraki's went. Yet more bangs sounded, but Kurogiri blocked the shots with his body. All Might shot his gaze to the entrance, and relief filled his body as a small familiar voice was heard across the facility. "Sorry everyone. I know we're a bit late, but I got the teachers over here as fast as I could," Nizu said. All Might couldn't help the slight smug thought that passed through his head. "Told you something was wrong. Your class rep has returned. I have fulfilled my duty." Ida's voice rang out next, prompting a smile from All Might. "And I brought reinforcements." Many of the thugs made to attack and were promptly taken down by the pros. Ectoplasm's many clones moving to fight as Present Mike's voice ripped through the villains. "Damn it. It's game over for real this time." Shigaraki complained from inside the smoke of Kurogiri, drawing All Might's attention back. "Let's go home. We can try again some other time. I'm on it." The warp villain said as he moved to teleport his ally. However, before they could properly start, the villain's body started to be torn apart by a powerful wind. "Ugh, this is 13th black hole. We may have failed to kill you this time, but your days are numbered." Shigaraki ranted as he glared, head poking out of a portal. The black hole couldn't stop Shigaraki and Kurogiri teleporting away. The last thing All Might heard from the villain was, "I will kill you. All Might, symbol of peace." He let out a sigh of relief once the villains were gone. The rest of the thugs could be dealt with by the rest of the pros, and from the sounds of it, even his students could take on the thugs if necessary. He felt a bit of pride at that, though he hated that they ever had to find that out today. His attention was drawn to his successor, who looked ready to collapse any moment now. If it wasn't for the eyes of the other students still being near and thus able to see his true form, he'd rush over to hug the boy he had thought he'd lost just a few minutes ago. "Thank you," he coughed out. The greenette looked up shocked, green eyes holding many emotions, but what stood out most was the fear in them, still prominent. "You bought me a few vital seconds. If not for you, I'd be dead now. I want you to know, I'm proud of how well you did today." Tears started to form in his successor's eyes, and he couldn't help rolling his own. "Of course. Young Midoriya, you've saved me once again. All Might." The greenette walked towards him, staggering slightly. He really was tired. A solid wall of cement blocked the view from the other students. "Cementos must be here. I think I can hear him talking to Kirishima." Arms wrapped around the half-skinny, half-muscly form of All Might, confusing the hero. He placed his own around his student, glad to be sure he was safe. Hey kid, what's wrong?" We beat the villains, everyone's safe more or less. What's got you all freaked out? Sad green eyes looked at him as he truly powered down. Nothing could have prepared him for the answer he received. I think I might have killed someone. Midoriya groaned as he slowly opened his eyes and slowly took in his surroundings. The room was familiar, worryingly familiar. After all, it was never good when you were used to waking up in an infirmary. He slowly started to rise. Why was he here? He looked around as memories slowly came back. They'd been at the new facility. All Might hadn't been there, and the lights had started to act odd. Villains. His eyes widened as he remembered. Villains had attacked the USJ. They had come to get All Might. He and Azui had been separated with Mineta. His breathing started to get faster as more memories continued to return. Nomu had attacked them. He hadn't been strong enough to do anything. His classmates helped All Might. They had nearly been ambushed and he had gone after the thug. Eyes closed tight as his breathing got more erratic. Wide, endless black eyes full of surprise. His hand clutched at his chest. An explosion of smoke, a speck of blood and nothing else upon the ground. Death, murder. He had killed him. He was a murderer. He was a monster. He felt lightheaded, on the verge of passing out. The world seemed to swim in an endless black. What did he do now? He couldn't be a hero. What kind of hero killed someone? Zuku! A voice finally cut through the swarm of dread in his mind. He looked up as his breathing stopped and saw All Might looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Recovery Girl just a little behind him with a look of concern. All Might placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and gave him a small sad smile. Deep breaths, my boy. It's okay now, I am here. He followed his mentor's instructions, taking slow, deep breaths. Recovery Girl started to do the same, as if giving him a guide so he could follow her lead. He was thankful for it. What? Why? He started slowly and a bony hand cut him off, placed over his mouth. Take a moment first, young Midoriya. All Might instructed him. Take all the time you need to form your thoughts before you ask anything. It will help. Yeah, okay, he said calmly. He took in his surroundings properly as the details of his memories started to return, both good and bad. The room held no other occupants. A moment of silence passed as Midoriya tried to think of everything he needed to ask, to know. Last thing he had memory of, he had told Midoriya he had killed someone and then he woke up here. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, good. We'll answer best we can. But we have some questions for you as well if you can answer them. All Might warned with a serious look. Midoriya nodded in understanding. Then you should start, my boy. Okay, I remember Aizawa and 13 got hurt pretty badly. Are they okay? And what about everyone else? He asked and All Might let out a small laugh. Of course that's your first question. The blonde muttered amused, seemingly expecting it. Don't worry, my boy. Before you worry, they are all safe. Aizawa and 13 are in a nearby hospital. They're still recovering, but they'll live. As for your classmates, the only one who had any truly serious conditions was young Hagakure, but thanks to you, she'll be fine. Aside from that, the rest of your classmates only had minor scrapes, cuts and bruises. Everyone's alive and recovering. A beat of silence hung over the trio as All Might's choice of words sank in. Recovery Girl slapped the blonde as the boy put his face into his hands, as if frustrated, though it was more worry than anything else. Sorry, my boy. That was a poor choice of words. The pro apologized as the female of the trio muttered about incompetent blondes. That's what we needed to ask you about, though.
I'm sorry.
Midoriya bit out as tears started to prick at his eyes. I'm so sorry. You believed in me and I killed someone. I'm sorry I failed you, All Might. You put your faith in me to be a hero and... The blonde's hands clasped around his arm tightly, and in a low but calming voice his mentor tried to calm him. Hey, none of that now. I know you didn't do it for any evil reason. But how can I be a hero if dash? No, you can still be a hero. A mistake or an act of self-defense doesn't make you evil. I still believe in you, kid. Don't get any ideas otherwise in there. All Might said as he started rubbing circles in the boy's back with his free hand. Do you want to talk about something else first? We'll need to know eventually, but if you aren't up to it just yet, no one will hold you against you. A small nod was all the skinny man got in reply. All right. What did you want to talk about instead? How long was I out? I was so tired in the USJ. I must have been asleep for a while. Recovery girl snorted at the question, causing Midoriya to look at her confused. A while is an understatement, the nurse heroine said with a roll of her eyes. You've been asleep for 3 whole days now. If you stayed out of it any longer and I was going to transfer you to a hospital. I was going to yesterday, but Toshinori here convinced me to keep you 1 more day. Oh, I'm sorry if I got in the way. Midoriya apologized and the 2 heroes just sighed. It's my job to look after you kids in these situations. Don't worry about it. Recovery girl waved off his concern. Just don't do it again. Yes, ma'am. He nodded. Hadn't been that long then. All Might then lit up as if he remembered something. You should be able to go when all is said and done here, seeing as you aren't injured. School was cancelled for the last 2 days so everyone could recuperate and recharge, which apparently was pretty literal for you. They just came back today. The fight with Nomu shortened how long I can hold my hero form, but I have no classes today, so we can go get some food in you and then go see everyone else before sending you home if you want. Yeah. A small smile graced Izuku's face at the thought. I'd like that. I'm sorry about your hero form though. Don't worry about it. These things happen. All Might reassured him with a smile. Midoriya took a deep breath. He had to do this sooner or later, and he knew the longer he waited the harder to would be to say anything at all. He looked up at the 2 people who knew everything about his powers. I'm ready. I'll tell you what happened. Far Reach fired out and dragged Midoriya through the air, closing the distance quickly. His broken arm threw him off balance and made it hard to aim, however he landed relatively okay, only stumbling slightly. He hoped he wouldn't be forced to stray too far from Nomu and All Might. Loud thuds and a sudden massive gust of wind informed him that the 2 had almost definitely started fighting. Better wrap this up quickly. He twisted around one final corner and was caught by surprise. The thug had stopped running and was standing with a massive grin on his face. Midoriya clenched his fists. That's enough. The rest of the League of Villains is down. Just give up so I can get back to the fight. What left the villain's mouth next would really throw Midoriya for a loop. The start of a path from which he'd never walk back. League of Villains? Pitiful next to me, I'll have you know. I work for my own agenda. He explained with a cold voice and a hint of twisted amusement in the villain's eyes. The villain looked away, and when he looked back, Midoriya almost shouted out in shock. I could care less about getting rid of such an insignificant insect as All Might. No, I'm here for the only one who matters. I'm here for you, Izuku Midoriya. The villain's eyes were the same endless black as the outsider's. What the hell? Midoriya exclaimed in shock as he backed up slightly, completely caught off guard. Then he froze. Big mistake. Crack. Unlike the times before, this time Midoriya definitely felt the break. Adrenaline wasn't distracting him, and he's really put his body through hell today. He couldn't hold it back. He screamed, both in pain and confusion. Dash. Smoke. Thick black smoke forced itself inside his mouth, shutting him up. If it wasn't for the lack of working bones he's be clawing at his chest, it was suffocating. His eyes pricked with tears. The sensation wasn't entirely unfamiliar. There was one other time he'd has this unpleasant experience. The Sludge Villain. Memories flashed of the day he was granted the ability to one day have powers, both by All Might and the outsider. All Might, who had believed in him to become his successor, to be the next symbol of peace. The outsider, who clearly had some purpose in mind for him with his powers, who clearly needed him for something, whatever it was. He was going to die here and let both men, or men and God, who had given him the opportunity he had wanted all his life, if he couldn't find some escape. Tears trickled down his cheek, his thoughts like a blizzard of worry and concern. The new villain glared at him. He had his hand outstretched, which is where the smoke was coming from. Seriously? How disgustingly pathetic. The villain complained, yanking his hand back and stopping the smoke. Immediately all the smoke seemed to expel from Midoriya's body, leaving the boy coughing violently. I was sent here for this? A scared little brat is how I'm supposed to rank up. This was supposed to be a difficult mission. What in the void is this creep talking about? Midoriya wondered as he coughed up the last little remaining bits of smoke. He took in the villain's appearance while he could. It wasn't the outsider, he could tell that much. The outsider was cold, seemingly unfeeling, but this guy was getting pretty angry easily. Who are you? You really don't know, do you? The villain half laughed, half exclaimed. His frown was replaced by a twisted grin. The villain stomped forward and Midoriya could finally make out his features properly. He had a gaunt face, crooked nose. His hair was a light brown and there was a scar near the villain's right ear. There was also seemingly a hole near the villain's neck. The villain stopped, stood above the teen. The villain leaned down slowly, and much to Izuku's disgust and discomfort, the villain spat right in his eyes. You! A hand gripped the boy's pea uniform and yanked him into the air, broken limbs dangling uselessly. His fearful eyes met with the glare of the enigma before him. He had to resist the urge to scream again when out of nowhere, he felt his limbs snap into place. He probably wouldn't have managed if not for the villain's other hand covering his face. Suddenly he was flying through the air, thrown by the villain, and he rolled across the floor upon landing. A quick test revealed to him, much to his surprise, feeling was back in his limbs, he could move. What the? Why would you heal me? He asked, curiosity overtaking him. It made no sense to him. The villain just grinned. Then Midoriya was once more caught off guard as the villain's body turned into an endless mass of smoke. It wasn't completely unlike Kurojire's, however, there was no purple highlights and it was much thicker. A second later he felt a presence behind him and turned on the spot, seeing the smoke forming a body like cloud that then transformed into the villain. Peek-a-boo! A fist collided with the boy's face, making him stumble. The villain slowly walked towards him, looking somehow bored yet amused. Another multi-quirk user. No. I recognize this energy. It can't be. I'm only gonna explain once, you brat, and only so you can actually be a worth-it target. I have superiors and not those League of Villains chumps. Heroes and villains mean nothing to us, though we do have to thank those morons for making sure evil persists and keeps us fed. What would be a good term for us? I did always enjoy being called a demon when I was alive. Excuse me, what? Yeah, let's go with demon. The black-eyed horror laughed as Midoriya looked at him horrified. Long story short, we got a hierarchy. Now me, I'm just a little low-level no-good troublemaker. A foot solider. Pisses me off just because I drew the short straw on powers. This was my chance to get into the big leagues. See, I have no fucking clue with how pathetic a show you're putting on, but you got the bigger players' attentions. They're scared of you, little man, about what you can do, but they don't know what you're capable of completely, so they sent me to find out and try to eliminate you ahead of time. Hell, they decided this new smoke power. Personally, I wouldn't have even bothered, you're no threat to us. But if I get to rank up and get more powers, then I'll kill you. But I want it to be earned, so fight back, damn it. Midoriya barely rolled out the way in time to avoid a coil of smoke that tried to attack him. He leapt back and scrambled into a fighting position. How the hell was he supposed to react to all this? 10 months ago he would have brushed the villain. No, the demon off as a lunatic, but after everything with the outsider, he could believe it. He could believe that this was some supernatural monster just as much as an insane small-time thug. I said fight back, you useless bastard. He rolled out of the way of another smoke coil and finally he had enough. Fine. Far Reach launched out his hand, wrapping around the villain's legs and pulling him over. The demon seemed caught off guard but transformed into the smoke from before in the air. Midoriya was ready for him when he tried to reform behind the teen. A solid punch connected with the villain's stomach, who just stood there with a grin. Another physical punch collided with Midoriya's face again. Nice try, you little bastard. That's more like it. But physical attacks aren't going to work on me. That beast out there is nothing next to what I can do, and that Shigaraki chump doesn't even realize it. You're saying? He didn't finish his question, but Midoriya knew he didn't have to for his intent to come through. The demon smiled cruelly as he stalked forward, one hand held out as if holding an invisible apple for some reason. Yeah, Nomu is an ant and I'm a lion. Not even your super strength attack will do anything. Good luck fighting me with just a tentacle brat. The villain gloated and suddenly a giant ball of smoke appeared in the villain's outstretched hand. Catch! Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as the smoke ball was suddenly launched towards him. It was fast and even from the distance he could tell it was dangerous. He could practically taste the amount of energy concentrated in the attack. He followed his instincts as time seemed to slow with the attack launching at him, leaping into the air with his increased agility, which seemed to catch the demon off guard as he flipped in the air to face the attack that soared past. Not even your super strength attack will do anything. If my powers won't do anything then. The familiar concentration of energy shot through his left hand and his tentacle shot out, wrapping around the smoke ball. As Midoriya felt the two connect with each other, he flipped once more upon his descent to the ground, throwing the attack right back at the demon. As he landed, he looked up to see the attack hit the dead center of the demon's chest. Both of them froze for a moment in surprise. Then a sickening crack sounded out and the demon lurched forward. You brat! Midoriya barely had the time to dodge as the demon rushed him, aiming a punch. The demon just collapsed after he missed on all fours. The demon's head slowly turned to look at him and Midoriya felt his heart sink. The endless black eyes that had held contempt and anger now had two new emotions swirling in them. Two other it would be hard to see, but Midoriya saw it, the shock and fear. Guess. They were right. Midoriya didn't have to ask what he was talking about. But you got the bigger players' attentions. They're scared of you, little man, about what you can do. But they don't know what you're capable of completely, so they sent me to find out and try to eliminate you ahead of time. The marked boy walked back slowly as the demon's body started to bubble, as if it couldn't contain something inside. It made Midoriya sick to look at, but he couldn't look away. Then the demon exploded, smoke flying everywhere. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Others would be quick to think the villain was making an escape, but Midoriya could feel it. This wasn't an escape. This was a death. A death he caused. His hands shot to his mouth in horror. What the hell had he just done? He just killed someone. When I was alive. Had he? He was so confused now. But he had a physical body, he felt him die. He was sure he had just killed someone. An explosion sounded and he looked behind himself, seeing a gaping hole in the roof. All might. He started to run back to the others. He did, however, spare one glance back, towards where the demon had exploded. Both All Might and Recovery Girl looked between each other, concerned looks on their faces. That's quite the story. All Might started. Midoriya hugged his legs to his chest. Don't get me wrong. I believe you, my boy. Still, this is quite a lot to take in. I understand.
I'm sorry.
He trailed off. A skinny arm wrapped around his neck and he saw All Might looking down at him with a small smile. You have absolutely nothing to be sorry for, Izuku. You faced an opponent intent on killing you and you did what you had to in order to not be killed. It's unfortunate, to be sure, but it was necessary. The boy leaned into his mentor's side with a frown and a sad sigh as tears started to prick his eyes once more. But even so, I killed someone. You'd never have done that. And I'm being hunted. If I hadn't been there, then he didn't get a chance to finish as All Might's arm tightened its grasp around him. If you hadn't been there, young Azui and Mineta would be dead right about now. I was told about everything you did. Your actions were reckless, and if this were any other time I'd scold you as my duty as a teacher. But this time it was justified. You saved your friends. As for these demons, I'll admit I have no idea what to make of them. I'll have a discussion with Principal Nizu so we may look into it. The safety of our students are our prime concern, especially after this incident. But, Midoriya stuttered. He looked up to his mentor's face and was caught off guard when he saw that the blonde's face was dark with a frown. You never. That's sadly not true. Oh. Midoriya wrapped his teacher into a proper hug at that.
I'm sorry.
So you're replacing constant crying with constant apologies now? The blonde quietly joked. Tears started to roll down Midoriya's cheeks. He swore he could actually feel All Might's eye roll. Midoriya yawned as he walked with All Might, in his skinny form, to his class. He had decided not to tell the others about the demon. Unlike All Might, while they could accept it, they wouldn't be able to understand it. He had decided not to ask his mentor what had happened in his past. Fortunately, he could probably blame his red eyes on his extended nap he had took over the past few days. How he could still be tired after it, he didn't know. You're still mentally exhausted. Your brain has been down and out, so it's still catching up, the blonde said as if reading his mind. The marked boy nodded in understanding, looking up at his mentor. Is it okay for you to be wandering about like this? All I mean, sir? If Recovery Girl banned you from using your hero form till our next lesson, aren't you worried about who sees you? He asked, confused, and the pro laughed while rubbing his neck. Already covered that base, my boy. Right now you aren't looking at All Might the #1 pro, you're looking at office worker Yagi Toshinori. I had to explain to your friends already when they came to see you earlier. Just remember to call me Toshi in this form, All Might explained with a jovial chuckle. Now we're almost there, so let's not say anything more about this, lest young Shoji hears us. We want to surprise them after all. Yeah, you're right. Midoriya agreed, and the rest of the walk they stayed silent. As soon as they had left the infirmary with the usual stern scolding from Recovery Girl to not end up back here for the love of God, they had gone to get some rice from lunch rush and were now heading to see Midoriya's friends before he went home. They stopped outside the classroom and Midoriya took a moment to breathe and prepare. Uriken would probably glomp him on sight and the other wouldn't be too far behind. All Might walked in first and Midoriya purposefully stayed back, like they had planned. The boy knew he should be resting his body, but his curiosity got the better of him and he activated his dark vision. Hello 1A. Apologies for the sudden interruption midnight, the blonde said jovially, and all the yellow silhouettes looked up. A few looked more excited than others at the blonde's arrival. Some made sense, like Ida and Uraraka, but there were also some odd ones like Jairu and Hagakure. Their silhouettes seemed to glow brighter than usual. No problem at all, Toshinori. Midnight greeted her coworker. What do you need? Well, I don't need anything myself, but I thought I should let you all know. I've just come from the infirmary, and there's someone I think you'd like to see with me. That was his cue. He deactivated his vision power and slowly leaned into the room with a small smile. He didn't want his classmates worrying about him, so he'd spent most of the impromptu lunch with his teacher thinking about how to enter. Hey! Did anyone mark their calendars for my return today? No one said he was that proud of it. Midoriya. DKU. Most of the class seemed to literally get brighter from how excited they were to see him. He walked in and he heard scrapes of metal on the floor. He braced his body, which was clearly the right thing to do, as less than a second later, he was supporting Uraraka's full body weight on top of his own. He laughed, both at his friend hugging him and Ida's shout of, "Don't run in class." Most everyone else got up as well. Tsu and Ida were crowding him next, then Hagakure, Jairu, and Kirishima. The rest of the class, sans Bakugo and Todoroki, had all also stood up, even if they hadn't moved closer. "Hey bro," Kaminari said from his table. "Glad to see you're actually alive." "Yeah. You really gave everyone a scare when we found out you were still sleeping," Jairu commented as she fiddled with her ear jacks, not meeting his eyes. Was she nervous? Her Jairu? "Seriously though, you okay, dude? We never got a chance to ask before you dropped." Kirishima spoke up with a concerned frown that Midoriya met with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I'm fine more or less. Tired as heck. Even after that sleep, but nothing serious." Midoriya reassured them and they all sighed in relief. It was so weird knowing his whole class cared for him. So much different to middle school. A floating school outfit leaped forward and Midoriya knew immediately it had to be Hagakure. "Midori, seriously, I have to thank you so much," the girl said, lots energy coming through her voice for someone who last he saw was literally encased in ice. It had been a few days, but it was still pretty amazing. He was sure there was some damage he couldn't see, but he elected not to bring it up. "If you hadn't saved me, I'm not sure I'd be alive right now. Seriously, thanks so much." The girl was cheery enough and Midoriya nodded as he followed her stream of thank yous and "You're super awesome." However, in the back he noticed Todoroki's face seemed to flash with guilt briefly. Most probably wouldn't see it with how fast it went by. Well, that explains how it happened. Speaking of thanks, I also have to thank you for saving me and Aizawa from the monster. Sue spoke up, a finger to her chin. Her eyes seemed slightly dim though. If I'm being honest, I really thought one of us was going to die there. I knew you'd probably jump to save one of us, but you really are stubborn when it comes to saving everyone, Ribbit. Well, yeah, I guess I can be pretty stubborn with that, Midoriya said as he rubbed the back of his head. He could physically feel the smirk on his mentor's face without even seeing it, and Uriken beamed brightly at him, likely remembering the 0-pointer. I'm just glad I managed to come up with anything on the spot like that. Yeah, still fighting the Nomu like that. I'm thankful you saved us, but you're insane, you know that, right? He was supposed to fight All Might, so taking him on. The frog girl scolded him lightly, though it was clear there wasn't much heart in it. Her words, however, caught the attention of some of the others. Wait, you did what? Mineta asked, incredulous, confusing Midoriya. Oh yeah, you fainted before it happened. Sue brushed off the smaller student's exclamation of shock, and Kirishima spoke up as he placed a finger to his chin and looked into the air. I'm just glad Midoriya was strong enough to actually hurt him, even if it didn't do much in the end. Ribbit. Oh yeah, that hand-wide dude was super angry with you. Wait, hang on, you hurt him. The hand villain guy actually said, if it wasn't for his multiple quirks, you would have wiped the floor with my strongest fighter. Kirishima quoted as his eyes seemed to widen in shock as he came to a realization. Which means you managed to be a challenge for a villain that All Might struggled with. You did to Nomu with one punch what it took All Might like 20 full power punches. The greenette's grin turned sheepish as the entire class's eyes seemed to suddenly being staring at him in shock and disbelief. Well, basically yeah. And thus pandemonium started. What? Bakugo outright screeched among the other shouts of shock as his face contorted into pure rage as explosions left his hands. Bullshit. It's true. Sue spoke up. I didn't see much, but I saw the first few punches. Nomu was almost completely knocked off his feet. Ribbit. Whereas All Might's initial punches did quite literally nothing. Todoroki spoke up. His face was odd, as if calculating something he didn't understand. He didn't say anything beyond that. No wonder he seems to have a soft spot for you. Tokoyami chimed in, and a few others made noises of agreement, causing Midoriya to blush. I am truly glad you are okay, Midoriya. If anything had happened to you when I had left, I don't think I could have forgiven myself. Ida says, hands making their usual chopping motions. Well, don't worry about it. Look, every single one of us is alive, and we're all safe. Midoriya said. Then his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Oh, so this happened to all of us as a class. If any of us are going to need to talk about it, we'll probably want to do it with each other. I get it if not everyone's up for it, but I was thinking I could set up a kind of group chat for the class. There was a beat of silence as it was considered. Then Ida spoke up. I, for one, think it is a marvelous idea, both from an emotional standpoint and a practical standpoint. Does anyone have any objections? There were a chorus of no's and not really. I know it's not my place to say, but I think it's a pretty smart idea as well. All no, Toshinori said with small smile. Great! Midoriya exclaimed as he clapped his hands together, and he turned to face Midnight, who was watching with an amused smirk and her arms crossed. Would it be all right if I put my phone number on the board, so everyone can use it later, miss? Go ahead. Just keep it in the corner. I'll let the other teachers know so they don't wipe it off. Midoriya, after getting past the crying, hugging ball of worry and relief that was his mother, promptly collapsed into his bed. He set his phone aside. He knew it would be a while before anyone would message him, so he could rest some while his mom made food. His eyes closed as his arms fell limp at his side. And suddenly the mattress was hard and it was so cold. As I have previously said, limitation is such an interesting thing. Holy dash! Izuku shot up, caught off guard and rolling to the side. That was a mistake as he rolled right off the bit of rock the outsider had pulled him to. He felt his body fall for just a moment, but then a hand was gripping the back of his shirt. So quick to ditch my company? You wound me, Izuku Midoriya. His voice was cold, dead, unfeeling, completely normal for the god, and yet, despite the cold disposition, did he just make a joke? Yes. And no, I didn't read your mind. I just know how you perceive me. It will still be a while until I think you should know my story, but I'm sure that analytical mind of yours can remember what I said on our first encounter. I was once as human as you. Wait, really? Midoriya asked, shocked, and a bit of void rock formed beneath him. The outsider dropped him, and he landed face first on the newly formed floor. He didn't feel guilty for the annoyed thought he had next. Human or god, he's definitely a troll. You have a tendency to focus on the finer details, and thus forget to ask the obvious questions. It was a statement, said with a finality that left no room for objection. The greenette stood and turned around properly. The outsider was pacing about like he seemed to like to do, occasionally teleporting and summoning stone furniture to sit upon. His eyes, however, they had a look, almost of concern upon them. Midoriya, I knew about the USJ incident before it happened. Months in advance, I was aware the attack would take place. Time is delicate. I can see events in the future, how they may play out. I saw a future where upon receiving my mark, you followed the path of a vigilante, and I also saw this future. Very different, right? All Midoriya could do was nod. Timeline can play out very differently from the tiniest decisions. In one, you could be a benevolent force for good, and in another, a ruthless tyrant bent upon hurting those beneath you because you're insecure. But enough about my parents. He just did it again. What in the void? Us. We're in the void. The shit-eating grin on the god's face so made Midoriya want to punch him. However, more importantly, okay, stop. What the heck? You're normally a super cold, emotionless acting god. You never tell jokes, you have a sense of humor at my expense. Sure, but you never outright tell jokes. Also the smiling, you never smile. Midoriya really had no idea what to make of the outsider's weirdly different attitude. The smile fell away, and the god's eyes somehow seemed to increase in their intensity as the void god sighed. That is a fair question. I've already told you parts of the story about why I am here now. I still don't wish to truly get into it, but you know you weren't the first person I've marked. Well, in this world you are, but from before. There were a fair few who would bear my mark, spread out over the decades. Corvo Atano, Emily Caldwin, Vera Morley, to name a few, though I know those names mean nothing to you. I watched their journeys and adventures. I talked with them when they visited my shrines, and they usually cursed me out for being vague and cryptic. His voice never ceased being dead. Empty. Yet somehow, despite that, Midoriya could sense a fondness and a longing that simply couldn't be properly conveyed with the outsider's voice. The boy took a seat on one of the conjured bits of stone and waited for the god to continue patiently. I never admitted it to them, as I never saw the point. I doubted they would care, but... He turned to face Midoriya with a smile that still didn't suit his face. I can't truly interact with the real world beyond a sort of floating illusion. It is why I always pull you into the void and never step out to the real world. Why I am called the outsider. Those I marked were, for the most part, the only people I have ever regularly interacted with. For lack of a better term, they were my friends. The only ones I could truly talk to for various reasons. In the original world, after they were gone, I could hop timelines and talk with other versions, yet the same. So many slightly varying, interesting versions. I no longer have that option. I suddenly couldn't interact with the only anchors I truly had to the real world. To have all this power at my fingertips, and yet have no ability to see everything I've ever known one last time. It's not as common for me to feel emotions, but that doesn't mean I am incapable of them. I existed across centuries, and yet, I never saw the moment I'd be ripped away from it all. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really sure how to respond to that.
I'm sorry.
Midoriya said. He contemplated patting the outsider's shoulder or something, but it seemed too improper. I don't wish to repeat mistakes, though I also am not one to repeat myself. The god stood up and nodded at Midoriya. So, this time only, I will say that as much as I choose you as someone interesting to bear my mark, I do in fact see you as a friend as well. It's impossible for Midoriya not to smile at that. After all, being told by a literal god he saw you as a friend was a pretty good way to lift one's spirits. The smile almost gave way to a frown though as a thought flew past his head. The move must have really affected him a lot, if he's acting so out of character. Well, I'm glad you can admit it. I suppose, God or not, emotions are difficult. Midoriya said with a sympathetic smile. A question lingered though. What exactly brought this on though? Don't get me wrong. I really am glad you said it, but it's so out of character for you. This attack on the USJ, as I said, I already knew it would occur. There are fixed points in time that cannot be changed regardless of what happens. Magic affects the timeline in its own way, and I cannot see the timelines where magic is not involved. Not clearly anyway. A side effect of my position, having so much magic flowing through me. I never warned you about the attack because it was fixed. No matter what happened, no matter who knew what or who was where, the USJ incident would occur, if for varying reasons. Normally, I never say much about the future, if anything to my marked. I let them make their own decisions. I did consider warning you, however, to make up for the 10 months of cluelessness I left you with. Except, if it old you, you'd warn your teachers and that would look very suspicious. Midoriya simply quirked a confused eyebrow up and the god suddenly teleported to be standing at the edge of the rock, arms behind his back and looking into the distance. Briefly, Midoriya realized that was the longest he'd ever seen the outsider stay still. They didn't get in by coincidence, Midoriya. Someone helped them in. They got their info from somewhere to know how to attack. Slowly the pieces fell into place and the greenette's eyes widened in surprise. If you had come in raving about the attack and then it happened, you would be a prime suspect trying to appear innocent. After all, you couldn't exactly explain how you got that information. Midoriya put his face into his hands and let out a groan. A traitor? Seriously? And it will interest you to know even I can't see who it is. Whoever it is, they have more than just a quirk protecting them. Well, fan-flipping-tastic. Which brings me to the main point of this tangent and visit. The demon. Midoriya tensed. I'm afraid he was exactly what he claimed to be, more or less. A dead person, a very, very evil dead person who returned to life. I am hesitant to say much yet. There is something you will see soon. Something that I had intended to wait for before I visited. I will be saving some information until then. But you should know, even a god can make mistakes. I made quite the egregious one. And you nearly paid the price for it. I have been blamed for many things, however the truly bad ones, I was never truly responsible for. I may have been involved in some capacity, but I was never the one who made the actual acts possible. At best I merely gave the tools to those who did commit the act. However, when I appeared here, I was foolish to assume everything could just work as it once had, that magic would be the same. Midoriya just stared, he was starting to get lost. The outsider turned to him and his emotionless stoic face had returned. If not for how I handled some things coming to this world, you'd not have this problem. That demon was one of many, and almost all of them will likely only want one thing, your mark. Oh great, just great. Remember that Hatsum had a certain inspiration for the equipment she made. I didn't do that for no reason. You'll need them in the days to come. Like I said, I saw the USJ coming. However, I saw nothing about the demon attack. I see almost nothing about demons at all, as they are neither human nor regular souls. Wait, what? Midoriya exclaimed as he suddenly shot up at that new information. You'll know in time, it won't be subtle, you'll know when it's time. The nature of these demons, I do not know what I'm looking for to track any. Perhaps the traitor is one, that would explain my inability to see them. Either way, with this inability to see what they are doing or will be, I never saw the attack coming until it was happening in the USJ. Be diligent, Midoriya. I made a mistake and if you're not careful, I'm afraid you might pay for it.
I'm sorry.
Midoriya had 101 things he wanted to say to that. However, he never got to say any of them as he bolted up in his bed all of a sudden, suddenly awake. What? He looked around. The light was off and it was dark. His All Might figurines surrounded him. He blinked. What time is it? He picked up his phone and turned it on. 11:27 p.m. Didn't feel like that long. Does time pass differently in the void or something? He wondered aloud. It frustrated him he couldn't keep notes on One for All or the Void and his magic at all, as they had to be kept secret. The rest of his notes he had rewritten in a code only he and All Might knew at the blonde's request. They had agreed One for All and the mark should not be included, but at times like this Midoriya hated that decision. His thoughts drifted over the event and then cursed himself when he realized he had completely forgotten to tell both the Outsider and All Might about his new power. He had been so distracted by everything else that it had completely slipped his mind. He got out of bed, knowing that there was no way he was getting back to sleep anytime soon. He took his phone with him as he headed to the kitchen. When he arrived, there was a plate on the countertop with a note. Izuku, you were asleep when I took this through. You're still tired, I guess? Just put this in the microwave and turn it on for 2 minutes. Oxox. Mom! He smiled when he finished reading and followed the instructions, placing the plate in the microwave and unlocking the phone as he waited. He had a bunch of new texts. Most were pretty similar, all from his classmates, with the exceptions of Ida and Uraraka, who already had his number, and Bakugo and Todoroki, who presumably just didn't want to be a part of the group. Hey Midoriya. This is... classmate. When you get this, add me to the chat, please. They all had different ways of saying it. Ashido's had used so much shortened text he had briefly worried she had had a stroke while typing, while Yairozu's had been very formal. He sent them all the same message, apologizing for falling asleep on them and adding them to a group, 1AGC. Among them, though, one message stood out amongst the rest. 907-543 XXX. Unknown. Hey, Jairu. Can we talk first before you add me? I have something I gotta say. You're probably asleep, so I'll wait. 503. Unknown. Asterisk talk. 504. You? Hi. Sorry I didn't respond. Fell asleep when I got home. Guess my body is addicted to sleep now. Aizawa's gonna be jealous. 1131. Unknown. Oh good, you're finally awake. Don't stress about it, dude. You have every right to sleep everything off. I wanted to apologize. 1131. You. -11:32. You. That was suspiciously fast. 1132. Jairu. I plead the fifth. 1133. You. Objection. This isn't America. Nice try. Take that. 1134. Jairu. Did you play those games? Not the time. We can talk PW later. Back to why I wanted to talk. -11:35. You. Yeah, okay. I'm so spamming you later. I was just being silly, but if you like AA, then I am so pressing every detail. What did you want to apologize for? You've not done anything wrong as far as I know. 1136. Jairu. Terrible pun. I groaned so hard. Well done.
Yeah, Ido.
Before we went to the USJ, you helped me feel better about myself. It maybe wasn't much to you, but I appreciated it. I felt bad and you helped me feel better. 1138. You. Well, I was just doing my best to be a good friend. 11:39. You. Oheu, sorry, I should have asked if it was okay first before I called myself your friend. 1140. Jairu, nah dude, it's fine. We're friends. But you helped me, and then the attack happened and we all got separated and you ended up with all the serious villains. I'm just sorry I couldn't help you after what you did for me. 1141. You. Permission to speak freely? 1141. Jairu, go ahead. Not like you need permission to talk. 1142. You. If it wasn't for the fact I'm like 87% sure you'd punch me if I tried and I'm physically incapable of doing so from this distance, I'd totally hug you, RN. You had no way of knowing the USJ attack was gonna happen, and when it did, the warp villain spread us out randomly. You couldn't have done anything about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. I definitely don't hold it against you. 1144. Jairu. You say that, but still, I feel guilty. I know I shouldn't, but I do. 1145. Jairu. Which is why I'm totally hanging out with you at lunch when you get back to make up for it.
No exceptions.
1146. You. I can accept this. 1147. You. BTW, I figured out the hug issue. 1147. You. Hug. Emoji. 1148. Jairu. Fist. Emoji 1150. You knew it. 1151. Jairu. 1151. Jairu. No one said it was a strong hit. 1152. You. 1153. You have no idea what you have just unleashed upon yourself. 1154. Jairu dork. Midoriya smiled as he looked at the last message and let out a small chuckle. Only he could manage to have an eventful day where technically nothing actually happened. He grabbed the plate of food and took it to the table, sitting down and eating. He added Jairu to the group chat, and after some talking with everyone, and scolding by Ida that they should all be asleep, the greenette finished his food and was on his way back to bed. He stopped just outside his bedroom door. For the record, I'm not mad at you in case you're worried. To any onlooker, he would look as if he was talking to nothing, but the wind seemed to get just that little bit colder, and Midoriya knew the one he was talking to got his message. Now he just had to wonder what came next, 'cause it was quite clear from the outsider's visit and the fact the villains had got away. When it came to both demons and villains, he could feel it. Things had only just begun. Midoriya knew he didn't look great. Nightmare after nightmare had plagued his mind. One had been about what would have happened if he hadn't been strong enough to affect Nomu. One had been about if All Might had never shown up. But one nightmare kept recurring, reappearing amongst the rest. Midoriya shook his head. He didn't want to focus on it. Despite it all, he had come to school and gone straight to the teacher's lounge. He had bags under his eyes. He still felt tired really, and he was suppressing the urge to yawn, but villains didn't wait for a tired hero, and so he wouldn't treat school any differently. He knocked on the door to the teacher's lounge and waited to see if anyone would answer. After a moment, the door slid open and All Might, in his skinny form, leaned out to see who was there. When his eyes landed upon him, he smiled wide and opened the door fully. "Ah, Midoriya, my boy. What brings you here before class?" "Hi, Mr. Tashinori." The greenette quickly corrected himself, and the blonde merely rolled his eyes. "Is ectoplasm here? I need to talk to him about a new power." "Oh, another one has developed, has it?" The blonde questioned as his eyes widened slightly, but he still retained a smile and motioned for the boy to follow him in. "Ectoplasm. Midoriya is here to see you." As the marked boy wandered in, he saw a few of the other teachers were about, typing on computers or preparing to leave. Midnight nodded at him with a teasing smile. "Ah, Midoriya. Well, now I know you're here, I won't have to write you up as late." He wasn't required to attend today at all if he wasn't up to it, per Recovery Girl's instructions, so you wouldn't have anyways. A new voice spoke up and Midoriya turned to see Ectoplasm walking towards him, the usual creepy grin upon his face. "So if you're here, then I'm assuming you need to set up a power training session? And speaking of Recovery Girl's instructions, you sure you want to be back? You still look pretty beat." "Don't worry, I'm fine, just bouncing back from it all. And yeah, I am here about a new power. It actually showed up during the USJ, but I got so distracted with everything else that happened that it completely slipped my mind." Midoriya explained as he walked with the teacher to his desk and watched as the man pulled out a notepad. "Sorry I didn't come here sooner. It's no trouble so long as you're here now. It can hardly be held against you in that situation." Ectoplasm assured him as the pro started writing something on the notepad in pencil. "So, first off, what can you tell me about this new power? How did it develop? If I remember correctly, it takes a desire for something to happen for a new power to develop." "Yes, sir. Like I said, it was during the USJ. My friends and I had just escaped the shipwreck zone, and we ended up surrounded by a couple of villains. I was trying to figure out some way for us to escape, but no matter what combination of our powers or strategies, nothing seemed like it would work, at least not without major consequences. Every good strategy one came up with, I couldn't keep every villain held back long enough for us to escape." Midoriya recounted the experience as he leaned slightly against the desk with his arms crossed. "I end up frustrated and just wishing they would all go down at the same time. I knew I needed a way where hitting one would knock them all over." "And your new power came into being?" Ectoplasm asked as the boy trailed off. The greenette nodded. "And what did the power do?" "Well, it manifested and made my hand hurt like hell. Caught me off guard and I ended up shouting out in pain. That was a mistake. The thugs reacted thinking I was about to attack, so we just had to react. Azui jumped out the way and I fought back for a moment. I was just looking for an opening to run, but... It wasn't Ectoplasm who questioned but All Might, who had been listening the whole time, presumably as his mentor wanted to know everything he could about the boy's powers for future reference. When I dodged an attack and finally got a look at the villains properly again after my hand flared up, there was a kind of yellow smoke around their heads. I don't think they could see it, and to me it was really dim. When I yanked one villain through the air with far reach, the rest also all went flying despite not being touched. Once I knocked one of the linked villains out, the rest all followed suit on the spot, and as far as I can tell their strength, stamina, etc. didn't matter so. After that, I didn't try to use the power again at all. Thank you, Midoriya. This is useful, and I'm glad you did understand that this new power could be dangerous, and that you didn't ignore my telling you to avoid using any new powers straight away. The cloning hero thanked him and set his pencil down but picked up a pen and started writing on a smaller bit of yellow paper. An out-of-class slip, Midoriya realized. You're free to return to class now. Give this to your teacher in your class before lunch, and come see me at Gym Beta. 1A was just as ecstatic as they were yesterday when he showed up for class, most welcoming him back. Bakugo ignored him thankfully, and he could feel Hagakure staring at him for some reason he didn't understand. He'd have to ask when he had some free time. For now, though, he had to blast through this maths test faster than one for all blasted through his bones. A part of him registered at least half the class would be glaring at him if they knew he had that thought. Whether they'd be glaring because of the joke or because he wasn't struggling with the math, well, that just depended on the student. As he finished the 10th question, his mind wandered. The group chat idea had taken off wonderfully. It was a beautiful mess of bad jokes. Everyone getting annoyed at each other and just being friends. It had helped distract him whenever he woke up from another bad dream and didn't want to return to sleep straight away. His thoughts continued. He wondered what training Ectoplasm would devise later in the day. He was curious how it would be, having Jairu at lunch without her being upset. Crack. You, brat. Endless black eyes, full of fear and shock. An explosion of smoke. It wasn't an escape, it wasn't an escape, it wasn't an escape. Snap. Midoriya was jolted out of his thoughts as the pencil in his hand was broken in half from his grip. He saw a few of his classmates looking at him with quirked eyebrows. He just shook his head and pulled out another pencil. The nightmares had been enough, but his brain seemed to want to attack him with one image over and over. He kept trying to ignore and focus on his work, but every time his brain wandered, he'd see that ball of smoke hitting the demon. As Midoriya scratched out an answer that was incorrect, he came to a realization. He didn't even know the villain's name. 15. Midoriya counted 15 different clones of Ectoplasm in the gym and presumably the 16th Ectoplasm waiting by the door for him. Overseeing them all was the real Ectoplasm. For some reason, beside him was a table with a knife and what Midoriya recognized as his sword. What's that doing here? Good, you're here. His teacher spoke up, confirming his suspicion. The man walked up to him and gestured to the clones who were in 3 rows of 5. Training will be simple. I didn't think there would be a need to get others, as we already knows it works on different people, so it will just be my clones today. Better that way, now we don't have to hold back. Wait, is that what those are for? The greenette inquired as he pointed towards the blades. Ectoplasm nodded, and all of a sudden Midoriya felt unsettled. Before that, first let's just focus on basic application. Ectoplasm said as he gestured to the first row. I want you to try to just link 2 of them for now. Midoriya nodded, taking a steadying breath, and he walked up towards the row of clones. He held his left hand out towards the first clone, palm facing the ceiling, and he merely raised his hand as tired to focus on the desire that brought out his power the first time. I want another to go down when this one goes down. Energy flared through his hand, though nowhere near as painful as it had been at the USJ. Midoriya looked and saw the yellow smoke from before circling the first clone's head. He repeated the gesture once more on another clone behind him and nodded towards the real Ectoplasm. Great. Now I just want you to punch one as hard as you can. Without breaking your arm, of course. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at the jab at him in the instruction but followed it. He threw his strongest punch, and it connected with the clone's stomach. To his surprise, his punch had more strength in it than he knew, he could produce without one for all as the clone was actually briefly lifted off its feet and thrown backwards. A small bang behind him attracted the boy's attention. He saw the other clone was also sprawled across the floor and just starting to stand up. Impressive. Is the link still formed? Midoriya nodded. Now the two clones will fight back. I obviously won't go all out on you, just enough to simulate a real fight so we can see how this power would translate in such a scenario. Feel free to use your other powers. Midoriya nodded and his feet switched into a fighting stance. Both clones rushed him and he followed his gut reaction as both went to punch him, dodging out the way by jumping back. Both clones stopped before their hits collided with one another. However, this meant they had left an opening when they stopped moving that the greenette pounced on. He summoned his far reach, grabbing one clone by leg and tripping it up. The other clone followed suit, and both were falling through the air. Before they hit the ground, though, the tentacle wrapped around one of the clones once more and pulled hard, launching both through the air. He let the first clone sail over him. However, as the second clone neared him, he used his far reach one last time, wrapping it around the clone's stomach and slamming it into the ground. He heard the other clone collide with the floor. However, he didn't turn to deal with that clone. Instead, dropping on top of the clone he had slammed into the ground, pinning it down. Well done. Ectoplasm congratulated him, and the clone beneath him turned into gray smoke. Midoriya knew it was just his teacher's quirk. He knew the clone was still there, just returned to ectoplasm. He knew nothing had happened. But that wasn't what he saw. As the clone evaporated, all he saw was the villain he killed at the USJ exploding into smoke. Midoriya scrambled backwards and looked at the smoke with fearful eyes. It was gone a second later, and the boy vaguely registered his teacher's voice saying something, but he couldn't tell what. His breathing has slowed. His eyes refused to close as he stared at the spot. Crack. Eyes of surprise and fear. Smoke. Smoke everywhere. Midoriya! Ectoplasm's voice finally rang through, and he looked up to see his teacher was kneeling beside him. You okay? Something wrong? Is it the power? He slowly shook his head. Do you need to stop for now? The teacher asked, and again Midoriya shook his head. No, it's stupid. Midoriya dismissed it, but Ectoplasm gave him a disbelieving look. It looked weird and creepy with the permanent smile stuck on the hero's face. You froze up the second my clone disappeared. That doesn't just happen for no reason, and in an actual fight you would have been dead if you froze up like that. I won't push you, but I'd rather I know if it's going to affect your training. Midoriya sighed as he stood up. So Ectoplasm didn't know then. In the USJ, I saw a villain die. It had hurt when he had said he'd killed the demon to All Might. He didn't want to deal with it again right now. It was when he died, he exploded into a lot of smoke. A lot darker than yours, but there was a beat of silence as Ectoplasm digested this information. Ah, yes, I can see how the smoke would bring back unpleasant memories. The pro started. You're certain you want to continue? He nodded. Okay. Just let me know if you change your mind. Ectoplasm didn't press the issue, returning to his original position. Are you ready to continue, or do you still need a moment? No, I'm good. He wasn't, not really, but he wanted to get through the training. The rest of the training was relatively simple. First, they found out his limit. He could only link 5 people together at most. Then they had done a bizarre exercise where Ectoplasm had him yell his best insults at the clone. Nothing happened. Apparently the man had been testing if emotions and feelings were also linked and was trying to get Midoriya to make him angry, and according to the hero they weren't. Perhaps "you ghastly rip-off of a Ghostbuster villain" wasn't the best insult for inciting anger. Finally, there was just one thing left to test. Midoriya's hand hovered over the table, with a knife and his word upon it. His arm was shaking, and the more he looked at the weapons, the more the horrible feeling in his stomach seemed to intensify. He knew it was something they really needed to know, if there was any limit to what the physical link could do. The clones were expendable, they would simply turn to smoke and return to ectoplasm, and they needed to know if a killing blow would be carried by the power. But he couldn't. His arm fell to his side and he looked at the floor. I'm sorry, I can't. It's okay, you've done well enough. If this is too difficult, we can stop. Ectoplasm reassures him and the boy leans against the wall. Something stands out to him. "Why did you bring my sword?" he asked, and the pro turned to look at him as he picked up the knife. Hatsum said it can't kill, and her teacher said that they had to run tests on it first. Are the tests over?
No.
This was supposed to be one, combined with a training session. After all, my clones are the closest thing to human and safest as well. It's passed all its other tests so far. This would have tested against actual humanoids. I thought it would be good to get you used to using it, as it seems it's going work as intended. That isn't happening now though. Oh, sorry. Stop apologizing. Sorry. Ectoplasm just shook his head as he walked up to one of the linked clones. "Close your eyes." He complied. He heard a foot stop into the ground. Then silence. After a moment, the cloning pro gave him the instruction to open his eyes again. The linked clones were all gone. "These kinds of blows do carry," was all the pro said as he turned back to face Midoriya. Only 2 clones were left beside the original. "I think that's everything. You have 20 minutes of class left. Do you want to return now, or is there anything?" Midoriya's eyes lit up as he remembered his thought process during lunch on the day of the USJ incident. "Actually, sir, I do have something I'd like to test about my far reach if you'd let me. I see no reason why not." "What do you want to test?" the teacher inquired, and Midoriya explained how far reach first manifested, how it wasn't a massive tentacle but instead many small tendrils, and that he had never had the power manifest that way again since. "So you want to see if you can recreate that particular version of the power?" "Yes, sir." Midoriya nodded, and the pro walked into the middle of the room, beckoning for the teen to follow him. When they were stood in the middle of the gym, his teacher turned to face him, holding one arm out to the side. "All right then. If it was a weaker version of the power, then try to focus on not putting as much energy into the power," Ectoplasm instructed. "All I want you to do is try to manifest those tendrils and wrap them around my arm. Go." And so Midoriya shot his hand forth, trying to reduce the amount of magic he channeled into his attack. The tentacle far reach always manifest as shot forth, wrapping around the pro's arm. Midoriya immediately got rid of it and grumbled slightly. Ectoplasm was unfazed. "Again, take more energy away," he instructed. The greenette prepared again, limiting the energy much more this time. He hadn't removed that much from the first attempt, only a little. Unfortunately, this new amount also turned out ineffective, as the power outright didn't activate beyond a sputter of what looked like the tentacle trying to explode out his hand but being surprised. "Don't worry. No one expects you to be able to use your powers perfectly with less than a year of experience. You've already made massive progress on using your far-reach power. Just keep trying." And so they did. And very time they'd get the same 2 results. The tentacle would appear at its normal strength. Some of the tendrils wrapped around the main appendage, occasionally twitching but never acting alone, or it would barely form. After a 5th attempt, where once more the power didn't even form, Midoriya wanted to scream. This was so frustrating. Why couldn't it just work? He threw his hand forward again, before Ectoplasm had even finished his order of again. He was starting to feel like this wasn't going to work at all, and that's when they finally made some progress. His normal tentacle shot out, and before Midoriya could shout in frustration, it suddenly exploded. The main appendage completely gone, and only the tendrils that wrapped around it left. Midoriya laughed as he finally got it to work, and watched the tendrils twitch and move at his command. He focused on Ectoplasm's arm and tried to instruct the tendrils to wrap around it. It seemed they were about to follow his command, and then they returned to his hand. "Oh, come on. Look on the bright side, now we know you can access those tendrils. Just keep practicing to reach that state, and then you can focus on keeping them there and manipulating them," Ectoplasm told him as the man walked to the gym entrance. "That's not for now though, time is up. Go enjoy lunch, we can continue this another time." "Well done." "Thank you, sir." Midoriya was only 5 minutes late to lunch, so he didn't miss much. He was in for a surprise though when he went to his friends. Jairu had joined them like she had said she would, but to Midoriya's surprise, Azui and Hagakure had joined as well. "Oh, hey guys," he greeted as he took a seat beside Uraraka and Ida, the rest of the girls across from them. He was getting better with interacting with girls outside of high-stress situations finally. He could still feel some heat in his face and his stutter had returned, but it was nowhere as bad as it had been just 2 weeks ago. It was insane to think so much had happened in less than a month of school. I knew Jairu was coming, but this is a surprise. A good one, I mean. Alright, he was still pretty bad at it. Fortunately, no one seemed to hold it over him. Azui, as blunt as ever, just told him her reason for being there. Since we ended up stuck together at the USJ and you've only just got back, it felt right. Ribbit. Ah! Was all Midoriya let out as tried his best not stare at Hagakure eating. He hadn't realized how weird it would be to see the food just suddenly disappearing whenever she took a bite. He had a feeling the invisible girl's reasoning for coming to their table would also be related to the USJ, but he saw no reason to press the issue. So, Midoriya began as he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a bit of food. How is everyone then? I'm glad you are able to be here so soon, Hagakure. Yeah. Doctors nowadays really are amazing, with quirks helping them in everything. Hagakure exclaimed happily, somehow being really animated and expressive despite the fact her actual body couldn't be seen. I got out easy really. Compared to what I heard you, 13 and Mr. Aizawa all got hit with. A few broken bones? What else is new for me? Midoriya asked with a slight grin. Even the normally blank-faced Azui glared at him for that. He laughed nervously as he scratched the back of his head. Too soon. Yes. You really must break this pattern of getting injured every time you use your power, Midoriya. Ida told him, with a stern look and a tone that implied there would be no arguing against him. Not that Midoriya disagreed. Speaking of Aizawa though, I hope he'll be okay. Ribbit. Azui spoke up with a concerned tone of voice. They told us 13 will come out fine, but Aizawa. He apparently had his eyes damaged. Ribbit. Midoriya cringed slightly as the image of his teacher being smashed into the ground played through his mind. It was one of the many events of the USJ he'd never be able to forget. Oh yeah, his quirk is tied to his eyes, so if he can't use them then he might have to resign. Azui finished sadly. Uraraka, though, ever optimistic, cut in. Maybe, but it's Mr. Aizawa. I wouldn't put it past him to return by tomorrow just to spite the villains, she said, and Midoriya had to laugh a little despite himself. It did sound like their homeroom teacher. That would be an incredibly bad idea. Ida immediately interjected. He needs to recover. He likely shouldn't be back until after the sports festival next week at least. Oh yeah, the sports festival, I entirely forget about that. Jairu spoke up as she started twirling one of her earjacks. With everything else that's happened, it completely slipped my mind. Yeah, I get that. Uraraka nodded with a mouthful of food, ignoring Ida's scolding about not speaking with your mouth full. I only remembered this morning. I was going to go to the gym later today. You guys could totally join me if you want. They're let anyone in to train. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Hagakure spoke up. I'd love to join. What about the rest of you guys? It would be like a small hangout. I'll join. To ensure you actually train, as is the intended purpose for the school's training facilities. Ida stated dramatically. He was doing his best to keep his stern class principal act up. Midoriya decided to speak up. Don't let Ida scare you. He won't actually be that bad. He just wants to make sure everyone does their best. You can distract him pretty easily by coming up with something he can do as the class rep. Ida immediately whipped around at that, a look of betrayal on his face as Uraraka laughed and Hagakure thanked him for the advice. Jairu smirked as she and Azui just watched. Midoriya, I am shocked. Do you use this weakness often on me? No, but I do agree you need to tone it down a little. It's admirable you're so serious about school, but remember what our initial meeting in the entrance exam was like? Midoriya asked, and Ida's eyes seemed to darken in realization. Yes, I suppose that is something to consider. Again, I apologize for how I acted that day. It's in the past, and I already forgave you. Midoriya reassured him. Just making sure it doesn't repeat is all. Me and Tsu will join as well. Jairu spoke up, attracting the others' attention. No reason not to. Great! Hagakure cheered. I'm glad I won't have to go home immediately. Ribbit, is something the matter at home? Azui asked, finger to her chin. Well, not at my home but near it. These weirdos set up shop recently calling it their overseer outpost. They wear these masks and practically scream at anyone walking by about heretics and magic. Nonsense like that. The second the word magic left her mouth, Midoriya's attention had become completely focused on her. What? Call themselves the Abbey or something? The Abbey of the Everyman? Midoriya questioned, and the girl seemed to jolt in surprise. Yeah, how'd you know? They were in the newspaper my mom gets delivered. I just ignored it, so I don't know anything about them though. Midoriya explained and watched as the girl, upon hearing this, pulled her phone out of one of her pockets and started typing something. Hang on a second, just getting it up. The girl then stopped typing and handed her phone over. It was the article he had ignored. One of them actually had to be restrained by a pro yesterday when he wouldn't stop harassing people. That is appalling behavior. Ida disapproved. Jiru said something next, then Azui. Midoriya stopped listening though. The world seemed to fade away around him. The article was normal to a point, explaining the Abbey seemed to hate the idea of God to the point they were a religious construct designed around worshipping the lack of one. There was some accounts of their harassment of innocent citizens, and the article demanded an explanation for why the Abbey wasn't being stopped from doing this or even why. It also listed their weird 7 strictures, which was the closest thing to their version of a Bible apparently. The Abbey clearly wasn't particularly sane from what Midoriya read, but none of that could match up to the subheading near the bottom of the article. The outsider. Evil deity the Abbey warns? They're just a bunch of lunatic making it harder for people to get about in my area. He heard Hagakure complain as he came back to awareness. I've never been more glad I'm invisible than when I have to avoid those lunatics. I don't blame you. I'd probably snap if they started doing that in my area. Jiru said, and for once Ida didn't scold them for the insinuation they might be violent against the group. Anyways, moving on from that, Hagakure started, taking her phone back when Midoriya held it out. You coming to the gym to Midori? He was going to say yes before. He could just text his mother he'd be at school training and he knew she wouldn't object. But after reading the article, I've got something I need to do when school finishes actually.
Sorry.
Oh, Hagakure whined lightly. We almost had full house. Sorry, next time I promise. I'm holding you to that. When school had finally ended, Midoriya had apologized to his friends and rushed home. He needed to know as soon as possible. He stopped only to hug his mother when he got him and reassure her he was all right before going to his room. He almost tripped over one of his weights as he rushed towards his computer. He pulled up his search engine and immediately typed in to the search bar, Abbey of the Everyman. Not much came up, mostly just variations of the same article. The only new information he found was who the group was currently run by, someone who apparently went by the name High Overseer Naozumi. He continued to search the internet, but in the end, he learned very little more. He groaned as he stared at a web page that had ended broken and disjointed due to some lazy programmer and set his head against the desk in frustration. Then it hit him there was another way he could learn more. A way he should have considered immediately. He leaned out his bedroom door to address him mom first. Hey, I'm just going to have a nap for a little while, okay?
Okizuku.
Just don't sleep too long. I just started making dinner. Something new. I hope you'll like it. He heard her holler back and he smiled lightly. Whatever it was, he was sure it would be great if his mother made it. He returned to his bed and laid down, eyes shut, and he waited. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. As that mentor of yours likes to proclaim so much, I am here. Midoriya didn't freak out like last time as he sat up slowly. After all, he had actually expected to end up in the void this time. Not gonna lie, it loses a lot of its impact when it's said with no emotion. I suppose. So you saw it, what I wished to wait for. Well, part of it. The outsider confirmed Midoriya's suspicion as he seemed create a whole another island on the void. Upon it were multiple statues. Midoriya recognized one as himself, another as the demon he fought at the USJ, and the third was a man he didn't know, wearing a horrifying mask. There was also another 2 statues Midoriya couldn't make out the features of as they were too far away. Actions have consequences, all actions. I have seen this many times, and as I told you yesterday, I have also experienced it recently. I won't force you to do this, but I highly suggest investigating this outpost your friend has told you about yourself personally. Midoriya, before he could ask anything about it, was cut off as the world suddenly crumbled beneath him and he fell. Despite the ever-increasing distance between him and the outsider, he could hear the god's departing words quite clearly. Make sure to cover your hands. You'll regret it if you don't and walk in there. Midoriya gasped loudly as he shot up in bed all of a sudden. Izuku, dinner's ready, sweetie. That settled it. Time must move differently in the void. Also, he was definitely getting to the bottom of this abbey. Midoriya struggled to focus as he went through the school day. Regardless of how hard he tried, his thought would constantly drift to the abbey. Who were they? Why did they consider the outsider evil? What did they know about magic? Could it help him understand his powers better? Seeing the outsider wasn't very forthcoming on details. Thoughts like this and more continued to swirl around his head, in amongst the occasional flashes of the demon. Fortunately, this new mystery on his hands kept his mind from wandering that route for the most part. His hand ached lightly throughout the day, as if trying to send some kind of warning he couldn't understand. Lunch had passed quickly. The girls had joined him, Ida and Uraraka once more. They had talked about various subjects, but Midoriya didn't contribute much. He was sure Aizawa would have scolded him by now if the man wasn't still recovering in hospital about how far off his attention was. He wore a wrap around his hand, made of black tape, as he couldn't find any gloves. No one seemed to ask about it beyond a questioning glance from Ida. He had been asked by All Might to meet him for a couple minutes after school, and as much as he wanted to find out more about the abbey as soon as possible, he agreed to meet him because there's no way he could say no to his mentor. Which is how he ended up outside the door to the teacher's lounge for what would have been way too many times to some students. He briefly wondered if other classes thought he was a troublemaker constantly going to detention with how often he ended up at this room during lunch or after school. He shook his head with a small smirk as he opened the door.
Midoriya.
I'm glad to see you finally made it. With how far off that look in your eyes has been, I was worried you'd get lost. Toshinori teased with a toothy grin. He was in his skinny form, but what really caught the greenette's attention was that across from his mentor was a dark-haired man wearing a trench coat. Sorry, Mr. Toshinori. Midoriya bowed as he apologized. In the corner of his vision, he saw the man quirk an eyebrow. Wait, did he know? I've just had a lot on my mind. That's not surprising. The USJ has surely left a lot of thoughts in everyone's heads. The mystery man spoke as he stood up. He turned to face the marked boy with a smile.
I'm Detective Tsukauchi.
I was the detective assigned to the USJ case, and I'm a friend of All Might's. He tells me you're a friend too. He's more than that. All Might laughed as he stood up. He's my successor, the future of One for All. I told you that already. Wait, he knows. Midoriya blurted out before his hand clamped over his mouth and he bowed.
I'm sorry.
That was rude to say it like that. No worries, I understand the surprise. It's a big secret, so some no-name detective knowing probably worried you a bit. Tsukauchi said with a grin. Like I said, I'm a friend. But I'm not here to catch up. I'm here to talk to you, Midoriya. Ha! You were debatably the most affected by the entire USJ event, as you not only had to talk to those villains but also, according to All Might and a few of the students, you had to fight the villain meant for fighting All Might. The grin had disappeared and a serious look had took over on the detective's face. And I hear there is another event that occurred that we may want to know about. You don't need to talk about any of this today, but we need to talk at some point as your account of events will be important. Oh, was all that left Midoriya's mouth. It made sense, and he could explain the events of the USJ easily enough, but the event within the USJ. His body involuntarily started to shake as his thoughts turned to smoke. Before you freak out, you don't need to talk about it right now, Tsukauchi said quickly when he noticed. In regards to the second, you don't need to talk about it all if it's too difficult. The rest of the story, we can set a date for me to visit. Would that work? Midoriya just nodded as he breathed in and out slowly. That was better, he didn't need to talk about it. Now if his body would just calm down he could set a time. Midoriya, you okay? Tsukachi asked with concerned eyes as he took out a notepad and ripped a page out.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don't apologize. It's a normal reaction to a traumatic event. I don't want to overstep my boundaries, but here. The detective handed him the page. Written on it was a number. It's the phone number of a mental health center in Mizutofu. It's possible these events could have caused you or your classmates to have developed PTSD. If you do call, tell them you are a UA student. The police took the liberty of talking to different centers near each student's home, seeing as this was such a worrying event. Tsukachi explained. Midoriya read the number a few times over again. So, is there any time you can think of where I could drop by? Your address is already on record. Midoriya placed his hand to his chin as he bit his lip. Today was a Thursday. A part of him was sure whatever he'd find out later today he would probably need a day to rest from. He just had a gut feeling. Probably. Saturday would be the best. Is there anything else you need? Not to be rude, but I have somewhere I want to get to as soon as possible. No worries, that was all. Tsukachi assured him with a smile as the man wrote down in his notebook. Izuku, my boy, be safe. All Might called and Midoriya nodded as he turned to leave. Goodbye. Bye. Midoriya inhaled sharply as he looked up at the looming 4-story building. It was hardly the tallest or most run-down building around, but something about it was rather intimidating. Like it was watching everything. A podium was at the front, and stood upon it, practically screaming at passerbys, was a man in slightly dirty-looking robes. A belt hung around his person, and a part of it looked like a holster for a pistol. Midoriya's eyes narrowed at that, not worrying at all. The man wore a mask that could only be described as extremely creepy. A permanent angry scowl was etched into the metal. Briefly, Midoriya wondered how they could carry presumably heavy metal on their face for hours. Did they ever take it off? Anton Flesh. Errant mind. The strictures are clear. Do not let these warnings, these rules go to waste. Buddhism is a lie, Christianity is a front. Do not allow these false religions to corrupt your souls. The only God is the outsider, and he must be renounced. Do not heed his evil call. Do not let the dark magic of this world tear your soul asunder. Charming. What a joy talking to this guy is going to be. Midoriya thought sarcastically as he rolled his eyes at the display. He made a mental note to do something nice for Hagakure later if she had to pass this guy every day just to travel. Any one of the people around you can already be corrupted by this darkest magic. Your mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, daughters and sons. Learn to repress the evil curses the outsider has put on all of you. The abbey will be sure to be the salvation for those who do not follow the path of evil. Midoriya had to bite his tongue lightly to keep from making any snide comments as he walked up to the man. The masked weirdo then looked down and seemed to finally notice Midoriya, who stood in front of the podium. No one else had stopped for the speech. Are you another criticizer of the Abbey of the Everymen? You are not welcome here. We overseers won't allow you to stop us spreading our messages. Those who are smart heed our warnings. And no, that's not it. I want to heed your warnings. I am uneducated. I want to be taught what I must avoid by the overseers. Midoriya exclaimed, kneeling. He didn't know why. He probably looked like an idiot, but it felt right to convince the overseer. The man stepped off the podium and seemed to inspect him for a moment. This hair color, it is highly unusually reminiscent of a residual effect of an evil curse. You may not step in Theses' premises if evil dwells in your heart. Do not lie to me. I can see evil and its intent from miles away, the overseer accused as he pointed. My hair? My hair is what he has issue with. No. This is the residue of an evil curse, however it was cast off long ago. I have forever been marked by it. It is how I know I must heed the Abbey's words. Midoriya cringed as he spouted random nonsense. God, I'm bad at this. Truly? Then we must not dawdle. Hurry inside. The front desk, Brother Kobe, will guide you. May you finally purge your soul of the final traces of evil that has plagued you, child. The overseer said as he gestured to a set of double doors. Tell him Overseer Hisaki permitted your entrance. The greenette just nodded. He had a feeling he was right about the thought he had earlier that he'd need to lie down afterwards. If only to recover from the stupidity and bizarreness of this encounter with just one of these guys. The inside wasn't impressive. Most of the structure seemed to be supported by wood. It looked like it had been displaced in time. Rather than being a natural building built in the 22nd century, it looked more like a Victorian-era building than anything. He saw another masked man leaning against a desk when he walked in, reading some documents. "Hello? Overseer Hisaki sent me in," Midoriya said, and the man looked up. He seemed to freeze for a moment when he noticed the boy's appearance. "Is my hair really that weird to these guys? To what end?" The new overseer, presumably Kobe, asked cautiously as he put the documents away. "To learn. I want to know about the threats you're warning people about so I can be prepared to avoid them. I have already paid the price once for my ignorance. You can see the proof in the completely unnatural color of my hair." Well, technically it wasn't a lie. For years green wasn't a natural hair color. "Ah, then talk to me, child. My brother has sent you in to be guided. I will make sure that happens. I must know to help, so tell me what you wish to learn more about," the overseer said as he bowed ever slightly at the end. "Kobe and Hisaki are related? At least Kobe is kind of nice." Well, Overseer Hisaki mentioned an outsider in his speech just before he talked to me. "Who is the outsider?" Midoriya asked as he tried not to grin. Lying wasn't his strong suit in the first place, but that was probably the most bold-faced one he'd ever told. "Child, be careful what you ask about," Kobe warned, as somehow his mask seemed to darken in warning. "How do you even do that with a mask? Such questions border upon heresy. He is the only god, and he is as evil as they come. These disgusting quirks, as those outside call them, are his most devious creation." "Oh, if I may ask for an elaboration, please?" "I don't disagree." "Yes, I very much disagree. What the hell do they mean, evil? I merely would just like to be certain I understand. To be prepared against these curses. Of course, these horrifying abilities that so many now possess. These ignorant souls choose to believe it is some foolish evolution that is natural. It is anything but. These curses were infested within humans years ago, and they were infested by the black-hearted outsider. You must renounce all of these curses that reside within, lest you fall to the temptation of evil. Do not let these perversions of human nature into you." "Right?" Midoriya trailed as he crossed his arms. Already his head was starting to hurt. "I thought the outsiders only been here for like a few years at most though? And what about those permanently, drastically changed by their curses? We do not have the authority to do what is right," the overseer bit out as he stood up. "They must be put down. The curses have infected them beyond salvation. We must protect the rest of the populace. One day we will get that authority from this ignorant government and purge the evil from the world." "Oh great, they're racists as well. Wait, Hagakure is a mutant type, so..." Midoriya shuddered at the implications of what that could mean if they ever did somehow obtain the authority they wanted. "I'm afraid I have some very important documents to attend to, child. There is a library on the 2nd floor. You can learn more of the truth there. Do not dare stray any further than that floor, child, or there will be consequences." Midoriya shivered lightly at the tone. Somehow he got the feeling he didn't want to know what these consequences were. He nodded and walked off towards the massive staircase just past the desk. As he walked up the stairs, he could see in some windows were more overseers either doing menial tasks or talking to each other. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he looked for the library. So far he'd only really gotten more questions about the abbey and no real answers. The ache in his hand seemed to get worse as he continued walking. In fact, now that he thought about it, his mark had been irritating him since he had come near the building, like it was trying to warn him of something. This library better show up soon. I just want some answers. He stopped as a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. His hand shot up to grab it as he hissed. He looked in every direction, looking to see if someone had hit him, but as far as he could see he was alone. What the hell? What was that? He stopped for a moment as he rolled up his sleeve, only to see no damage at all. His eyes narrowed as he inspected it. He had felt like he'd been stabbed, and yet there was no damage? Library, I need that library, Midoriya muttered as he shook his head. Whatever that was could wait, if he couldn't tell what happened straight away. It took him a couple of minutes, but eventually he found the right door. Looking inside revealed a relatively decent-sized library. Neither massive nor small, just moderate. It was thankfully organized by alphabet, so it only took a couple of moments to find the books he wanted. He set them down at a nearby table and looked over the 3 he had picked out. Abbey of the Everyman. Everything you wanted to know but were afraid to ask. Heretics and the 7 Strictures. The Outsider. Threat beyond the confines of reality. Midoriya stared at the 3 books once more as he finished reading. He blinked slowly as he replayed the information he had learned in his head. The first book had talked about how the abbey apparently existed to oppose dark magic and eradicate those who would use it, heretics. Their methods were most certainly not legal. Forms of torture and murder had been graphically detailed in the book, and the more Midoriya read, the more ill he felt. Is it even possible to do that with someone's tongue? The second had mostly repeated a lot of the graphic methods the group used, however it also labeled the ways to identify heretics, such as inhuman abilities, unnatural skin color, and reluctance to comply with overseers. The final identifier had seriously worried Midoriya if they truly used all these methods on suspected heretics. Gut instinct. If an overseer had a gut feeling someone was a heretic, then they could be considered a heretic. This is outdated, right? Please tell me it is. He checked the date and blanched when he realized this particular book has been put in the library just a week ago. The hell? This is the things they want authority to do. The strictures were mostly behaviors and etiquette the abbey expected people to follow, apparently regardless of who they were or what they believed in. Is it even legal for these guys to exist like this? The final book, the most important one, had at least provided some levity at first. He had been worried what he would find within, what the abbey had to say about the god that had granted his powers, that he had been being observed by for months now. Instead, within he had found very, very inaccurate descriptions of the outsider, describing his appearance as monstrous, with no corporeal form, spiked teeth and irises of pure evil. While that was amusing enough with how inaccurate it was, though admittedly horrifying to picture, the description of the outsider's personality he had started to lose it at. It described the god as adopting a falsely jovial personality, enticing in innocent souls to pervert them with his evil touch. It presumed him to be joyful and energetic, able to manipulate his prey based upon their emotions. If it wasn't for the fact he didn't want to attract attention to himself, he would have broken down laughing, imagining the real outsider trying to act as jovial as his mentor did. However, the laughter soon died when he read one final excerpt before he had closed the book. It has recounted the tale of a man supposedly touched by the outsider, a man who had a marking upon his left hand very much like Midoriya, a man who had possessed many abilities, a man who killed many for his own personal gain to get coin. Dud. A man touched by the void and who apparently killed hundreds before disappearing mysteriously. He was apparently never caught. Midoriya felt the wind knocked out of him as he had reread that excerpt over and over. The outsider had marked someone, and they had killed countless people, just like he had with the demon. Just like smoke. So much smoke. Smoke everywhere, smoke suffocating. Can't breathe. Smoke. Death. Murder. Murdered. Smoke. Murder. Smoke. Demon. Murdered. Smoke. Smoke demon murder demon mutter smoke murder demon smoke demon murder demon mutter smoke murder demon smoke demon murder demon mutter smoke murder demons. Emu hiwa de Bang! Midoriya jumped at the loud noise and on instinct immediately shot out of his chair, aiming his hand at the door on instinct. However, it didn't open. He could hear muffled voices on the other side, but not what they were saying. Slowly he stalked forward as he started to lower his hand, though still remained ready to shoot it out at any moment. He briefly contemplated using dark vision, but regardless of whether it was a normal quirk or not, or if anyone could even see it being used, it would still break quirk regulation rules. He'd need a better reason than this to use it. Once he got to the door, he kneeled down and looked out the keyhole, ear close enough to the door to make out what was being said. Curiously, This building is not what it once was, came Overseer Hisaki's voice, chewing out the other overseer. I can only apologize so much, brother. If you wish to continue berating someone, find whoever messed up the carpet for me to trip. The second overseer grumbled. The greenette didn't recognize the voice. Now back to what we were talking about? Of course, brother. As predicted, the heretic has proven to be difficult to get to talk. Hisaki complained and Midoriya's breath hitched. Heretic? Oh, please don't tell me. We have tried as many options as we could, even transferred him out of sight, onto the third floor so we could use our strongest methods. But evil, as always, is persistent. Still, there are some left to try, and even if none work, we can take solace in the fact we can eradicate one more evil from the world. Crap. Father will not be pleased, I don't think. The unknown overseer comments. Then we are doing what is right, brother. Hisaki reassures as a new set of footsteps arrive outside. Of course. Do none of these guys know how to speak normally? Like seriously? Brothers, do not discuss these matters so freely right now, came Overseer Kobe's voice, sounding irritated. We may have let that one child in, but only because we must use every avenue we have to convince people. He still may not accept our ways yet. He has surely found the books on our methods by now. Now I must convince him these are important to how we proceed. This will be delicate as is, and we can't have unnecessary information reaching him. Of course, apologies, brother. Hisaki says as he bows. I will return outside in a moment. Yes, and I think I will go see if they need help with proceedings. The other overseer bows. Midoriya feels his anxiety spike at the word proceedings, knowing what it meant. All right, then I shall do my best to rectify my failings. We can no longer bolster our ranks through normal safe measures. We must accept and use what we have from now on. I only hope it won't be too hard to convince him, Kobe says as he turns to face the door, reaching for the handle. Midoriya immediately backed up as a scowl crossed his face. Yeah, there's my reason. There's no way in hell I'm listening to you right now. He aimed his hand and shot out far reach, landing atop a bookshelf. It very nearly toppled from his weight but fortunately stayed upright. He pushed up against the wall and hoped he'd be out of sight long enough, activating dark vision to track the two overseers outside who merely left without looking back. Kobe walked in and looked around. Fortunately, he didn't look up. He grumbled as he walked up to the books the greenette had left on the table. So he's read them then. Midoriya took his chance while the overseer was distracted. Just above the door was a kind of window above that was open and he used his tentacle to get over to it without making much noise. It was small, but not enough that Midoriya couldn't squeeze through with a little wriggling. Once he was on the other side, he immediately hopped to the ground and took off as fast as he could while still maintaining the illusion of walking. He avoided running into any overseers, using his dark vision to know when they were about to come near him so he could hide. He had a close call where he was nearly seen using his far reach to hide on top of some support beams at one point. It only took 5 minutes to get to the third floor. The hard part would be finding the heretic. As soon as it ran out, Midoriya would renew his vision power, carefully listening for any indication of someone aside from the overseers. Eventually he happened upon a small hallway, and even without his powers he could have told something was off. His stomach twisted at the smell, and upon the walls, there were small but visible red streaks, just big enough for Midoriya to assume they were stains from fingers dragging against the walls. Fortunately, this door also had a similar window above like in the library. Very few in the building didn't, as Midoriya realized when he had rushed up here. He quickly used his tentacle power to get up to it and once more wiggle through, perching on the tiny bit of the path it gave him on the other side. It wasn't particularly well hidden, but as soon as he looked around the inside of the room, it quickly became apparent it was the only hiding spot. A tarp covered the walls to prevent stains, and a chair and table in the middle of the room were all furniture around. Upon the table was many different tools, most of which seemed to have sharp pointy endings or clamps. What really made Midoriya want to throw up though, aside from how much worse the smell had got inside the room, was that most if not all of the tools were coated in something red. He had to hold a hand over his mouth not to throw up or even just gag and reveal his position. In the chair was a normal-looking man who'd been tied to it with rope. He had short black hair and a dark eye that seemed to have lost most of the life behind him. The other had swollen so Midoriya could only assume it was the same. He wore a normal suit without a jacket. However, it was stained and ripped in so many places. There was more red than white on the shirt. Incidentally, it wasn't too dissimilar from how much of the color the greenette was starting to see in his mind. "I will ask you one more time." A new overseer growled at his victim, outfitted like the rest but covered in many red stains. "What do you know about demons?" Midoriya froze. "What? Go fuck yourself," the man managed to say in between violent coughing. "I told you, I don't know anything." "Oh, quite the contrary. You know exactly why we targeted you, Haruki. I'd wager." "Admit what you know, you witch." The overseer started to pick up a knife. "It was just a name. It doesn't mean anything. You lunatics." "The man," Haruki hissed. Midoriya could see fresh blood in his mouth and with it yet another spike to the boy's rapidly increasing anger. "Not good enough. Tell us why the outsider created these foul machinations. Why did he create these demons?" The overseer was inching closer. Midoriya took aim. He had hit his limit. Haruki seemed to muster all his strength to do something, which turned out to be spitting on the overseer. It would be gross normally, but the amount of blood in the one small ball of spit was copious. It was even worse than All Might's occasional coughing fits. The overseer held up the knife, clearly intent on stabbing Haruki, and that's when Midoriya intervened. Far Reach shot out, wrapping around the overseer's hand and yanking him back, right towards Midoriya, who barely dodged out the way. He landed on the floor and rolled to the side. The landing was hardly smooth, but it could have been much worse. A soft broken laugh comes from the man tied up. It doesn't take Midoriya long to realize why as he turns. In the window he had crawled through, the overseer was now half stuck in, feet wiggling. On the other side his muffled voice could be heard calling for help. Midoriya couldn't restrain his smirk but knew if he was still conscious then they didn't have long to escape. He rushed over and grasped at the ropes. Thanks to his enhanced strength they were tore apart in seconds. "Are you okay, sir? Can you walk?" "Why? Yeah, what?" the man questioned when he actually got a proper look at Midoriya. "You're just a kid? Wah. What are you doing here?" "Right now? Rescuing you, hopefully," Midoriya said as he helped the man stand. He clearly wasn't going to get far as he nearly collapsed before the boy held him up. "We probably don't have long. I managed to trick them on my way in, but they've probably realized by now. If they did this to you, then I doubt we want to run into them." "Kid, shouldn't a pro be doing this?" the man questioned as Midoriya opened the door, and they hobbled out as quickly as possible, both choosing to ignore the overseer's angry yelling above them. "This isn't right. These guys have pistols and shit. You shouldn't be here. Neither should you, I bet, but you are," Midoriya says back, not giving him a straight answer to his question and cursing his luck. "Of course the masked racists have weapons, of course they do." He activated his dark vision and almost swore when he saw a group of overseers coming their way from where he had traveled before. "They're coming from the normal route, we'll have to try the roof. It's not ideal, but I'm gonna carry you okay. Kid, I really doubt you have the WOH. The man didn't have the opportunity to finish his sentence as Midoriya hoisted him over his shoulder. "Well, never mind then. Sorry, but we can't really afford to be slow here," Midoriya said. They turn a corner and Midoriya can see a staircase coming up. Behind them Midoriya can hear stomping footsteps following. "And if you don't pass out, it will be useful to have a pair of eyes looking behind." "Yeah. That makes dash." A harsh cough interrupts and Midoriya flinches. It really isn't pleasant. They quickly reach the top floor. Sorry about that. You never answered my question? Who are you?" "Izuku Midoriya." The greenette supplies as he looks around, and this time he does curse. The door to the rooftop was on the other side of the building from what Midoriya remembered about the outside. The fourth floor was mainly rooms in small halls and one giant balcony overlooking the first floor. A balcony crowed with angry overseers rushing towards them. "Haruki, right?"
Horukioki. Yeah.
"And we got incoming." the man said, and Midoriya gritted his teeth. And considering we've stopped, Midoriya didn't confirm it. His legs slid across the floor as he prepared himself.
Horukioki.
I don't know who you are or why these guys wanted you, what you do or what you want. Not just energy but fire flowed through Midoriya as several clicks rang through the air. A chandelier was the only thing between the two sides of the balconies, the only path without overseers. Only one shot at this, but like I said, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm a student at UA and I will save you. Hold on tight. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets fly at them and finally, Midoriya is certain the way the world slows down whenever he is attacked must be a power in of itself. He tightens his grip on Haruki as his hand shot forward and far reach shoots out, wrapping around the chandelier and dragging him to it, just in time to avoid the incoming gunshots. The greenette hears the pistols being reloaded and cocked, but he refuses to be distracted as he flies across the room. A thought crosses his mind as he gets closer to the other side of the building. By the way, if you are able to use it, it might be important to know your quirk. They landed safely enough before Aki can answer and immediately Izuku bolted towards the roof. Shadow control. Aki groaned and Midoriya grimaced. He doubted that stunt was good for the man's injuries. Midoriya kicked open a door and they found themselves on the roof finally. I can manipulate how shadows form or I can bring them to life temporarily. Only small ones though. I just do it as a party trick for my daughter. Midoriya processed that information slowly as he settled the man down on the ground for a moment so the marked boy could figure out how to get down. There was no near building nearby they could use his tentacle to get to and the floor was too far down to risk jumping, especially for Aki. He has a daughter. You know you can't fight them? Aki asks and Midoriya looks down without answering. There's no way you're more than a first year, you can't have a license yet. Fighting would get you in serious trouble. Don't do it for an old man like me. If I am going let something as small as a law stop me from saving someone's life, then I would never started down this path. Aki sighs but doesn't argue. I have a plan, but it's going to depend on you, Aki. Midoriya said. It's going to really drag on your quirk though, if you can do it. Hey, can't let someone your age do all the work. The man smirks and Midoriya can't help but smile back. Might as well hear it out before they get here. Right, well? Aki had his eyes shut as he sat against the bars as he did his best to focus. Midoriya was worried what he had asked of the man was too much, but it was the best plan he could come up with his limited information. Your hand. You are the worst kind of heretic. Overseer Kobe's voice screamed out in indignant rage. Midoriya turned, and to his surprise there was only 3 overseers stood there. Looking down revealed that at some point his wrap had fallen off, exposing his mark for all to see. I can't believe we let this heretic in. Calm yourself, brother. The overseer in the middle of the 3 said, merely sounding irate. Kobe Hisaki, this is your mess. Take aim and fix it. Oh, and who are you? If you're the guy running the place you suck at it, you know. Midoriya asked, stalling for time while the other 2 overseers went for their guns. The man seemed to be willing to amuse him as he took off his mask and Midoriya's breathed hitched. A man with brown hair and similarly brown eyes stared back, jawline strong with a crooked nose and harsh scar down the side of his face. Hi, Overseer Naozumi. At your service. The man smirked at the shocked look on the greenette's face. And I'd say I run this place better than filth such as yourself ever could. Well, it's hardly my fault I'm not in any business school courses. Oh. Worst.
Comeback.
Ever. Thanks a lot, brain. I'm going to be honest, I don't know to respond to that. Naozumi said, his eyes showing clear confusion, shifting between him and the shadow manipulator. I'm going to choose to draw a veil over that and just say this. It's nice to be able to rid the world of 2 evil souls now instead of 1. Prepare to fire. The pistols pointed at him were cocked. It was a hopeless situation, he was outnumbered. His powers were useless or too dangerous to use and he was seconds away from being shot. So he did the only thing he could in this situation. He smiled. His foot took a step forward, ready to attempt the impossible. Bang! Bang! The guns fired and then it happened. He froze and once more smoke clouded his vision. Smoke from the guns. Smoke. Smoke. Murder. Time slowed down, he could still see reality, but he trapped in a false one at the same time, smoke all around. Murderer. Smoke. Demon. The bullets flew. One at him, the other right at Aki. He couldn't move. Smoke.
Explosion.
Demon. Green eyes trailed along the path of the projectile, heading straight for the man's heart. Laughter.
Explosion.
Fearful eyes watched the bullet barreling towards them. I just do it as a party trick. For my daughter. I will save you. His hand shot out before he could even form a coherent thought, and far reach came out, pulling him right towards Aki. He couldn't aim to grab the bullet, he wasn't fast enough for that. Aki couldn't take another hit. But Midoriya could. Ah hey! He screamed out as white-hot pain suddenly ripped through his arm. It hurt like hell. He gritted his teeth and turned to face the overseers while clutching his arm. Aki jolted forward in surprise and his phone flew out his pocket when it happened. Midoriya! He has a daughter. And you were just going to throw his life away? Make an innocent girl suffer? Izuku asks with a scowl. His mark glowed and he finally felt a bit of relief when he saw yellow smoke surrounding all three overseers' heads. He did his best to ignore the hot liquid pouring between his fingers. She'd manage. If she also follows her father's footsteps, we will purge her as well. Midoriya's energy surged, and not from any power this time. His eyes narrowed into a glare. Beep! Aki's phone screen lit up. It was facing towards the greenette, and when he saw what was written on it, the notification that had just arrived. My little Kokage. Daddy, where are you?
Im Skirt 17:52.
The writing was understandable, but it didn't take Midoriya long to realize from how badly done it was that the kid couldn't be that old. He liked to think he was patient. He could stand a lot of things. Aki. How old? How old is she? He tried his best to keep a level voice, he really did. The shake got in there anyways. Scared? Naozumi asked with a twisted grin as he noticed it. Bakugo's temper. Aizawa's stress-inducing falsehoods. The League of Villains deciding to attack. 4. She's 4. That was the final push. Midoriya was no longer angry. He was pissed. What he couldn't ever stand was the thought of a child being hurt. Physically, mentally, at all.
Oki.
Do it now. His voice dropped to being much colder, much more deadly. Do it. All right. The man coughed and suddenly, a giant mass of shadow rose up, transforming into a ramp and wrapping around the bars on the roof. Aki clambered onto it. Midoriya, come on. I can't hold this for long. I'll be there in a minute. Go. Midoriya screamed at him when he looked like he was about to protest, and the man got the message quickly, sliding down and away from the scene. We can't let you follow us anyways. Oh my, you're actively choosing to fight back? Naozumi asked in a teasing voice, a dangerous look in his eyes. Is that not illegal? I'm sure the police will not be happy when they hear this. Yeah, well, I have some hefty sway. Midoriya snarled as he shot his hand out. Far reach wrapped around Kobe's neck and stayed there. Oh, and speaking of the law, you're pointing pistols at me. Meaning I'm in my right to do this. Without restraint, he smashed Kobe's head into the ground. The crunch wasn't pleasant. Barely a second after, both Naozumi and Hisaki also felt the pain as they fell over. Midoriya wasn't worried. The mask would have blocked the brunt of the blow, so they would live, and he had to move. He quickly grabbed Aki's phone with his tentacle. He turned and leaped over most of the ramp, only landing and sliding down it right towards the end. It was faster than just sliding, and he didn't want Aki holding it up for too long. He reached the end of the ramp, and immediately the giant shadow disappeared. Aki fell right into him, clearly tired. Heh? Didn't think I could pull that off. You did great. Midoriya reassured with a small smile as he fished out his phone and handed the man his own. Here. We need to move before they find us. I have a friend who lives nearby. The two held onto each other and they hobbled forward as Midoriya pulled up his contacts. The invisible girl. Hagakure. So if you can see me with dark vision, and I'm normally invisible, does that make me invisible? Yesterday. You pfft. That's terrible. Also your new name. Yesterday. Hagakure. Tongue sticking out. Yesterday. You. 119. Please, address. I'm nearby and need help. 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So. Aki coughed out. Midoriya stopped them for a moment. What the heck? Is your quirk anyways? That's complicated. Midoriya said. They were waiting in the dark shadows of an alley. Out of sight. Once we get you some help, I'll explain. You need help as well. Kid. Aki's strained voice brought through his concern, and Midoriya winced slightly when his hand grazed against his bad arm. That bullet wound is gonna need treatment. Yeah. Bleep. Midoriya looked at the notification. Directions from Hagakure and a message asking what was going on. He sent her an apology text, saying he'd explain when he arrived and asked her to be ready in case of a need of first aid. Come on, my friend sent me her address. Once we're there we can get some actual pros and medics. Midoriya said as he guided them towards the invisible girl's house. In the back of the mind he knew he's going to have to find a way to make this up to her. While he remembered, he also texted All Might the address and told him to get there ASAP in his skinny form. Midoriya knocked on the wooden door as Aki leaned against him. The man looked like he was on the verge of passing out, and Midoriya couldn't blame him. He had only took one hit and he was still tired as hell from the altercation. He could only imagine what the father must be going through. The door was suddenly yanked open at speed Midoriya didn't think he could reach, even employing one for all. Midori, are you dash? Oh my god. The floating shirt and shorts suddenly backed up in surprise. MOM. Call an ambulance. What, why? A voice not too dissimilar from his invisible friend's own rang out concerned. A floating sundress rounded the corner with a phone and suddenly raised higher in the area. Did she actually jump? Oh my! Immediately numbers were being dialed into the phone in what Midoriya presumed to be Hagakure's mother's hand, and an ambulance was on its way. Hagakure helped Midoriya onto the couch with the man before running to get a towel and wrapping it around his arm. Midori, what the hell? Long story, was all he could say, not wanting to recount it just yet. He pointed at Aki. Don't worry about me too much. He's the one who really needs help. Right? The girl said, and she seemed to consider something for a moment before invisible arms were suddenly wrapped around him tightly. You were reckless again, weren't you? What can I say? It's what I'm good at. Midoriya joked as he hugged back with his good hand. Then a thought went through his head. Oh yeah, from now on you're not allowed to walk home alone. It's too dangerous to pass the abbey alone. You have a bullet in your arm? You look exhausted and you're worried about me? Who wasn't even there? She asked, incredulous. The hug tightened. Mito, you really are too pure for your own good. You know that? I'm serious, they're dangerous. Midoriya exclaimed and the hug loosened. Wait, did they do this? The girl asked as if realizing the connection between his warning and his injury. The greenette just looked down. It was answer enough. Those? Ugh, I hated them enough. I already hated them and they do this. You got a good friend there, Midoriya. Aki finally spoke up with a small smile. Thank you. You didn't need to do any of this. You're wrong. Midoriya objected immediately and winced as the jolt from his sudden movement aggravated his wound. The adrenaline had finally worn off properly, and he was really starting to feel the pain of the injury. It would have been wrong to just leave you there. And besides, I couldn't leave your daughter fatherless. I know what that's like, and I won't let anyone else go through it if I can help it. You're a good kid, Aki said as he sat up and switched his gaze to Hagakure. So, translucent. I suppose I should introduce myself.
Horukioki.
Toru Hagakure. The girl answered back. Are you sure you should be talking, sir? That's a lot of injuries you have. I'll be fine. After what he did. Would be pretty rude to just die on him. His coughing was worse, but he was laughing. Just a moment later, sirens could be heard and all three let out a sigh of relief. Paramedics rushed in and immediately upon laying eyes on the two went to work. They had wanted them to both go to the hospital, but the greenette was stubborn. refusing to move. After all, he gave All Might Hagakure's address, not a hospital's. Aki went into the ambulance straight away. However, with the greenette, it was another story. It was an intense staring match, but Midoriya eventually won out. Thanks to medical advancements in recent years, these kinds of wounds could be treated easily enough. They just preferred to bring you to a hospital still.
Fine kid.
Just get to a hospital as soon as possible, okay? The paramedic grumbled, and Midoriya had to admit he did feel guilty that he was making the man's job harder. A knock at the door interrupted them all, and Hagakure went to answer. Midoriya's face lit up when he saw Toshinori on the other side, looking very worried. "Mr. Toshinori? What are you doing here?" Hagakure asked, clearly confused. Midoriya spoke up before the skinny man could. "He's my uncle. It's why he was at my bedside in the infirmary," Midoriya explained, and the blonde didn't object. "We just didn't want to tell anyone. It's why I was so insistent to stay. I know he was coming." "Oh, well then come in, sir." Hagakure immediately offered, bowing, and the blonde thanked her before rushing over to Midoriya. "Young man, are you okay? What was that text about, and why is your arm covered in dry blood?" The second the skinny blonde's eyes laid upon the aftermath of the injury, he looked like he would pass out. "Long story short, something needs to be done about the Abbey of the Everyman," Midoriya said as slowly stood. "Well, our mutual friend needs to do something at least." "Okay," All Might said slowly. "And that man I saw outside? His name?" Midoriya's eyes widened as he realized something important. "You have to make sure he's looked after. He's called Haruki Aki. He has a shadow manipulation quirk. The Abbey were..." "Midoriya?" Hagakure questioned as the boy suddenly became a lot more panicked. "You okay, young man? The Abbey were... They were torturing him. They kidnapped and tortured him." Midoriya looked right into his mentor's eyes, pleading. "Please, you have to make sure they can't get him again." "I will, young man, I promise I will," the blonde says immediately. "Now, I believe we should get you home. Inko will no doubt be wondering where you are now, and this isn't going to help matters." "Yes, sir," Midoriya says, and he breathes for a moment. He hadn't meant to suddenly panic like that, but he had only just realized that the Abbey could just try to kidnap Aki again. He knew it was unlikely that he'd be watched now, but the thought had scared him. He looked at his invisible friend and gave her a soft but shaky smile.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just be more careful, please," the girl says, walking forward and wrapping in a hug again that he gladly returns. "At least limit your recklessness to class, eh?" "I'll try. No promise, though," Midoriya says, and got a soft smack on his head for it. "Hey! Trouble keeps finding me so." Still, the train ride back was quiet. All Might didn't pry, nor did he assume anything. He merely was there, holding the boy's shoulder as a small act of support, and Midoriya couldn't be more thankful for it. They arrived at the stop soon enough, and as they walked, Midoriya finally collected his thoughts. Now that no one but the two of them was listening. "So, you're probably wondering why this all happened. I can hardly not wonder why student has bullet wound and a sudden knowledge about an organization apparently committing some serious crimes. That's fair." Midoriya scratches the back of his head with his good arm. His other arm wasn't in a cast or anything, but the paramedic had still insisted not use it too much for the next 2 or 3 days, then exercise it as much as possible. "Well, it started when Jairu, Hagakure, and Azui joined me and my friends for lunch," and Midoriya explained everything, leaving no detail unturned. He explained Hagakure's unease, his surprise when he found out about the things the Abbey talked about, the research he did later that night, and the outsider's visit. He explained how they acted when he arrived, the sickening things he read in the library, how incompetent all of them actually were now that he thought about it, what they did Aki. Everything he learned about Aki, and how he had done everything in his power to save the man. How he had managed to fight off his PTSD and blocked the bullet that would have killed him. The text that came through the man's phone. Then he stops and looks at the ground. The blonde is patient, but he clearly has something to say as the story goes on. "And I snapped." "Midoriya?" his mentor asked, confused. "I should be upset, I attacked them without holding back. But for some reason I'm not. I was just so angry. I'm still angry that they would have hurt anyone, especially a child like that, and does that make me a bad person? Two skinny but deceptively strong arms wrapped around him. Midoriya hugged back, and he felt the pinprick of tears in his eyes. He couldn't believe he held them in so long for once.
No.
It's understandable. I can't say I'm happy that you risked it like that, but I don't blame you. I would be angry as well. You are right, it can't be held against you as it was self-defense at that moment. Pretty clever loophole. Overall, I'm proud of you. Really? Midoriya asked, surprised, as he pulled back and he saw Yagi Tashinori give him a smile with more warmth than any smile he had ever seen from All Might. Of course. This is exactly why I choose you as my successor. You saved a life today and I couldn't be more proud. His teacher reassured. You didn't really go looking for this fight or problem. It just happened upon you and you did the best you could. Now a little girl is going to be able to see her father again, and it's because of you. Midoriya barreled into his mentor with another hug, who nearly toppled over but was laughing all the while. Thank you. Seriously though, kid, young Hagakure has a point. You really need to stop being so reckless. All Might said as he rolled his eyes. Hypocrite. Okay, that's fair. To say Midoriya was nervous as All Might rapped his knuckles against the Midoriya apartment door was an understatement. His mother knew he would be late home but had no idea why. She knew nothing of had occurred yet, and she would likely get emotional. The door opened and out stepped his mother, wearing a pink cardigan and blue skirt. Her eyes widened in confusion as they swept over her son and the skinny pro. Then they went over the boy's bandaged but red arm. Izuku, what happened? Hello, Ms. Midoriya. Apologies for the unannounced house call. All Might spoke as if he had been doing this for years. If it wasn't for Midoriya wasn't preparing to have to comfort his mother, he'd be impressed, considering this was presumably the blonde's first ever house call as a teacher. I'm Yagi Tashinori, a staff member at UA High. Oh my, the woman said as she slowly traced her hand on her son's arm. Please, come in, and call me Inko. Izuku, are you okay? As good as can be, all things considered, Midoriya said, giving her his best smile through the pain. Suddenly he was wrapped in her arms as Tashinori stepped into their house with her invitation. Ah, thank you for permitting me in trance. All Might nodded as he wandered in and Izuku followed, placing a hand on his mother's back, already seeing the fear in her eyes. Once they all reached the living room and the green-haired woman offered the man a seat, which he took, he spoke up again. Your son. What happened? Inko asked with a quirked eyebrow and a nervous frown as she and her son sat on the other couch. Midoriya rubbed small circles into her back as she gripped tightly onto his leg. All Might's face darkened as he looked away for a moment. I'm sure this is the last thing you wish to hear, especially after the scare at the USJ not too long ago. Midoriya felt her body tense up and saw the wobble of her lips. She already could guess what was about to be said. Midoriya felt a pang of guilt when he saw her eyes start to water. Your son had a run-in with a group of presumably villains. What? Izuku, you. His mother turned to him and tried to speak, but she just choked on her words, unable to say what she wanted. Midoriya immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. What happened? I'm not too certain on the details myself. I'm afraid no pros were around to save your son. The blonde continued, and stopped briefly at the noise of worry that it elicited from the elder Midoriya. That injury on your son's arm, it's a bullet wound. Crash. Inko. Ah. Mom. Izuku shouted out in worry as the woman fainted, falling onto the floor for a moment. Izuku slowly picked his mother up with help from Tashinori.
I'm sorry.
You were shot? Inko asked, rounding on her son with fear predominant in her eyes. Izuku just looked down at the floor. Why aren't you at the hospital right now? Your son was stubborn with the paramedics, Tashinori informed while shaking his head. Didn't go with them because he called me and refused to leave until I showed up. I take the blame for that. Izuku, you can't just not get help with these kinds of things. The green-haired woman lightly smacked her son's leg, leveling a stern glare. However, clearly there was no heart behind it.
Sorry.
Inko. Toshinori interrupted, and the woman looked over. Not to interrupt your parenting, but you should be informed of the whole story. And so, they spent the next 10 minutes explaining the details. Throughout it all, Inko looked more and more ready to faint again. When they finished, Midoriya had his mother clinging onto him tightly, both proud and absolutely terrified, while Toshinori looked on, not sure what to say next. Mr. Toshinori, right? The portly woman asked, and when the blonde nodded, she continued. I know you're probably busy, but please, for bringing my son home safe, please let me make you some tea at least? The blonde seemed to be about to refuse, but then he looked up and froze for a moment. That sounds lovely, Inko. I would appreciate it a lot. Excellent. Give me just a moment, the green-haired woman said as she got up and wandered towards the kitchen. Midoriya looked at his mentor with a quirked eyebrow and questioning gaze. Damn you Midoriyas and your puppy dog eyes, was the only answer he got. Midoriya chuckled lightly as he picked up the TV remote. Wonder if the news has picked up on this yet. Our escape route wasn't really the definition of subtle. Midoriya wondered aloud, and the gaunt teacher made a noise of what Midoriya presumed to be similar curiosity. The screen flickered to life and Midoriya switched the channel to the news. As he had suspected, a news reporter, a woman with long brown hair and blue eyes, was talking about a mysterious shadow ramp that had shown up in Hagakure's area, connecting to the Abbey of the Everyman's building in the area. Midoriya only somewhat focused as his mind was on other matters such as the definitely impending visit with the outsider and how his friends would react when they found out what had happened. He heard something about how the ramp was presumed to be a villain's quirk, which he scoffed at. All Might seemed to focus on the report intently with a look of worry. Inko walked through with a cup of tea that had steam rising from it. Just as the boy was about to tune out the report for good, the reporter said something that made his blood freeze. And now, a word about the incident from High Overseer Naozumi. What? Midoriya shouted out as he suddenly bolted up in seat, worrying both Inko and Toshinori. My boy, are you okay? What was that about? The blonde asked with a worried gaze. Midoriya didn't focus on his mother or mentor, but on the TV as the leader of the overseers appeared. He's the one who ordered the other two to shoot and kill us, he explained, and even without seeing he could feel the sudden aura of rage coming from the two behind him. He recovered way too fast. I didn't hold back. He should be in their building recovering still. Oh, was the only reply that came from either of the adults. So, sir, Mr. Naozumi, this is the first time a member of the Abbey has willingly appeared in media as far as I'm aware. What do you have to say about all of this? And are you okay? That scar looks recent and doesn't look pleasant, the reporter asked, and the man laughed. Right in the middle of his forehead was a diagonal scar that had clearly only just appeared recently. Midoriya had no doubt it had come from his attack. A bitter and still angry part of Midoriya couldn't help the spiteful thought of good. Ah yes, this ugly little mark. Not pretty to look at. However, I'm sure it shall serve a good purpose from now on. The bastard chuckled, and something inside Midoriya flipped upside down at the way he spoke. When he had been inside the outpost, he had gotten the sense the group were all incompetent, but now, something was different about the leader. The smile the man wore was as charismatic as All Might's, but the greenette could sense something more, something worse behind it. Both this scar and the incident to which this interview is about, they are related. Oh, would you like to elaborate, sir? Ah, of course. But first, while it's certainly not to my intention to use this generous opportunity you have given me to force the Abbey's beliefs upon anyone, doubt that. It's important to know those who worship the dark and evil we do not tolerate. This of course means villains and the like, but we call them heretics. All this sudden commotion is the work of one such heretic. Midoriya was on his feet in second, mark alight with blue burning energy. A heavy glare leveled at the television. Izuku, his mum warned lightly. Sit down, young man. Do not let his words get to you. They are false and so should be ignored. All Might added in a soothing tone, and the boy took a calming breath. They were right. He nodded to show he understood and took his seat once more. This heretic has the audacity to break into our sanctum and wreak havoc. He helped free a criminal that was briefly trapped in our building, who we merely were holding on to for law enforcement until they arrived to arrest the lawbreaker. And what law did this criminal break? He committed theft. Midoriya saw red. The bastard was lying through his teeth with a smile that was really starting to get on the greenette's nerves. A small part in the back of his mind briefly wondered if this was how Bakugo always felt. This, of course, is minor to all the crimes committed by the other heretic. The thief was a man named Haruki Aki. The public should know. I should have thrown him off the top of the building. Midoriya comments without remorse, causing both Inko and All Might to choke on their drinks. Now my boy, you don't mean that. All Might warned, but Midoriya just looked at the ground. Maybe. Can't say I feel guilty about it though. I can understand that much, I suppose. Inko said, though she was really starting to worry about the mental state of her son with everything lately. As it would turn out, there had to be one more major fuck you given to the green-haired teen by the universe at least. While this man should be captured if possible, the real threat and who the public should be prepared to catch on the spot, if the police have any sense, is the heretic who aided a criminal, the heretic who attacked me and my fellow brothers in the abbey and who trespassed in our outpost. This scar on my face. It is proof the public should be afraid of and aim to imprison Izuku Midoriya as soon as possible. I take it back. I do mean it when I said I should have thrown him off the roof. Midoriya snapped. It wasn't like him to make threats like that when angry, but it also wasn't like he was accused by a racist religious zealot of an innocent torturing asshole of being the one who was evil every day. Izuku? His mom trailed off, but the boy was too angry to say anything back, just raising to his feet and stomping off to his room without a word to the two adults. He could apologize later, right now he just wanted to scream. Once his door slammed shut, he flung himself atop his bed, head butting his pillow and letting out his strongest scream of frustration. Yes, I do imagine this is probably quite frustrating. The greenette lifted his gaze, and not really surprising him at all, he was within the void. I thought you would have waited until I fell asleep. I considered. The god replied lazily, looking out into the abyss of the void. I decided to just get it over with for you. I'm sure you would appreciate some real rest soon. You don't get as much of it when your soul is whisked away into the void. Oh. So that's how I get here, Midoriya muttered before launching up, vaguely registering that somehow his bed was here with him despite that supposed fact. Wait, souls are real? Is it really so surprising? The outsider asks, with the slightest hint of amusement. But yes, souls do exist, and that's what we need to discuss here and now. Souls, magic, echoes, and the void. I suggest you prepare that brain of yours, my dear Izuku. You are about to get the front row seat to a comprehensive explanation of how magic affects the world that no one else can get. Okay. Izuku nods as he swings his feet over the side of the bed. So, they really don't like you. Yes, I believe you saw the page about Dud. The only answer the void deity got was the boy's face darkening, as he turned his gaze to the ground. It was all the outsider needed as an answer. To answer the questions you no doubt hold. Yes, I did mark Dud. Yes, he did kill many, many people. Some were even innocent. No, I did not instigate or even encourage these actions. I didn't discourage them either. I am a god. I have always been neutral. My mark, the magic it grants, they are tools. Think of it like a knife I have given to two different people. One has attacked a wild animal to get his food. The other merely cut down some cornstalks. I gave both the same tool, it was their choice how they used it. So, you didn't corrupt him? Midoriya asked before his hands suddenly shot to his mouth, covering it. I mean, I'm not saying you were. No, though I can't fault how people may come to that conclusion. The abbey have been sullying my name for a long time, and I never bothered to fix that. I never gave people my powers because they asked nicely or because they were worthy souls. I gave my powers to people in bad places who were suffering. I know what it's like, to be stuck without hope and no way to escape. I never truly intervened from there, for the most part. Some thanked me, other ignored me, and some turned against me. So, He was just a bad apple? Midoriya asked. Suddenly a big chunk of what Midoriya had started mentally dubbing Void Rock floated by. Upon it was the statues from the last visit. Suddenly Midoriya realized the masked one was an overseer. I suppose it could be viewed that way, yes. These statues, they represent the problems that have arisen recently through my actions. Problems? I ran from the world and took the void with me. Now I have placed in another world, a world that wasn't never meant to interact with the void. Put simply, actions have consequences. Mine have resulted in serious ones. I have already said this much before. Now it is time to elaborate. The part of rock the overseer statue was upon suddenly disconnected and floated towards them. Let us start with the pests that are the abbey, seeing as they were your most recent encounter. They shouldn't exist here, though neither should any magic, but that is beside the point. When I moved the void, there were certain elements of the real world that were connected to the void. The abbey was one such thing, due to their constant meddling and tampering. The void tried to make them fit in with the world, giving them normal names for the areas they appeared in, rewrote their personal history, their memories. None of it changes their hatred of magic, though. I personally have chosen to dub situations like the abbey void echoes. Echoes of the old world bleeding into the new. Of everything magic has wrought upon the world, they may be the least worrying. They are cruel, violent, and much like their old selves despite the new memories, but they are now, for the most part, unthreatening. The old abbey had so much political sway and such a large presence in society that they were nigh untouchable. They would use cosmological signs to figure out what children would be the best to become new overseers and kidnap them. If they didn't meet their expectations, they would kill the children. Midoriya felt like he would be sick, actually gagging over the side of void rock they were stood upon. I understand and agree. They are disgusting, horrible people, but please do not make a mess in my void. Now, they have no sway in this world, and due to their short numbers and the amount of pro-heroes around, they have to just accept whoever they can get. I suspect this is the only reason they even let you in. As you may have noticed, all these circumstances have led to them being quite incompetent for the most part. Midoriya nodded, still trying to process what he had just heard before. Naozumi is not as incompetent as his fellow overseers. I warn you now. Somehow, despite the still bored tone, his voice had a sudden edge that unnerved the greenette. You already have what has just happened, but even beyond that, he is smart if not overly confident. He is not their leader for no reason. More worryingly, he has connections. He may not be the strongest threat, but he is not one to be ignored. Keep your wits about you, Izuku, lest his machinations catch you. The statue suddenly crumbled and cracked, and the statue of the demon floated towards them. Now that he saw it properly, he realized a curious fact. Hey, wait. Why am I not freaking out? A little magic work from myself. I would prefer you take in what I have to say, not have a panic attack on the floor of my home. In case you have wondered at any point, his name used to be, at least as far as most people were aware, Shin no Waru, almost prophetic really. His actual name was Yuto Chiba. He was no more than a lowly thug, robbing small stores in the dead of night. He was surprisingly good at not getting caught. Then one day he was chased down by a pro. This was just a few weeks before I came to you, to bestow my mark upon you. He made it up on top of a roof and he refused to be imprisoned, even if he had to take drastic measures. He didn't. He didn't he? Midoriya asked, already seeing where this could be going, though it raised a lot of questions. Yes, he jumped off the roof. It was twice the size of your own apartment building. The chances of survival were practically nil. Now, it wasn't too long before this that I had first shown up in this world. The void had first shown up. Now you see. In the old world, when someone would die, regardless of whether they were good or evil, they would end up in the void before eventually wandering into non-existence when they finally came to peace with their death. That's not how souls work in this world. Before the void showed up, they would split based upon their morality and go to different otherworldly planes. Planes that, for the record, do not approve of my sudden appearance. Especially not the one that took the souls that were evil, because suddenly many for those evil souls suddenly were brought into the void. Whoa, back up. Midoriya stopped the god, shaking his head. You can't just drop the revelation on someone that, what, heaven and hell exist, and then just continue on. I just did, and I have no idea what they are called. Like I said, they refused to converse with me or admit me any entrance. So the void became hell? Bad souls came here. Basically, yes. Now I have no idea what happens to souls in either of those places, but I have come to learn, souls of this world do not simply cease to be like the ones of the old world. Your souls persist, and this raises some problems. The statue of the demon, of Yuto, did not crumble like the overseer before when Midoriya's own statue floated forward and beside his. The two statues he had been unable to discern the features of floated beside his own. One was of a tall woman with swept black hair and brown eyes. A fancy-looking silk scarf hung around her mouth, covering the lower portion of her face. Beside her was a statue of some random kid, who had blonde hair and knives seemingly sticking out of his arms. Quirk? Or was he just stabbed? How magic works in this world. It's not the same as the old world, really. There are many variables that have changed and caused different results. This statue. The ever-droning god walked up to the woman. Her name is Empress Emily Jessamine Catalwin. She was one of my old marked. Immediately upon hearing that, the greenette hopped out of his bed and walked up to get a closer look. Her left hand was covered in a wrap not too dissimilar from the one he had worn before. Nothing separated her from her subjects but circumstances to receive my mark. Anyone in the old world, so long as I decided to give it to them, could bear my mark. And it's not like that here? Midoriya guessed. The outsider trailed a hand atop the statue of the knife kid.
No.
Your souls are all more colorful and unique. Not all of them react the same to magic. It corrupts them, kills them, or just drives them insane. The outsider said as casually as if he was stating the weather, while the statue suddenly crumbled, along with the statue of the Empress. You're one of the few cases not like this. In fact, not only are you one of the strongest souls capable of using unfiltered magic, you may be one of the very strongest from what I have sensed. Wait, seriously? The boy asked, surprised as he walked up to the god. His soul more powerful? An initially quirkless, weak kid? I do not know what makes a soul strong or weak yet, but I can sense the difference, and so far you have been one of the stronger ones, even among the strong. You are definitely stronger than any soul to bear it before you. Why I decided to mark you of all people, I wonder how your unique position may affect it. For example, you were able to link 4 people together with your domino power. Emily, who possessed the power before you had to work to that point. Midoriya started off into the distance. How was he supposed to react to that? All your powers are pre-existing in those who were marked before. I still let your soul naturally develop its own powers, but I limited it to only what has come before, as my curiosity struck. What will be different? For another example, you have been practicing to achieve those tendrils when weakening far reach, correct? Yes, it was frustrating. Well, Emily, who also possessed the far reach power before you, could not do that at all. No marked individual could truly control their energy output. This is what has me so excited to see what comes from your mark. Enough deviating from the initial topic. The souls that appeared in the void, not only were a majority of them weak, none had the body to filter any of the natural magic of the void flowing into them. A demon is an evil soul who has been corrupted by void magic and given a second magic form, a twisted power-hungry form with an evil soul. They are immune to most non-magical methods of attack or even feeling. They are already dead, they just refuse to move on. Killing you two was the best thing anyone could have done for him, and those who knew him, it gave him the chance to move on properly. Demons feed on acts of evil, as that's how these new forms began. That's why Yuto was even at the USJ. Well, one of the reasons. Why do I get the feeling I'm going to like the second even less than the first? Midoriya asks deadpan. However, a small part of him inside was elated. He really hadn't murdered anyone. Or at least, he had only helped a soul leave, which wasn't really murder. A part of him, though, it still churned at the memories. It didn't seem painless. Like I said, they are power-hungry. Most evil creatures are really. Of course, demons are already possibly the height of mortal power most can reach, so they would need to get back here into the void to continue even further to get more power. One way they may be able to get here. It's my mark. Midoriya finished and the god just nodded. Crap. Indeed. There are some other things, but you really should sleep. I'll inform you of them when you finally meet them. I have no doubt you will be fine even without information. It's hardly fun just telling you everything. Wait. Midoriya didn't want to leave without that information, but clearly he had no choice. My last bit of advice for now, Izuku. You should really focus when you feel weak, otherwise you won't get far. Also sometimes, you have to run before you can walk or even crawl. Maybe apply that to your training and see what happens. Midoriya hadn't been the happiest when he had returned from the void, once more smashing his head against his pillow. He was certain the outsider was just enjoying messing with him by withholding information. That, coupled with the earlier appearance of the High Overseer on the news, and Midoriya was really anything but happy at that point. He had left to find All Might had gone home, but left a note apologizing for having to leave and saying he would do what he could. His mom had made his favorite food and made sure he knew, angry or not, he wasn't getting out of a hospital visit on Sunday at the latest. The greenette, once had finally digested his food and thanked his mother. Finally feeling a little better, went to bed. Sadly, his brain hadn't agreed with the idea of a good night's sleep. Nightmares plagued his mind. There was the usual, with Yudo screaming as he exploded into smoke. But now there was a new one invading his mind. Everything that could have gone wrong when he visited the abbey, everything that could still go wrong. The dream that had truly left the most impact, though. He hadn't thought about the moment much due to having other things to focus on, but now he didn't, and so his brain focused upon the moment his panic attack had almost gotten Aki killed. He could see the bullet flying clearly, and his nightmares kept providing the same scenario. What if you hadn't been able to fight it off? What if your panic attack had been just a little worse? What would have happened? Ultimately, after the third dream ending with a bullet in Aki's chest, Midoriya could no longer doze off. He merely laid there, the moment stuck on loop in his memories. He had no idea how long he just replayed the moment in the mind, realizing how truly close it had been, how very near Aki came to death, to Midoriya leaving a little girl fatherless because he was as weak as Bakugo had always told him. He picked up his phone, ignoring the 20+ new messages, not prepared to deal with any of the drama the earlier news report would surely lead to. He just wanted to check the time, and saw it read 2:30 a.m. Groaning lightly, the greenette rose from his bed and wandered out into the living room, where to his surprise his mother was sat upon the couch, looking at the currently switched-off TV. "Mom," he asked drowsily, rubbing sleep out of his eyes. "Why are you awake?" "Oh, Aizu." The woman looked back upon hearing him, and he felt a stab of guilt when he saw small tears in her eyes. It's not fair. Why do you have to be punished for doing something good?" "I don't know," was the quiet answer he gave, walking past her to the front door where he knew his bag was. After rummaging inside for a moment, he pulled out the page Detective Tsukachi had given him and clutched it tightly as he wandered back into the living room. He sat down beside his mother and held it out. She took it with curiosity, replacing the sadness in her eyes, though it quickly rushed back as she read the name above the phone number. "Izuku." "What? PTSD. Oh, honey." The portly woman accidentally crumpled the paper as her grip tightened before she pulled her son into a tight embrace. "I'm so sorry. It wasn't the first time someone had suggested he go to therapy. He had never liked the idea. He had planned to just throw the sheet away at some point. This wasn't for him, though. This was for the people who he couldn't afford to have a panic attack while saving. He felt his eyes start to water. Thank you." Both Midoriyas ultimately broke into a fit of tears on the couch, eventually crying themselves to sleep in each other's grasp. "Who is he? The guy's already saved 100 people at least, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. A crackly voice exclaimed on Midoriya's PC as the greenette sat cross-legged staring at his screen. This is crazy." The marked boy finished quietly as he pressed the pause button. It had always been his favorite video, the debut of All Might. It had been the catalyst for the first time he realized he wanted to be a hero, and since then it had always been a form of comfort whenever he felt bad. When he was diagnosed as being powerless. When he was beaten and bleeding, stumbling in from just another day with an angry Bakugo. Even after the USJ, it had given him comfort. Now though, he didn't think anything could give him comfort. It was Saturday, and as such, any moment now Detective Tsukachi would show up to talk about the USJ, about U2 and the Greenette plan to make sure about his side of the story with the Abbey, even if Tsukachi wasn't a detective on the case. It would be easier for him to do it all in one. Izuku, dinner's ready. Be right there, Mom. As the boy gulped down the last remnants of his food, his thoughts wandered to his friends. He hadn't checked the group chat at all or sent anyone any texts yet. He didn't have the energy to deal with a class of curious, worried teenagers. Still, he couldn't just leave them all hanging until Monday, and with that thought he pulled out his phone, walking over to the seat beside the television. While he flipped through his contacts, his mom stood up to start taking the dishes to the kitchen. Class 1A support, 19 participants. Hagakure. Guys, please. I told you, other than him showing up at my house, I don't know anything. Yesterday. Ashido. You sure you don't know anything? Come on, there's gotta be something. He wouldn't be bleeding for no reason. Yesterday. Hagakure. I don't know. Ask him. I refuse to believe any of that BS that Naozumi Dick put out though. Yesterday. Ida. Hagakure. While I concur that I do not believe what the man has to say, that is very inappropriate language and I ask you refrain from speaking that way in this chat. And Ashido, please refrain from constantly bugging her. It's clearly starting to get on her nerves. Yesterday. Ashido. Yeah, you are right, class rep. Srei Toru, yesterday. Hagakure, it's fine. I think we're all worried, but only Mito knows the full story yesterday. Jiru, so basically all we can do is wait. Shit. Yesterday. Ida, Jiru. Please cease such language. Yesterday. Ida. Yesterday. Ida, but I do concur. Yesterday. Unknown. HHH. Fucking Deku. What the shit? This is so fucking irritating. What the actual fuck is going on? I swear I am gonna roast that fuck's face OFF when he shows up. Yesterday. Ida. I'm not even going to try to reprimand him yesterday. 10 more messages. You. Sorry for taking so long to send this, but I needed to mentally recharge before I talked with anyone. Also, when did Kaken join? 5 o'clock. Uraraka. Deku. Not too long after the news report last night. Somehow Kirishima already had his number. 5:02. Ida. Understandable. I assume such a report would have took its toll on you. 5:02. Kaminari. Dude, what's going on? 5:02. Bakugo. You better have a good explanation, you bastard. 5:03. Kirishima. Guys, give him a chance to even type something. And before we find out how are you right now, Midobro? That's way more important. -5:04. Ida. Kirishima is right. Hagakure informed us of what occurred at her house. How's your arm? -5:04. It's about as good as can be. It was just the flesh it got stuck in, so once the blood was stopped from spilling out and the wound was cleaned up, there really wasn't anything more needing done. It's not paralyzed and it hurts, but when am I not in pain? 5:06. Sue. That's not really funny. 5:07. Knock, knock, knock. Midoriya looked up from his phone for a moment. A second later, a masculine voice carried down the hall. Ah, Ms. Midoriya. Nice to meet you.
I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi.
I'm here to take your son's statement on the USJ incident. This here is my colleague, Detective Kaito Ito. He's here on account of the Abbey case. Oh, come right in. You. 5:07. Yeah. Look, I want to tell you guys. But not like this. I have to talk with a detective about the USJ, so wouldn't have the time anyways. Monday, homeroom, I'll tell you the whole story.
I promise. Ok.
5:08. Sighing, Midoriya set his phone on the table and stood up as Tsukachi and a well-built ginger man walked in. A moment later, his mom stepped in behind them. Detective Tsukachi. The Greenette greeted as he bowed. The other officer received a less steep bow. Whether he noticed or not, he didn't let it show. Ito, right? Correct. I presume you heard why I am here then? The man asked, face betraying no emotion. About the recent developments? Yes, I did. If it's all the same with you, detective, I'd like to tackle that incident first, with both of you here. Midoriya asked with a quirked brow. For a moment the new detective looked about to object, but Tsukachi cut in before he could. That will be just fine. May we sit, ma'am? The question was directed to his mother, who gestured to the empty couch next to the boy with a smile. Thank you. All right, so Midoriya, before anything else I should check. Did you see the news broadcast last night? The ginger officer asked, and the boy nodded his head with a small scowl. Inko excused herself to her room, giving them privacy. Well, you should know that Mr. Naozumi has been harshly reprimanded for his words. What he said could hold him accountable for slander if this investigation goes in your favor. So I really don't recommend holding anything back. Midoriya's gaze narrowed just a bit. He seemed decent enough on the outside, but something about him was off. The dull ache in his hand did nothing to dissuade the distrust slowly building, and he had a weird faint feeling of resent for a reason he didn't understand. Well, what I presume you already know is that there's 3 important people in this story. Including myself, there's also Haruki Aki and Naozumi. As for my side, I don't deny I did walk into the overseer outpost. I did ultimately end up going into a room I was told not to, and I did use my quirk multiple times. Both men shared a look at that. Midoriya knew it didn't make him look that good, but it was the truth. After all, it was the little details that changed the big picture. He just needed to elaborate. I walked into the overseer outpost because I heard about them from my friend, and she mentioned they kept talking about magic and things like that. Sounds insane, but one of the villains I met at the USJ. My curiosity was piqued, as well as my concern. So I went to investigate. He told them as much as he could. The conversation that he overheard that had sent him searching. The room he had found that had housed Aki's bruised and battered body as they tortured. The weapons they had all carried. The moment Midoriya had fought back in self-defense. Well, that's quite a different story from what the abbey has been telling, Ito remarked as he looked over the notes. We were aware of the weapons. An investigation was launched as soon as that gigantic shadow ramp was reported. As you may know, when quirks first appeared, many laws had to be changed to accommodate the new world and the divide between the superpowered and the quirkless. Midoriya nodded. It was how he knew he was safe fighting back against Naozumi. Well, one of the laws that changed here in Japan was weapon licensing laws. The public were more than a little threatened, and people ended up demanding it be easier for people to get licenses to possess weapons. It started to be reversed in recent years, but it's slow going and they're still easier to obtain than they used to be. As far as we've seen, every member of the organization is fully within their rights to own them. The man informed, and Midoriya just clicked his tongue against his teeth. He couldn't say he was surprised. Actually discharging them in a public place is another matter, but with so many legal owners of firearms in one place, we can't find out who actually discharged their weapon and who didn't. From what has been investigated, we couldn't find any bullets, nor can we find out how fresh any bullet holes in the building are. So basically, someone fired at some point, but without knowing who or when, it means nothing with this case? Midoriya asked, and Tsukachi hung his head slightly. Great. As it is, pretty much the case is looking to be a he said, she said situation so far. The most that can be done if no evidence can be found on either side is giving Naozumi a slap on the wrist for saying what he did on television and just keep a close watch on all parties. Tsukachi filled in for Ito, who shot the man a look over it. Midoriya's face contorted to one of confusion. Of course, no one knew to be looking for anything suspicious in the outpost, so now we know what we're looking for. That probably won't be a problem. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to discuss the USJ now. Midoriya nodded.
Okay.
But I'd prefer to do this one-on-one, please, if you wouldn't mind. It's personal in some places. Well, it wasn't a complete lie. Ito opened his mouth, but Tsukachi spoke up in his place. Of course. My colleague will go wait in the car. Right, Ito? Right? The detective walked out the door after being seen out by Midoriya. Once the door was closed, Midoriya turned with a scowl. Once he was back in the room, he dropped his voice as far as possible while still being audible. I don't trust him. he said simply, and Tsukachi quirked a brow but said nothing against it. Sorry. I know that's kind of rude, but something about him just sets me on edge. I do trust you. I mean, you're a friend of all mights. But him. Is it just me, or does he seem a little too much like he's trying to seem as though he's on my side? I understand your concerns. Standard conduct is to seem as unbiased possible. And usually when bias does show through, it comes out positively for the person who reports it, not for the reported. Tsukachi was similarly quiet. There's more than that, which has led me to the conclusion he has a personal stake in this case. There's quite a few things I need to discuss with you. Not all of them am I technically allowed to tell a civilian, but seeing as you are Toshinori's student and as these are matters concerning you, I'll bend the rules this one time only. Of course, we need to be quiet. He might be listening through the door. Of course he is. I'd ask if this is really the future I have to look forward to as a pro-hero, but I know it's not. Midoriya lamented. He gave a questioning look to the detective, as he weighed up just what to say. Look, I'm warning you now, this conversation is going to drop some bombshells on you. If you don't want to believe them, that's fine, but if you know about his quirk, you should know about mine. Well, that's certainly an interesting direction this is going. Of course, if most of these things tie into the USJ, then allow me to say this about the Abbey case first. The detective's face was one of concern and distrust. Ito was too insistent on getting this case. It was originally going to one of our other detectives, but apparently because of a paperwork issue, she had to give it up. The second she mentioned the Abbey was involved, Ito jumped at it. He refuses to tell me why, and then there was earlier. He just told you how the investigation was actually going, which we normally wouldn't do. He clearly wants you to feel safe about it. Normally, I'd say the same, even if we find no evidence of what you said. When we find nothing supporting Naozumi's story either, then ultimately at best he is going to look pretty bad at the end of this. At worst he's going to jail. It doesn't make sense why he would do this. That's what worries me, Midoriya admitted. The outsider's words stuck in his head. The outsider had certainly kept things from him, but so far he'd never lied. So if he said to be cautious with Naozumi, then Midoriya was definitely going to heed his advice. There's a missing piece. Otherwise, this is the most petty momentary revenge plot. Sure, he got to me at the time, but now it just seems stupid. Oh, and when you find evidence. Though you said you were unbiased. A small smirk went past the detective's face. I said standard protocol was to act unbiased. Even without your position, I like to think of myself as a good judge of character, and you do not strike me as any kind of villain. So, before we jump into the USJ, just a quick review. If we want to bust the Abbey and prove that your trespassing was justified, then there's two pieces we need on top of your statement to prove them the villains and make it actually count as credible evidence. DNA evidence linking Mr. Aki to whoever hurt him, to prove the Abbey were the perpetrators. Well, they were willing to torture an innocent civilian on a hunch they might know something about magic, so I don't know how willing they are to protect their own, but they defiantly wouldn't have let the guy stay near them, I don't think. Their outfits, though, nearly everything is covered in them, so I don't know how much, like spit or hair, could get out. Midoriya grumbled as he finally realized that fact. However, he immediately lightened up again as another thought came to mind. They might have cleaned out the library, but if you could find any of the books I read in there, you'd have proof that they'd at least potentially have it in mind. Maybe, but on its own they would be too circumstantial. All they prove is that at one time they did, or at least claim to have tortured people in the past. While certainly not something anyone would feel okay about, I can't walk up to someone from Rome and arrest them because the Bible says Romans nailed Jesus to a cross. The black-haired man shook his head with a frown. Still, with the rest of the evidence, it could be a pretty harsh hit against them. I'll see if I can't a role in the case as well to track some down. So that just leaves the room again? I mean, that pretty much trumps anything they have, right? Midoriya asked. The amount of blood over that place would surely be enough to prove something went down. Yes, so long as we find that room, they will be in a bad place. If the blood matches to Aki's, then there's no way they can spin that into looking good for them. Even if they clean it down, there's no way they can really hide that much blood if you weren't exaggerating. Tsukachi grinned slightly. So it was on the 3rd floor, right? Then all we have to do is find it. I'm surprised it hasn't been called in already. But it was a pretty big building from what I heard, so I guess it's possible they just haven't been near it yet. I'll keep an eye on Ito as well. If anything else comes up, I'll make sure it doesn't affect the case. You don't think they're banking on us realizing, do you? Midoriya asked as his nerves got the better of him. I mean, I just have a bad feeling, but Yes said he was being pretty obvious. The guys at the abbey weren't the brightest, but don't worry too much about it, Tsukachi said, though his tone betrayed his concern. Even if it isn't simple incompetence, they couldn't have expected me to be coming with him at the same time. Let me handle it. So, we have delayed long enough. The USJ incident still needs to be discussed, and nothing comes from us not focusing on the issue, right? Well, I'm sure Azui and All Might filled you in on most of the major details. Neither of them were delirious or anything from any quirk or that, as far as I know, so their accounts should be accurate. The real story from me. Midoriya's breath hitched slightly. He looked up with a sad smile. I know it's going to come up a lot with the abbey and that, but they aren't quite as crazy as everyone thinks. Tell me, do you believe in magic? Well, thank you for this enlightening time, Tsukachi thanked as he hovered by the door. His face remained blank, having not shifted since Midoriya had asked the question. He took a moment to look out the peephole in the door and gave the boy a thumbs up. Ito wasn't listening in. You're welcome. Again, I get it if you don't believe any of this, but All Might will back me up, Midoriya said as he leaned against the wall. Oh, and by the way, I made an appointment with that therapy office. Oh good. No offense, but yeah, you probably need it, Tsukachi said as he frowned. Midoriya couldn't help his sad smile. Yeah, probably. Oh, and before I forget, Toshinori, he wanted me to tell you something. We argued over it. It could be seen as a leak, but considering our earlier conversation. The man quieted down as he said that. Shigaraki, the leader of the league. He is obviously insane, as you yourself witnessed. Heh. Insane is a nice way of putting it. Midoriya shook his head. It was weird to think the actual main villain attack was something he was nonchalant about. It was either that or panic attacks though, and with the demon, yeah, he preferred just down joking about the other events. That can't be a leak though. Anyone with eyes or ears could tell you that he isn't stable. Exactly, he isn't stable. And we aren't sure we can find him, the detective said, and Midoriya looked up with a quirked brow. The older man sighed. We can't find any files on anyone even remotely like him or the warp villain. He viewed Nomu like a pet, and you were the one who kept fighting them, not to mention prevented them from killing All Might. He is liable to hold a grudge, so if you see him, it's advised you stay as far away as possible. Oh, well, great. Thank you for telling me. I hope everything goes well on your end, Midoriya said as the man walked out the door. Tsukachi turned before the door was closed and bowed. Same to you. Stay safe, Midoriya. And with that, the door was closed and it was over. Midoriya let out a breath of relief. It was officially out of his hands and he could relax. Walking back to the couch and picking up his phone, he checked the time. 6:21 p.m. Humming, the boy picked up the TV remote and flicked through the channels. A news report went by, though they were mostly just rehashing the same article on the USJ 10 other channels had already done a few days too late. What came up next though did catch his attention. And now an update on what is being referred to as the Abbey incident. Not much new information has come to light, however public opinion has certainly made it clear that while no one is particularly sure on what to think of the supposed suspects, everyone seems to have no sympathy for the Abbey. Many have actually complained about the organization's behavior and are commending the fact that someone may have broken into their building. Well, it was a good start and it would get better. Midoriya smiled, satisfied he had nothing to worry about. Now if only he could explain why his hand was aching more than before. And that's going to be it for today, everyone. Hope you enjoyed and don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.